Hey there, gorgeous gays. Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Not gonna lie, the immediate, Charlian music playing in the inn at the start kind of threw me off. I am so used to hearing Pendant's music or Limsa Inn music at the start of one of these. I am so used to that at this point that the start of this immediately greeting me with Charlian music threw me for a loop for a second. I have a friendly reminder that holy shit, we're in Endwalker. Which, by the way, holy shit, we're in Endwalker. We started Endwalker last time. The vibes are, don't get me wrong, I'm loving what the vibes are doing. I love the vibes that we currently have in Endwalker. It is just so not what I expected from this game to have its vibes be that way at the start of an expansion, especially the one that's the final chapter of the story up to this point. Because the start of every other one, obviously, the vibes are just the impending end of the world is approaching. But there's been a lot of focus still on just little moments, which I'm really appreciating. Like the fact that Heidelin straight up tells us that it's just I won't keep you. I know your traveler's hearts must be yearning to explore this new land and stuff like that. Little things like that, little moments of just running into the broest man ever in Erenville and stuff. Again, so you think about Shadowbringers and you're learning about how fucked the world is and everything like that. And then you're bearing the burden of being the one person who has to save the entirety of the first and stuff like that. The start of Stormblood is a revolution being cut down and you losing a fight. Heavenswood, if you just get even not including the fact that the Bloody Banquet leads up to that, it is very soon into Heavenswood that fucking Alphino and Tataru put on trial and stuff like that. And the closest that we've had here so far, which to be fair, we're still on the second split path today, so it could change. But the most that we've had so far is a room full of grumpy people tell us just hey, you broke into our secret library. Now don't do it again. I'm not complaining. This is none of this is complaining. None of this has been complaining about what's happening in the game so far. It is more so just even outside of oh, what would the plot of Endwalker be or anything like that? What's going to happen? Where are we gonna go and stuff like that? Even outside of that, it's just the sheer vibes are not what I was expecting immediately, and I love that. I love that we can that immediately. This expansion's taking me, throwing me for a loop, just in terms of what the atmosphere is like. So yeah, no, this is holy shit. Hello, Raharan. Limbus Company's devouring my time. Final Fantasy XIV more important than Limbus Company. I don't know. How towards Alphino's dad. So yeah, talking to Alphino's dad probably was worse than Y'shtola nearly dying and us getting beaten by Xenos. You are correct on that. You are correct on that. But if it's any consolation, I did make him watch me fuck his wife. So there is that. A thing that definitely totally happened in Minifist canon and is totally not copium. Shut up, don't worry about it. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Anyways, today's dad vacation day. Oh, I didn't change out my Louisoix. Who's an appropriate, who do we bring out? Who's an appropriate minion to bust out today? If we're going on dad squad, we need to bring our child with us. There we go. There we go. Do you have the elephant? I have 319 minions. I do not know which ones I do and don't have. You think I can grind on watching a 12-hour stream? It may not be it very easily could be 12 hours, but it may not be 12 hours. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I've got, we're going on, oh, well, I do have an elephant. I do have a wind-up Matanga. I do have that. I do have a wind-up Matanga. I feel like this might be slight spoilers of what we might run into today. We might be going to Fantasy India and we might see an elephant. We might be going to Fantasy India and there might be a fantasy elephant. Oh, yeah, there's still the Mataga. There is still the idea, like, I'm not surprised of Thavnair. I love the baby elephant. I'm not surprised by Thavnair like leaning into more India, but from what we've seen so far in the game, it has been a bit unclear. Like, everything that we've seen about Thavnair up to this point has more so been a case of, is it gonna be Indian or Middle Eastern? Because it's kind of like, it's kind of flirted with both up until this point. I mean, based on its location on the map as, you know, a small island that's like directly to the south of like Fantasy Asia, that makes a lot of sense for it to then be Fantasy India. Like, obviously India is connected in real life. It is not a separate island, but location wise, like how Japan is an island off to the east of the rest of it and stuff like that, you know, the location is very similar. So yeah, but it leaning more India, I'm not surprised by. Anyways, hello Dad Squad, we're going on holidays. Though I have read much on the subject of Radzat's heart, this visit shall be my first. It'll be interesting to see how the Harnish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. Right, that's why we were going there. I was like, we're staying in Charlene because we've got to work out what the fuck the forum's up to. I was before this trying to remember, why are we going to Thavnair? Right, they had a tower and they asked us to help. Well, they asked the students about Dacian specifically, I believe. So it's back to Thavnair. And I known earlier I would have considered more suitable attire. For Thavnair bounds! Yo, we're immediately being given Lassie on the way. Let's go. I believe conjecture that Corvus is Fantasy Arabia in the flying carpet mounts anything to go by. That would make sense. That would make sense. Raha, why are you white? So Raha being white and the people of Corvus being white, if it's Fantasy Arabia, you could just say it's just like, well, Alagon did do a colonization of it at one point. City and change of attire, I feel like different sucks or something. Well, Thengrid is eager to set forth for Thavnair. Hey, Densha! So, Densha, unfortunately, with the resub, no one can see your first message in chat. Hello! I'm not dead! Hello, Densha! Densha's here! Hello! I apologize if looking at the screen hurts too much still. We're in Endwalker. We are end of the walking. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't know. So everyone can hear Densha. Everyone can hear Densha except for the stream. Graha versus Lise. Battle of the Middle Eastern Whites. Jesus Christ. I have Kral's instruction in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. I didn't even, yeah, notifications are just also, like, completely broken at the moment. Like, it didn't even appear here. It was a sub message. It didn't even appear here saying that Densha has resubbed. The messages is completely broken at the moment. I have no idea how to fix that. I mentioned it in the pre-stream thing, but I'm also going to mention it now. I have a Coke-flavored energy drink. If you're wondering how much it tastes like energy drink and how much it tastes like Coke, it's way, way, way more Coke-flavored. Mambilia is Liliwa Alamigan too. Yeah. Why? So you have Coke. Energy drink Coke. Energy drink Coke. Yeah, Mambilia is also Wyatt Alamigan. That is true. That is true. No one cares about Mambilia. I have Kral's instruction in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. I haven't been to Thavnair before. I control by Aethra, but what are the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kral was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Artesia will carry their burn melanin, Jesus Christ. So one, what's their plan for getting us to Thavnair? Otherwise, like, how are they gonna... How are they gonna get us there. And also, I'm assuming if Urianger is having this reaction, I have a feeling we may have known someone who worked at the Confluence. We're flying a Thavnair plane on this episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Thou wouldst recall the hunts for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Membrida. That does make sense. It was specific, like, Membrida specifically got us inside of that. We did do that. We teleported to an Aetheryte that we didn't have because of Membrida. So we're just, and she works for the Confluence, and the Confluence is going to get us to Thavnair like that. Nah. Membrida was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own rights, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Okay, so they have been told. Okay. They have been told. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I've no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's so, then let us be off. When we arrive, we shall look for a researcher named Kite. Kite? Kite? Fantasy names. Avoiding his dead girlfriend's parents is deeply understandable, poor guy. Man, could you imagine if Membrida was, like, introduced as a character earlier in ARR, and you got to know her for a long period of time? And she wasn't introduced to be killed off? Please note that Vataga's butt wiggles when he walks. Why is this elephant throwing it back so hard? What the hell? Anyway, the Confluence is right. Yeah, the Confluence is next to the Aetheryte. That does make a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. I'm still shocked by how much this place just looks identical to the CG thing. They did a shockingly good job on that. Of just being like, actually make the in-game one look like the CG one. The Confluence. Oh yeah, we were in here before, yeah. Ooh. Hello! Well, now this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kral, students of Ardessian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Okay, we're gonna fly you over to Thavnair. Game tech slowly catching up expansion by Sam Shore or something. It's been pretty fun. Hello, Trash. I can't remember what I said hello to you before. It has been very fun to just, like, see that them getting better at their engine and being able to do more with it and everything like that. And how much of that is thanks to Hildebrands? Probably a lot. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Encouraging name. Encouraging name. Test subjects. Alrighty. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, then let me explain. So in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you only need to be attuned to it beforehand. So I'm teleporting close to the way I'm serving Confluence. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurtling along the live stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? I mean, I've done that, but not for, like, an entire other fucking island, like, a continent and a half away. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We created a new kind of aetheroid that doesn't require attunement. Surely, that changes everything. Wait, why is Thancred being... Are they gonna do... Can Thancred even teleport? If he is attuned? Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetheroids, but the aetheroids themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetheroids, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yedlamad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzanar, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. Considering Sharlayan tells the entirety of Eorzea to go fuck themselves with, like, their own guns and swords and axes. Interesting that Sharlayan is, like, bros with Radzanar. So to sum it up, we're to test these aetheroids. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetheroids were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. Okay, so it's going to do the entire thing for us. It would behoove them to be close with their alchemist guild at least. It's just interesting that it's like... What are the politics of Radzat Han? Probably because Radzat Han has always remained staunchly neutral. That is true, yeah. Yeah, Radzat Han, like Sharlayan, is just like, world conflict? How about we just don't? How about we just don't? Well, they're not part of the Eastern Alliance or anything like that either. A veritable dream come true. Far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Crouch really knows how to pick 'em. I mean... Someone's soul drifting away in the live stream is something that has happened to one of our party members. Twice. They're one of the few countries the Empire is not fucked with, so they should be doing something, right? I imagine it's... sorry, so if you count Thancred. Well, no, because Thancred wasn't, like... Thancred got out of the live stream very quickly. Thancred getting out of the live stream was fine, it just affected his abilities. Where Yashola, both times she used flow, she got stuck in it. No, Minfilia. But Minfilia was also, like, deliberately pulled into it. That wasn't an accident. Yeah, again, the targets of the Empire do seem specific in that they will not fuck with a region if they think they can't handle it. The Empire has not once tried to fuck with Dravanya. The Empire looks at dragons and says, you know what? How about no? How about no? I mean, Asians in general don't fuck with dragons. Like, the most that Asians have ever fucked with dragons is either trying to get Thordan to become a dragon slayer by being a primal, or by tricking Tiamat into summoning a Bahamut primal. Like, that... They did back the fuck out of Eorzea after the Calamity until Gaius personally went rogue to start his campaign, yeah. I mean, and because, like, after the Calamity, it's just like, well, our 7th Legion was literally entirely wiped out because of the actions of the 7th Legion. So, because the 7th Legion was basically the strongest at that point. She did herself forget where you come from, your shoulders, fave trick is teleporting directly to heaven. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blowweeder not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. That's confusing. So, like, because the forum is into some shady shit, right? The forum, well, I don't even know if it's shady, but they're hiding shit. As Aranville said, it's like, I'm glad you're looking around, because I don't want to put all my eggs into the forum's basket. But, like, the forum are probably trying to do something helpful. As Aranville put it. Pardon me. But it's like, okay, so everything that we saw in Labyrinthos. Everything that we saw there was like gathering animals, resources, a bunch of shit that, as Aranville thought, was a migration effort. Which, a migration effort doesn't quite make sense if they're trying to, like, survive the final days. Where are they gonna go that's like, where would they migrate to that's gonna be spared the final days if, like, Funny Daniel just wants to kill the entire world? This is an interesting detail that we didn't get in Labyrinthos about the forum's plan. It requires the expertise of people who can teleport people to another place that they haven't been yet. Interesting. So it seems part of their migration plan is like, maybe their arc plan of like putting a bunch of shit on a boat to survive doesn't require the people to be on the boat. And they're gonna teleport the people somewhere. Unless the idea is like, have a boat with all of the shit loaded up onto it, and they're going to like try to work out how to teleport everyone into the live stream to just bear the final days until they're over, and then teleport back out of the live stream? Going to the Burning Crusade portal or whatever. Not a reference I get, sadly. I see. I will worry about my trauma later then. Any other questions? No, let's get going before you change your minds. Please see your preparations and head outside the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. World of Warcraft. I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna do the opposite video to what all of the people who are content creators for MMOs do. I'm gonna make a video that's just like Final Fantasy XIV veteran tries World of Warcraft for the first time. I will be the one who does the video in reverse. Don't point out there's definitely people who have done that already, but still. In case you're wondering, the Aetherite still functions like a normal one. It's just been upgraded to allow unattuned travel. I'll see you there shortly. Yeah, they're setting up the lore for this to just be like, we can do this in the future. If we want to ever have you go somewhere that you haven't been to, and we want to make it so it's quick, we can just have that be part of the story. But we've put the limitations on it that this is why you can't always do it. Though words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task at Thavnair. My throat knows when I want to work today. My nose feels a little weird. My throat is hiccuping constantly. Nah. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Cryo. I should teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. Carrying quests, they're so arse. Jog. You have Jog. They're better now. Unless you're talking about carrying eggs in the Monster Hunter. Snowball Puzzle box story is at the start of the actual finale is an interesting choice by the devs. I love it. I love it. Because I feel like the intensity is going to ramp up at some point, and then once the intensity ramps up, it won't calm down until the end of the expansion. Like, in prior expansions, a lot of intensity happens at the start, a lot of intensity happens at the end, and there might be a point in the middle where something happens. But there is, in every expansion so far, some form of lull somewhere in the middle. Not in terms of like a lull that it's boring, but in terms of like the dramatic stakes aren't immediately happening right now. Think of like Heavenswood, and there is just like a lot of exploring the Sea of Clouds. The whole journey of going through the Forelands and then through the Churning Mist and everything like that. There's a big journey part where like not a ton of shit is happening. It's character shit happening between people and stuff like that. You think about Stormblood and just like the process of going through Hingashi and then the Ruby Sea and stuff like that. There's a section there where it's like not massive. I mean, even the Azim Step. There's a lot of shit where there's a lot of big things like that, and stuff like that. Even Shadowbringers, the middle of Shadowbringers is like, still obviously big stakes and everything like that, but it is very much a go to a new area and slay the big bad. It's not the beginning where you're learning how fucked the world is. It's not like the middle section where there's the attack on Lakelands and like, Vor3's killing everything, and then obviously once Vor3 comes into the picture fully, and then like reveals himself as a Light Warden, it doesn't calm down until the end of it. Because of what we're dealing with here, a person who wants to cause the apocalypse, once that even begins happening in earnest, we can't calm down until the end of the expansion. There will be no period of rest. So, I feel like that's why the stuff is like unfolding the way that it is here. Because it's like trying to prepare us for the fact that once shit ramps up, it's going to be intensity for the rest of the expansion. I love lesbian talking one. Oh, this is your Stola's voice actor? I don't think... Have we ever heard her do another voice?
Four of you, was it?
I don't think we've actually heard her do any other voice. Also, she's got an Aetheryte earring. She has the Aetheryte earring. I don't have that.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
I have that earring. Oh, she was Titania as well. I forgot about that, yeah.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
We'll be fine. I have been summoned per the contract. Time to see how this shit goes down. I'm throated weirdly today. I do apologize.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
We'll be fine. No one will die. No one will die. This is why am I behind a 5-inch metal
one
wall?
last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck.
What? God damn it. This wasn't in the disclaimer! God damn it. She said violent! She used the word violent there. How violent we talking? We're not catching a boat this time, so how does this work? It just disappears? It does the support? Yeah! That's cute. That's cute, because we normally get the, oh, you're traveling! And this time it's just like, nah, you're just teleporting there. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that detail.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han.
It's immediately pretty.
Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples.
Oh?
Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy.
Ooh.
Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Until this happened. I didn't realize that history of Thavnair. That it was like
now
2
across this vibrant
that went to
isle
war and then
creeps a
formed into what they are
fog
now.
of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh no, oh god, alright, I'm sick. Oh no. Oh no.
What chance?
Oh!
Against such an insidious foe.
I like that Emmett is trying to be dramatic. And it's like he's getting annoyed. It's like he's getting annoyed. That we're just dying immediately upon arrival. Thank God, surely this is no worse than any of the hangovers you've had. Surely, right?
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
And then stop being like, look at these fucking nerds different from the other fucking nerds you've met already. I love his hesitation as you're vomiting up your guts. Our last chance against the final days, everyone. Done in by a tummy ache. Yeah, generally people wait until they arrive at the destination spot before they get totally wasted.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
I like the different responses. Thancred is laid out, and Urian J is adopting the trauma position. How am I the only one commenting on the white splatter overlay? Not everything that is white is cum, but this one is. They gotta sit into a designated driver. Fucking Urian J just tucked up. It's so good. And we're trying to put on the bravest face by just being like, oh, I'm good.
With Kryle's instructions.
Like we're just sitting up, just being like, I'm good, I'm totally fine. We're trying to be the sternest ones, but no, I'm good. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I can. I got it. I got it. I'm totally good. I was trying really hard not to shit. What did Krall say?
Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
He's just getting us to drink. He'll be fine. I'll do it! I'll do it! Can't be worse than Alphado. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Astidian in time? Hello? No, Val. Stopping our champion. Now quickly, find Astidian before he... Alright, where is he? We're fine. We're fine. Hey, Averill. Hello there, people. Ordinary 6 sales out by sundown, but with the way things are right now, Mount stocks begin to pile up. What's someone think of our poor weavers? Or for me, for that matter? Astidian! Astidian! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It's actually affecting me in gameplay. Thank you! Oh no! My aether sickness. Severe nausea is reducing movement speed. No! No! Oh no! I love that they're giving us that. Steady Ed! You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. I'm in use, sir. A traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer you for the low price of 19,800 gil. But not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles! A bargain amongst bargains! I don't know how much Lassi normally costs. I mean, honestly, like, it's 19,000. The people here are dealing with a giant tower. Just give them the fucking money. Oh, top of your best here. Keep it from getting scammed. I mean, like, probably not. It's 19. I'm literally, I have 21 million on my person. The people here are dealing with a giant tower that's affecting their sales. I don't care if I'm getting scammed. Give them the money. They need a helping hand. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much as Indian, but you realize any words of warning and cry out will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before a Indian and using gestures deny that the deal is fair. Stydian! I don't think play gil's reflective of Laura comedies. 19,800 gil. That's a reasonable deal, isn't it? No, it's not. Huh? I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? 300 on the market board. Hi there, Giant Matanga. These ones, unlike the ones in the museum step, are not immediately trying to kill me with giant clubs. I do appreciate this. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Ah! That's a serious apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,899 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. They also have clothes on. Confusion would have been quite costly, but both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Yo, we have Matongas just actually here. I like that. But I can't talk to you. Like, okay, let me check the lassie. Oh, you don't sell lassie normally. I was hoping you could go and have a look, and he sells lassie, and it's still cheaper than what he sold it to Astidian for, and Astidian still got like overcharged. I was kind of hoping for that. A teensy weensy touch, she says. Not in my heart as drinking comes close. Wow, wow. This outscales the worst hangover. Impressive. No wonder Orianche is in the trauma position. Maybe only the finest and freshest ingredients, this armor-flavored lassie is boasted to settle unruly stomachs. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heart felt thanks to the Inestinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us the Taru's wrath. Here you are. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Lassie's a yogurt and fruit drink. It's come up a lot in Yakuza lately. In Yakuza, when we've been in towns that sell a lot of curry, there's been a lot of mention of lassie. And ever since then, me and Deku have just been like, I want lassie. Is it probiotics? Probiotics. That's what yogurt's filled with, right? Nice probiotics to get the stomach in check. My left eye feels weird as well. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need lassie. Fix all my problems that my body's having with me today. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly works wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Stinian! Thy hair! Yo! Yo! Ponytail Stinian! Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. It's night time. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's Thavnairian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? Perfect for me to hold on to. Not even 100 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alpha could hold a candle to you. Man paid nearly 10k gil for a hair tie. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Canonically worse with money than Alphino. I like how Alphino had all of these traits that the others are just now stealing. Alphino's learned how to swim, now it's Urianger who can't. Alphino's bad with money, now it's Estinian who's bad. To be fair, there are haircuts on the market board that go for millions. Are all Harnish merchants so unscrupulous? I hope we're not doing that. I hope we're not doing a thing of, oh, those Indian merchants always trying to rob people. I hope that's not what we're doing here. I hope this is specifically because shit is fucked right now. It seems a bit excessive here. This feels like a temporary thing because of the situation. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Radzat Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Arkasodara, there we go, okay. They are still Matanga. Matanga's still like the species, but... the, Arkasodara. Over time, they came to be joined by other races. And through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. So is that the idea? When Emmett was saying that it was like two warring groups that kind of blended into one? Is that what it was? The Arkasodara were here, and then, like... Well, I'm seeing a lot of Auras, but I also saw a Hyother. And everything like that. Is it them? Oh, so it's only on the bad guy about judge people for the Zadna hairstyle. No, the Zadna one's fun because that requires a lot of work to get. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Harnish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as the waypoint betwixt east and west. Yeah, he is, Sion, by the way, Arkasodra. Oh, so it's not Dara at the end. Arkasodra, okay. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzat Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. A hub of commerce that relies on regulation to make sure it doesn't implode in on itself? Wow! What a concept! Everyone knows that the Harnish side of the swindles. The Lullabells the teacher has just admitted. Neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing as rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Oh my goodness. I think this drink's very intense in my throat. Prudent and practical, aye, we have not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Skrall's acquaintance, shall we seek what information we can gather here in Yildamad? Yildamad. Pick up. Excellent. We didn't get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Hey, and I get umbrella for myself. Yeah. Blend of yogurt and spices, this refreshing drink is infused with the mellow sweetness of the armor fruit. Is armor a real fruit, or is that a in-game version of another thing, like Apapoto? Artesia has turned into a Namazu. Artesia has turned Namazu. Umbrella lassie! There we go. Ah, delicious, delicious lassie. How do you spell it? I'll Google it. A-M-R-A. Hello there, Namazu. Nice. I like the headpiece. I like the headpiece. It actually works on your hairstyle. This headpiece does not work on my hair. Armor's an Indian fruit. Oh, there you go. Oh, goodness. Ah. Ah. Yeah, this. Yeah. I've seen this before. It doesn't, and unfortunately, this does not work with Minifist's hair. Because of the way her fringe works, it just clips way too awkwardly. But on this hair, where you have the part, so it's only going through like the side sections there, that actually works well. This works well. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it. Alright, it's alright. We're almost at a point where it's daytime. We're almost at daytime. And Val is... Oh, Val's in the Viper Get Up. I thought you were in a different outfit. You're in the Viper Get Up. Be thou assured that I'm quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bounds? Just how I used to wear it. A functional fashion. Perhaps you're confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose off the Chirurgeons, removed me from my armor, and put me to bed. I suddenly decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragon's helm again. The ponytail was like this when I had the helmet on. Pink drink is orange and something else that gives a sweet aftertaste. So I had a pink monster recently that I thought was blood orange, and then someone looked it up and it was grapefruit instead. On low tide. His stomach behaving once more. Thank God he's ready to get to work. God, it's hard. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. Manifest, the pier is yours. Yeah, I get the ocean. Once we've learned what we can regroup by the Aetheroid. Off-putting though the mere sight of it, maybe. I do have to actually attune with this thing. A thing I have not done yet. So let's attune with the Aetheroid. Which is Sharlayan in design. We are looking at the same Sharlayan designed one that we saw, which makes sense because these ones are attuned together. It's interesting that this is the one that, like, they put the one that was attuned to the one in Sharlayan here in the gateway town. It's not, like, in the city. It's not in, like, in the city of Radzenhan. Gemstone Trader! Hello! Welcome, traveler. That's right, we're open for business again. Can't see it well long on their sales to be made, am I right? Is there any bike color gemstones you're willing to part with? But I have to do fates for that to get anything. There's an armorer! Signature fruit of Thavnair. Armor is often spotted clutch in the tail of a Vagalangula. And the humps are tenderloin. Tender breastfeed that is hopefully not poisonous. What do you mean hopefully? What do you mean hopefully? Yo, Avriel. 6 fates for the running map? Yeah. Yeah. I think I have to do it at some point, but yeah. We're not near any fates right now, because we're in the city. Hello! Hey! You got Palaka stuff on. You have the Palaka top on. Or use the bike. I do have the bike. Even if... Blah. Blah. Hello. As inappropriate as using the bike does feel sometimes, I do also have the bike. Tapasa! With the trade routes closed off, merchants are being forced to sit on their stock. Bum when I count their perishables, but the coin purses are not the ones are not the only ones to have suffered. Yeah, so shit is, I mean, is it because of that, or is there something else going on? I did pay real life money for it. I did do that. I like how you say, but bike ugly as you fly away on the inflatable Rhino. Is it because of the Telophorus Tower that shit's going bad here, or is shit always going bad here? I mean, at this point, the Telophorus Towers have been up for quite a while. Also, looking at those islands over there. No, I actually can't reach them. They're actually their own little things. I was looking at the islands over there. I'm just like, can we get to those? No. What about it? Alright. Get for us. Well now, but isn't a traveler? You're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narune. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We'll still have our lives thanks to the Radiant host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Yeah, okay, so the tower seems to be fucking things up here particularly badly. Okay. They are extra struggling with it. So I say about my pink rhino and its yellow cheese wheels. The crate is laden with fruits, but on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Yes, everything's gone bad here. Yeah. Ginalil, hello there. Seems to be mostly Alra here, but like Alra and Kurs. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly anything sells these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat like Azal. I don't envy his position. Better be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you can pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as you'll find him at Saltwind Sails, the harbour guilds building across the water from here. Blue Quest. Is this a skin color that you can give to Orion Al Ra in Character Creator? Or is this a case like Eastern Rogadin, where it's like outside of the two that the players can choose from, this is yet another Al Ra? Because if there's Al Ras here, I'd have to wonder if these are indeed also Ryan Al Ras. Given that there seems to be a few of them here, are these like also from Suino Sato? Or is this like diverged from earlier than that? Or diverged from Suino Sato so long ago that it's now different? Because like you can't make a row that looks like Yosetsu, because you can't choose Eastern Roganin. You can only choose Abalathia Spinal Airslot ones. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to the other ports you visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Daytime! Though the music's not changed. Yeah, you can't make an Ishgardian Elizin yet. The music hasn't changed. So I think we're in a mood of music that's meant to, like, we're not getting bombastic, yo, you're in a new area, you're in like a thriving hub music, because it's not that right now. Feels like we're specifically not getting hype music. It's the village music. I just expected it to be happier and grander. Not many visit here from other shores anymore. Even Alnair sees a few merchant ships in its docks, and has felt the loss of coin they bring keenly. I don't know, I'd expect for somewhere this colourful and being like a bright hub of commerce for the music to be more intense. And like, oh, is it particularly downplayed now because things aren't going well here? Lenswood Settlement music is also super low-key. Yeah, maybe once we get to one of the other ones, it might change a bit more. What about some of our perishables? What shall we do with them? Sell them, that's what. At cost if we must. I thought you thought we were getting the zone area music. No, I thought for a little settlement it would be more intense. But by the way, both the highlights of the X-Pack. The harbour. It may appear that you don't hail from these shores. How fascinating. What do you require of me? Tell me about yourself. Me? My husband and I make a living by selling what goods we can. We met on our ship crossing to Limsa when we were but fledgling merchants who have been inseparable ever since. We mainly deal in spices and fruits that can't be found anywhere else. The town tells a story through its cuisine, and we aim to share it with the world. Why don't you try some yourself? Go on, the journey will be worth it. This is Yedlamad, gateway to the Thavnairian Sea. In the old tongue of the peoples of the continent, the name means Newport. The waters here are... Yo, like a cigarette. The waters here are shallow, so only small boats can make it to the docks. However, that means the water is well protected from harsh winds and violent waves. Large ships well laden with goods tend to moor at Alnair. Ever since that tower appeared on the rune there, we've seen fewer and fewer merchants make their way here. Traders come to a halt and our wares sits rotting under the sun. Even like day-to-day life has gotten fucked in because of this shit. And what do you expect me to do? I appreciate how colorful it is. I appreciate how fucking colorful their architecture is. I appreciate it immensely. Very intense vibe difference compared to like, what's it called? Charlian. Which had like, I still like the look of Charlian, but Charlian very much is like mostly one color. The Dalmascans aren't coming! But we already have everything they have ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling me isn't gonna help. All I know is that their plans have changed and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses. We can afford no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah, this will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about that, Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial hunter's favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans, display only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all of these things, Karzal. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? You like Charlian? Just hate everything it stands for. I like Charlian aesthetically. I like Charlian aesthetically. Not my favorite, but I do like it. Because my favorite aesthetic is Limsa, but I'm biased. Well, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. No, I'm a warrior of light. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Marzia, and I'm here to see Karzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. I don't know how to do an elephant voice. I don't know how to turn into a voice, so I'm not even going to attempt. I will not attempt. I mean, there's like where we are, we're in an area I could do an accent for. It's just I can't do it without being racist, so I'm not going to either. Foreign vessels won't come to us. Why not use our own to deliver the wares to them? Those are simple, Karzal, and besides, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone. What do you mean the economy's in a recession? That doesn't mean that people should stop buying my stuff. Marzia! Marzia! Hello? Hello? Yes? Can I help you? I wanted to ask about everything that's going on. I remember seeing you back in the guilds. You wanted to speak with the Karzal too, did you? He's shy. I'm Marzia, a fisherman of Akyali. Akyali? Akya or Aka? Or, wait. Akya or Akya? I'm not familiar with it. A nearby village. I sold my catch to Karzal, who offered it to its foreign merchants. But he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Akyali sounds more accurate to me in my head, but I'm not familiar. A fisherman's friend. Like this? Yo, you mean one of these bad boys? Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. I have fisherman's friends with me. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Lozenge cameo. I fucking love Fisherman's Friends. They've got all the other flavors, and I do like all the other flavors as well that I've tried. They've got like aniseed ones, mint ones, blackcurrant ones. They're all good, but I still don't think any beats the original. I still don't think anything beats the original. They're just a nice fucking dose of menthol. That's great. It's one of the things that like this is one of the things where this is one of the few products I can buy that feels like it really is of the old ways. Because of what, if you've never seen a Fisherman's Friend, this is what the lozenge looks like. It is just a little brown brick of powder. It's not like all other lozenges, where they're either like a smooth, like, kind of pill thing with like their outer layering on it, or they're like the sticky but still smooth, like very shaped and everything like that. No, this is just a little brick of brown powder. That's how you can tell that they still make this the same way that they did like over 100 fucking years ago. Or at least very similar. Which is probably why I find it one of the most effective lozenges. Marzia regards you nervously. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Kind of whatever people ask me to do, most of it involves murder. An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve. And I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Karzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead? And show me how it's done. My elephant nearly jumped in the water, I'm sorry. If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. It is so funny how they straight up only have one like a Sotra model, and they just dress them up in different colors. That happens with basically like every race that just gets further away from being like humanoid. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. The idea that people just queue up for their daily roulettes while doing MSQ is such a wild-ass thing to me. Like, obviously, because I'm a streamer, I do it differently, but, like, I might take a break in MSQ to, like, do Catspot because of the time that I stream, which we haven't done since I hit 1 million. Or, like, oh, a special fate has shown up. But the idea of just like, yeah, I'm going to do MSQ, but I'm going to queue up for my dailies. And while I'm just in the middle of MSQ, regardless of whatever point, oh, my daily popped, I'm going to go do my daily. Is such a wild thing for me. If I'm doing MSQ, it's like 95% focus on MSQ with maybe a couple extra things in the middle of it. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I mean, you're dead. Right, please try peddling fish to... So we show 3 people here in Yathaman. I'll observe you and learn. Marty is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Hey, Chicky Burger. She chick on my burger. Let me tell you, the Wobble shows up. You can see the arena from here. Is it the top of that mountain? Is it the top of that mountain? Do we climb up the mountain and it's up there? No? Damn. The island with the pillars. Oh, that? Okay, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I was looking at all of these and realizing I'm on the edge of the map and you can't get to them. Didn't think that'd be something you could actually reach. Hey, Marona. So the people here are wearing Palaka armor, by the way. This top is straight up Palaka gear. Yes. Fish, fish, fish! I got fish, fresh fish, straight fresh from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstance. That's why I'm wearing it. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was out of chaos in the tower first a bit. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. Hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. So the days where you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger! When you bait me like that, how could I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. I love how he's just like... I like how he's just like, okay, you know what? You got me with the hustle. You did it. You got me. Alright, nah, okay. I'll buy some. Alright, I'll buy some. Alright, nah, you got me, man. You got me. Well done. Well done. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod. delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Fresh cod, fresh mackerel. You succeed in making a sale. Not that I like fish, but you know. Not many visitors from other shores. Oh, sorry. That was the same dial. Sorry, you already told me that. I gotta run away now. How's it going, Matsuo? Hey, you should make a sale on the first attempt. I learned a lot already, and I hope to learn more still. Alright, now we go to Nashreen. Dare, who loves fish. I love the look of this place. Like, seeing this colorful location that has the immediate backdrop of shitloads of foliage, a giant mountain, and like purple hills is really nice. It is really nice. Like, I love looking around and seeing all these like red and green and purple hills. I definitely got the colors on, don't worry about it. Hello, would you like a fish? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Armor Shamra, my fresh fish is the only thing you need. I like your scatting here. Is this scatting? What do you need so many armor for? Why, hitting, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come ask when the next shipment's arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? I know how you feel. As a fishmonger myself. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. I really didn't think. Are you sure you're not? Are you sure you're hungry? Would be the correct option there. Unless I just had to say armor schmammer at the beginning. Never mind. Got banned by that too. Nothing else other with a positive impression. Let's move to the north side of town, shall we? In my work equipment stock inventory, I can see exactly how bad business has got. Makes me depressed. I'm depressed enough to eat a fish. Not a bad result so far. Let's see if we can finish on a high note. Failed a fish sale locked into the bad ending of the X-Pack. No! The world's gonna end now. No! 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 Everyone's sad. No! Okay, how do I get up there? Over here, probably. Oh, shit. The others are actually just around? I didn't realize. I failed all three. It is a storehouse like any other at first glance. But in contrast to its scale, there is a distinct lack of activity. If I was selling a fish eye for the game to look your character like Yoko Taro wanted. Mazuma! I found my boy. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach! Ugh. Ate the sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In order to get back to work, I just ate it a little too quickly. So fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. Eat more food. Eat more food. Ugh, food's the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Okay. Never mind, we just approached him at a bad time. And timing is everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. Truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Unlike most, unfortunately, I still have work, but there's no guarantee it'll last. I need to work as much as I can, while I still can. Return to the pier. I should thank you properly for your kind help. Will you jump down here with me? Yeah, let's go. Now climb these boxes. This is how an adventurer gets around. Thank you for trying. We just have to eat a little Timmy this week instead of feeding him. The last 2 months flavors I've tried dangerously tasty. 1 out of 3 fish sold with lockdown looked at bad ending. Avoided bad ending plus ultra. Seeing as it's dried fish, I wonder if there might be dried squid as well. Okay. Estinian has tried one food and he really liked it, and now it's gonna be the only thing he eats. Damn, can't believe they invented flying bikes here. Folk here are rather business-minded, for want of a better word. But at least they're welcoming of foreigners. In ordinary times, this hub must be overflow with visitors from all over the world. You know what? Same. Estinian Flanderization arc. He has one food that he like. I mean, I get it, if it's only an optional dialogue, then it's fine. All right, Matsya. Matsya. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Yeah. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Karzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should it be but Matsya? Karzal! Karzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options. At this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. The tip of his horns. I don't think I've seen any other Auras with that. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. So this guy used to be loaded because he uses pastel nose. Karzal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care of the road. See, these are more of the vibes I was expecting from Endwalker. These are more vibes that I was expecting from Endwalker. Now we're getting to the point where things are starting to get bad. We are visiting somewhere that is being more directly affected by all the events already unfolding. I'm shocked how many random people that we're seeing run around here. Considering this isn't even like a main hub or anything. Unless like maybe like a custom delivery or something unlocks here at some point. And that's what like a lot of people are doing here. There you are. Gone over the aphid sickness, have you? I have gotten over it so much that my Lassie's well-fed buff has run out. Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. It also seems to be a lot closer to an actual town compared to anywhere else. Like the tower in Thavnair is really far from Uldar. The one in Limsa is very far from, like, the one in Vilbrand is very far from Limsa. That's like right there. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Shit is, to put it lightly, fucked. Could poke it. I see. We also know that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. What primal would be the Thavnair? What would the primal of Thavnair be? I'm a struggling fisherman, you've only just meant to peddle his catch. Yes, you would do something like that. Do you mean that positively, Thancred? As a good thing, right? As a good thing. House of Divinities. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. Is that gonna be like the dungeon thing? Like, is that gonna be like the dungeon / trial idea here? Because they tried, like, I feel so good in that robe right now. He is kind of the one who's best dressed for what we're doing here, for where we are. Because you want something that, like, allows for a lot of airflow, but also protects you from the sun's heat. But, yeah, like, they tried, like, in, Shadowbringers, they, tried to be very, very focused on dungeons and trials. Because they realized 4 expansions into the game. What if the battle content that happens as part of the story is actually tied to the story? This is something that they innovated on 4 expansions in. Because up until that point, they hadn't come up with that idea yet. At least for the base expansions. The patches are a little better than the previous ones. But not by a massive amount. But in Shadowbringers, they were just like, okay, every dungeon is going to be important. Every dungeon is either, like, a Light Warden, or it leads to a Light Warden, or anything like that. And, like, the first trial is one of the big Light Wardens. The other 2 trials are, like, against the big villains of the expansion. So is that what we're going to be doing here? Because we've got the towers, and the towers are going to be summoning primals, that's, like, how we tie it way more into the story. We tie it more intensely into the story by just being like, it's the primals in various areas. It's the towers that we're going to go and kill and shit like that. Well, you know, Siren Song C is vital to Stormblood's main themes. Marzia fellow you were helping. He's Arkasodro. Now that you've told me that I have to do the A silent, it's thrown me off how to pronounce it. I was saying it so fine before, and now I'm just like, Arkasodro. Because I keep forgetting, I'm just like, one of the A's is silent, but there's 4 of them in there. And every time I read it, I'm trying to remember, wait, which one did you say was silent? Arkasodro. Is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodro would be their primary targets. For 'tis their faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. Is that the sisters thing that he said? Before, like, as he was leaving? I figured the sisters might be, like, the current rulers of the place. But is that what it is? We better go after him. Akali lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally. Even the characters here fluctuate between 2 pronunciations, but I went by majority. Let's settle them. Keep our eyes peeled while we make for the village. Final Fantasy XIV needs to introduce new words for the first time in a voice cutscene. This is what Final Fantasy XIV needs to do, and it needs to do way more of it. Game loves giving me new words, and then after about 15 hours, it's set in a voice cutscene for the first time. Why does that work so well for the positioning? Also, we have blues. Blues have already started appearing. Stepchild! Ogul is looking around in trepidation. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Oh, no. Oh, because you come from somewhere where Matanga. Yeah. Hello! Oh, your face! It is known to me. You are the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nadam. Yo, she actually recognizes us. I am Ogul of the, Katayan. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. No, I foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? They don't care if they are slaughtered. These Matanga are not like those on the Azim step. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me. If you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast as far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I was enough going to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time. Just until we meet with this Kankana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have worked that pays a fair wage, so I'll see what she has for me. I'm gonna be a Matanga. I'm gonna be a Matanga. Gonna be a Matanga. It's gonna happen. You know, you already know. Y'all already know. By the way, we've immediately gotten distracted by blues. Lol, and also so. Actually, I also haven't looked. How far? Where? I'm assuming it's okay. Not part of these. We all know where this is going. All right. Who's? You know what? This is a callback to Stormblood. As in, it's the curing racism arc. Okay. But here's like an actual question. Why is there such a difference between the Akasoja here and the Matanga and the Azim Steppe? Why is it so different? I guess it's also like when you go to the first. And goblins in the first. Like, are nothing like the goblins that you meet in the source. There is also that. One wears clothes. Why is that young lady trembling so? I saw the green word Kankana above her head. I didn't realize. By the dusk mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. I ask you to speak with her in my stead. Hi Kankana, we're trying to cure this girl's racism. Welcome to Yedlama, traveler. I'm Kankana, and it's my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Mine first. A question that is now much easier for me to answer. But every single time that question is asked of her, she always starts she starts glowing with energy, she explodes into the air, grabs her sword and strikes it into the air, and goes on this long spiel about her name. It's like really awkward and embarrassing. It throws off everyone. Manifest. And Ogle, was it? Let me jot those down. She does the mega flare emote every time someone asks her name, and it's just like, oh, grandmother, why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? Where she comes from, Matanga are just, yeah. An understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. Okay. Yakasodra actually are aware that they're... Just monologues of Super Saiyan Goku thrown down with Frieza for the first time, except for every introduction. Motherfucker is like Wonder Red every single time. Where it's like, if it isn't the heir to the throne of the roaming ruler, leader of the space pirate band known across the universe as the guys like Prince Vulcan. But like every single time Manifest is asked about her name. Is this the first time? No, it's the second. I was about to say, is this the first time where we've come across one of the tribes of the land? And we meet the good ones, and we meet the evil ones. But across different expansions. And then I realized, no, because we don't actually meet the Illuminati for the No, actually, well, we fight the Illuminati goblins in ARR. But we don't, like, see their, like, where they hang out until we get to the Dravanian hinterlands. Because in ARR, all of, I mean, to be fair, up until Stormblood. Actually, no, not in Stormblood. In Stormblood? I can't remember. But in Heavensward and ARR, it is very distinct. All the society quests are, here's the good ones, and here's the bad ones. Good ones are trying to stop the bad ones. In Stormblood, I don't think they repeat that. Actually, no, they do. No, they do. Because the, no, never mind. The Ananta do that. I'm thinking of the Namazu. I'm just like, the Namazu don't have an evil Namazu tribe to contend with. But no, the Ananta do. The Ananta do have an evil Ananta tribe to deal with as well. So there is that. But yeah, it's just like we met the evil tribe, the evil side, back in Stormblood, and now 2 expansions later, the Namazu are the evil Namazu tribe. You are looking for work though, yes? But you've been forced to take what they can since the troubles began. And so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. So what's left? I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight? Unless you doubt my skill is like that of the Dragonbane. The legendary Chaka Zo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and asked that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What, they already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kachia's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes with the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. I'm sure fucked up little guys, but they're our fucked up little guys. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was not Custodian who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Whatever, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me your strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlamar to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. And that is where we shall meet. You'll find me there, yes? That's on the way to MSQ, it seems. As I said, they shouldn't far. A short walk from the west edge of town. I hiding, can't find me. I mean, names do appear above you, so I'm looking there. Unless you're up! Or you delete me from your friends list. Ah, I found you! I found you! I found you. I happened to stumble across Val on her knees. Fuck me! Holy shit. Crofts, you're so right. I mean, this is dusk. This is dusk because it's past 6. But fuck me, pretty clouds. That's no, not material. So okay, 350 arms to the west is not stress. I recommend using local settlement during MSQ as your free teleport destination. That would make sense, but I also have 21 million gil. Sarah was the final taste of the Namazu. Does mother give me courage? Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous... is your companion not well? She's been touched, keep ate the sickness. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest necessary ingredients on the artisan to stay safe. That way I have no need to fear him being harmed. Perfect, elephant. Wait. Okay. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I want someone to roam around to ensure they were safe from attack. So your friend perhaps frightened by Akasodra? I've met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you can patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. You can really repeat the free teleport here to Charlian, so I make Charlian my next my free destination whenever I need to come here. I've kind of sent me hurling through the Aether again. Alright. Ogles are off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for us. Continue your patrol. Is that an evil elephant? Okay, so there are also evil elephants here. Okay. But these ones are on all fours, so you know that's how they're uncivilized. Also, their furrowed brows and incredibly red eyes. It feels fucked up to attack the elephants right next to the home of the elephants. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, this feels a little weird. We have seen Maras before. I just thought that here... I thought it'd be a little different here. Again! Yeah, but there were also evil Matanga in Stormblood. There were evil Matanga in Stormblood. I'm just a little more surprised that there are also evil elephants here where there are non-evil Matanga. Alright. Chat, I'm at a point in the game where my full lion heart combo doesn't kill enemies in just the combo. I guess if I do No Mercy it would. Tusks, trucks, bone crunching feet. Wearing palms on them. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. Just get better gear. I do have good gear. What happened? Did you slay the beast? Yeah. That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second. Knowing Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother told me we should let our fear wash over us like water, but to my shame I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Manifest, but why did you follow me? To help you. We were on patrol? Forgive me. I should have waited for orders, instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded men reach safety. Things are not going great. Love the slightly added tune piano. I have good gear! I have Credendum and Neo Kingdom and Katsali and Luna Envoy. Okay, to be fair, this is still Raina Skater. This is somehow Fending Boots are the only thing that I have not gotten a good piece of tome gear for yet. But also Luna Envoy and Katsali and Neo Kingdom. I have like multiple pieces of level 100 gear. I'm at the beginning of Endwalker and I can almost participate in Unreal trials. This is one of best Huggle's a good girl. This is just a reality of being close to max level. No! Chat, can we start Dawn Trail like after 8.0 comes out? So I don't have to worry about like having to try in any capacity in the overworld. Can we do that? Deep breaths. Let it wash over you. And my salmon, YMH 740 high quality weapon. I'm not gonna buy Dawn Trail gear on the market board because I don't want to pay that much. That being said, I could probably buy Endwalker stuff on the market board. This looks like a brain massage. You don't have to worry about any random enemies aggroing you. That is true. It's gonna be so fucking bizarre getting to, realistically, only the final zone and nothing else of Dawn Trail. And enemies will aggro me and I'm just gonna be like, what am I playing, Eureka again? I thought I left the Bosnian Southern Front. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although he had hoped for an escort from the start, so imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payments, you can collect that from Kankana. Orgil! Right. I suppose we report to Kankana then. Just run behind the enemies, most of them don't aggro. But it's gonna be weird when they do. And then when they do, I can't kill them in 2 attacks. How do y'all play the game at, like, an appropriate level? I'm gonna have to do, like, society quests in Dawn Trail. On level. For crafting as well. I'm not ready for that. I had no such troubles in Domokugane, I assure you. This is different. I wonder if it's because there weren't giant elephant people in those places. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. When times are hard, the people of Thavnair rely on such traditions and renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. Given what the tower wants to do, I don't know if that's helpful, but... I mean, it would be helpful for the people, but that also might be like an elitist, oh, you're leaning into my plan by doing what's best for you kind of thing. The death of that artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray. And thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment. Half each has agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you, if so. There you go, Noggle. The Matanga along the way. Kind of looks at you expectantly. Ready to tackle another job then? This one registered by a local fisherman, asking for help with marauding monsters. Ordinarily, the Radiant Host keeps the worst of the wildlife in check. We've heard Radiant Host a number of times. Is that like the local? Is that like the local army? Like, or like is that like the equivalent of like Yellow Jackets or Brass Blades? I hope not Brass Blades. But these days, there just haven't been enough blades to spare. Oh god, where's Brass Blades? You want to speak with the fisherman himself for the details. I can read the scroll he left for a name, but he's not like a sojourner should be found fishing the waters from the western shore. Wait, another Batanga! Mind if you always could use more coin? Yes, I have 21 million gil, and they gave me like 3k. So they gave me 1k. Because I can significantly benefit from your wise and experienced company. A 5 pair of hunters we shall make. Come let us speak with this Arca fisherman. Is it gonna be Matsu again? I want it to be Matsu again. Hope your friend can overcome a fear of us. Our present must be to endure this constant state of terror. Why are you all so chill? This woman is doing a racism on you and she's scared and all of you are just like, man, it must suck to be racist. Y'all are too chill. Y'all are so chill. Why are you so cool? They may even be wearing Radiant gear. You're not good. Yeah. Oh, nailed it. There we go. Ooh! Shiver and shot. Is that the thing? Nope, that is a separate little island. Yo! Catch Chopper! Adamantoids are back. Let's go. So I'm now checking out the beach. Oh. There's just a fish in here. Hello. How are you? Not now, friends. I need my rest. What about the drowsy fisher? Pardon me. Oh, I need a nap. I feel like this energy drink is making me extra burpy today. To be fair, every single other person will murder kill you on sight was true 100% of the time where she comes from. Can't a girl have a quiet moment to think? What am I looking at over there? What is that? Are they just like umbrellas in the middle of the beach? Like the ocean? Chill out on. Oh, it's that pin marker. Okay, super far away. The boss fate, if it spawns. Its spawning is entirely dependent on crafts. If crafts doesn't spawn the boss fate, then bad ending for bad ending for Dawn Trail actually. We get the bad ending of Dawn Trail. We get the ending of Dawn Trail where the community starts getting really weird and awkward about it, and people try to claim that the game's dead because Dawn Trail exists. I must have. I'm so excited to get to Dawn Trail and love it. The thing is, like, it's not even a case of, oh, I'm kind of hesitant going into it because, like, what if people, like, it's just like, no, I'm going to love Dawn Trail. And I already know that. Because that's been my response to literally every single expansion so far. Still in the water might be purchased to fish from. Ah, that makes sense. Like, every expansion so far that people have bitched about, and by that I mean A Realm Reborn and Stormblood, I still loved. So I'm not worried in any capacity about people's complaints about Dawn Trail, even if I'm not aware of the specific nature of those complaints, other than just no content, which I don't know if people are still complaining about that because, like, the Ishgard thing has now existed, and soon you're getting Bosnia. I think isn't Bosnia 2 or Eureka 3 happening like literally next week? So I don't know if the no content is still an issue, or will soon not be an issue in Dawn Trail. But other complaints, I have no idea what people are actually complaining about. But I have no concerns that I'll actually be like, oh, I actually don't like the expansion because I've liked every expansion so far. I can't imagine Dawn Trail is so radically different from the rest of the game that I already love that it would turn around and be different in terms of my love of it. Can't take care of the monsters, have you? About damn time. We're fine when we're out in the water, of course, but even a fisher needs to walk on land every now and then, and the trails grow more perilous by the day. I managed to sneak through without a scratch so far, but friends of mine haven't been so fortunate. Told the others around here, they'll tell you. Hey, no content because we're going to fierce on the 27th. Yeah, Eureka 3 is on 2 point. Yeah, it is on Tuesday. Yeah. I might need your help with that manifest. Speaking like a soldier is still challenging for me. Listen to a few stories first to get an idea of what you're up against. I am so glad that Ogiel doesn't have any slurs for the elephant people. Should we do this together then? Yes, fine, good idea. They really want you to know this is a mechanic. They desperately want you to know that, hey, look, we can have NPCs follow you in this game. They really want you to know that that's a thing that Endwalker can now do. We've done it so many times, and this is our second stream, and we're only like 2 hours into the second one. Attacked by the wildlife? Oh, guess I was hauling catch back to town. Dropped the lot and fled for my life. Roads used to be safe, but now... Didn't no one holding my hand ask you simple questions, but not refuse the company when Matanga are involved. You want a story? When I left Akali the other day, I almost went straight into a fiend with a tongue as long as my arm. Barely escaped being gobbed up on the spot. So when they say fiends, I assume they mean Telophoroi beasts. With that being said, I don't know what Telophoroi beasts they would be, because with the last Telophoroi thing that we did in Pagalthon, it was just like tempered dragons and Imperials. Pardon me. So the idea that this one's spitting out fiends is definitely different to the one in Thanalan. Want to hear about monsters? I saw 3 big brutes on my way to Akali. It's Yendlaman. Never seen the like around these parts before. Ah! My entire body today doesn't want to function properly. I don't know why my nose is now fucked. Ah! My body ain't working today. And my body's shutting down from our fucked last 2 days worth. So, you understand now why we had to send for help. I understand that you have a problem with Long-Tongue's brutes terrorizing your roads. These creatures are what we call Pasaka. Without the army sending out regular patrols, it seems the inland monsters began expanding their territories. They've forgotten their fear of us, and that's when people start dying. I need you to remind them. Once you've found and slain these overly bold Pasaka, after you bring one of their carcasses. This is something I've been curious about. Very well, let's make this a contest, shall we? First to topple a Pasaka is the victor. I'm sitting on so you're gonna throw herself headlong to Pasaka's jaws. Shouldn't you be chasing after her? I'll get to her eventually. Yeah. I'll be concerned about winning that contest yours then. Can't say that I blame you. Now realizing, oh yeah, this is gonna be like the first area. This is like the first area of what is the name? Is it just called Thavnair? Are we just in Thavnair? Yeah, Thavnair. I was about to say, do we have like a name for the area, or are we just in Thavnair? We're just in Thavnair. But yeah, this is gonna be the first half of Thavnair. We're actually gonna do all of Thavnair today. Yeah, right. Because I'm looking at the map, just seeing like this oddly shaped lack of exploration. Oh yeah, we're not gonna get to see all of this today. Got so much mileage out of the NPC following mechanic. I mean, they are just also doing it in a way of just like, oh, instead of like meeting the NPC at each new destination, they are just following you a little bit more immersive. Yo! Yo! This dead thing looks cool. I like it. I am now out of Coke flavored energy drink. Don't worry, I have a second can. It's a different flavor, but I have a second can. Ha! First kill is mine! Grandma always said that a hunter should be swift. Like a diving yo! Would you mind dragging down the other two? Once I saw what I did to their friend, they fled to the northwest. I can hold this lump back to the beach while you finish the hunt. You'd be alone with an Akasotra. My fear of Matanga has begun to ebb. Somewhat. Not go before some other poor soul crosses the path of those monsters. I've already forgotten what's the name of Boggy's race and Bagamnan. I forget because we only see them in Evil Symbosia. Hamsa, yo, we have very pretty colored dodos. I always forget because we've seen them so infrequently. But these enemies... Banga. Banga. I think that's why I also get it confused. I get it confused because Banga sounds like Bagamnan, which was, you know, the Empire is a cancer! And I am the Barber's Blade. His name of Bagamnan sounds very similar to Banga. And then also the other one that I can remember the name of because he showed up in Bosnia is Bwagi. So it doesn't help. We're going to have fates here for the boss fight lineup. It would be nice if it did having a boss fight lineup. That would be awesome. Check the fate name on the map. I am the Valrus. This one? Oh, this one? Full Petal Alchemist. Full Petal Alchemist. I was saying, is it I am the Walrus one? Because the localizers is having fun with both of these. Alright, yo, damn! Okay, no, they're not, okay, they are crocodile, like, esque. But they're definitely, like, different body shape compared to the bangas that we saw. I'm now realizing what these remind me of. They're fucking Lizalfos. They're Lizalfos. They've even got the giant stone arms. They're Lizalfos. They've got stone arms. That's what it is. Been bugging me since I saw the first one. I'm just like, there's something I'm thinking of. I can't think of what it is. What I'm looking for is Devout Pilgrims versus... You have summoned one? Devout Pilgrims versus the Jungle Lizards. I don't think I can reach that one. I don't think I can reach that one. But we found it. There is one there. I cannot. It looks pretty fucking far away. And it looks past this line here, across this great divide. I haven't even seen that much of this zone, but I love this place. Oh, fucking Aether Currents. We're looking for those. Right. We also have to look for Aether Currents. Ugh, that thing was heavy. Ah, there you are. Your friend is stronger than she looks. We had to load the carcass onto a boat to carry it away. Oh, the Basaka's pack mates. Did you find them? Murdered the shit out of them. I fucking did the deflect. I deflected their attack. I did the thing where I jump to the side and then roll around them, and then do the yeah and do the big slice upwards, and then they go. Ah! Twilight Princess. Both slain then. That is good. Of course she slew them. Songs of manifest deeds are sung across the steppe. My aching arms wanted to know why you wanted the remains, though. Why else? To make use of its parts. The scales can be spun into silver and the meat will fill our pots. The bones and teeth. We can craft into hooks and other tools. We kill nothing for the sake of killing, even murderous monsters. The two bodies left behind will serve as a warning to the others of their kind. If it keeps them away, then no more blood need be shed. Seems our tribe shares similar customs when it comes to using every part of the kill. As grandmother always said, be not wasteful of the lives you take to sustain your own. You are so very different from your kin, the Kajasura. Oh, so that's why you've been avoiding my gaze. If your only experience with the Matanga has been our brutal cousins, then you'll find the Arkasodra an agreeable lot by comparison. Might even make a few friends, eh? Here's your payment. Well earned, I'd say. Another jump finished. We should report to Kankana, that she might strike it from my list. Let me know when you're done basking in the success of our hunt and we can return to Yevamad. Ogle repays her favors. Ogle is tapping her foot impatiently. Ready then? I've encountered the contents of my coin purse. I don't have to buy passage on a ship, but as food and other supplies. Well, I'd feel more comfortable with the pay from one more job weighing down my belt. You can see me through just one more, yes? I feel like the idea is you're going to want to stay here for a little bit after that. At the very least, let us make a report to Kankana and ask us what she has on offer. Come, show me how fleet of foot you are, champion. Champion, why are you getting on a fucking bike that feels cheating? Your foot is so fleet. You ride on a bike. yeah! Hell yeah! It is nice to know that we have someone else out here running the fucking kettle. I am so glad that we have someone here running the kettles. What? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I know it's not a common opinion, but I do really like New Monk. I do really like New Monk. Keeping track of the debuffs and the buffs was not something I could do before. See, the thing is, like, I want Noxious Nash to return to Viper, and I'm okay with the debuff on, what's it called? Reaper. On Reaper, it's just its own button. It's its own button that you have to be careful when you press it, because Reaper has so many sections where you have to do a particular move to follow up a previous one for it to function. Like, you can't reapply Death's Design in the middle of your End Strat combo. You can't apply it if you've used one of your avatar attacks and you got to do that. So you need to keep uptime before you have to, like, spend a lot of time doing something else. So it still has that mental capacity. It is not just free. And then Noxious Nash for Viper is the start of the combo, so it's really easy to just be like, do it at the start of the combo. And again, it would have been nice to be like, use Noxious Nash at the start of the combo, make sure the timer is high enough so when you do like the Awakens combo or anything like that, you have enough time to pull it off before Noxious Nash will fall off. Monk I found way more confusing though, because it was combo enders. Like, I could not mentally keep up. Like the dot. The dot is a combo, like, is the combo finisher. The buff is the middle of the combo, so that was a little easier. But the dot on the enemy was a combo ender. So it was really hard for me to, like, mentally keep track of, like, okay, do I want to reapply the dot now? Or do I want to wait until my next combo? But will I have enough time before it drops if I don't do it on this combo, kind of thing. Like, obviously the correct thing is just obviously it would have been just, if the dot is at a certain amount of seconds, you do or don't reapply it. Or if you know that before you can you finish your next combo, you might have forced downtime because of a movement mechanic or anything like that. There is that. There would have been ways for that, but I find as combo finishers, it was much harder to keep a track of those. When now that it's just use balls and spend balls, it's a hell of a lot, like, mentally simpler. Because I still feel like that there's still enough, like, of making sure you arrange your combos properly because perfect balance in Monk, that it's still just not, like, Monk is pressing the glowing buttons when you're just doing your basic combos, but you're doing stuff like perfect balance frequently enough, because it's every 30 seconds, that making sure you optimize perfect balance by doing the right combos, there's still enough thought process into which one to do, that it isn't just like, press the button that glows. Whereas Viper now is literally only press the button that glows. There is no thought process that goes into its combos in any capacity. It is purely press the button that glows. Where at least if it had Noxious Nash, the combo starter, you would have to pay attention to. It's like, again, it's why I think it's ridiculous that they got rid of it within a month. Noxious Nash got taken off of Viper within a month of the job's existence. It was way too early. They should not have gotten, like, they should have let Noxious Nash sit for at least a little longer than 1 fucking month. But also, it's just like, Noxious Nash was the one part of its bread and butter that you had to think about. It was the only thing that you had to think about. Because the rest of it was still just press the button when it glows. It like, way too extreme an overreaction to within a couple of weeks of the job existing to get rid of, like, the only part of friction that the job really has. It's so absurd. Again, Dawn Trail job balance and job design mentality has been concerning to say the least. I've seen people say that the Black Mage changes make more sense with the new Savage Raid series. I have seen that. But also, it took them a long time to actually work out what the fuck they wanted to do with Black Mage and Dawn Trail. They keep changing Black Mage and Dawn Trail multiple times over. It has changed multiple times, and we're, like, only just about to reach halfway through 7.2. So, yeah. It really does feel like when it comes to job design in Dawn Trail, they are just very unsure of what they want to do. And I feel like that it's at a point where it's just like, they need to stop listening to the player base about job design. I honestly think that's the entire thing. Like, just stop listening to players, come up with a vision, and do it. Because I feel like a lot of the issues with Dawn Trail job design, outside of them just deciding not to do anything with Summoner, comes from trying to appease everyone. Pretty sure everything's gonna get reword touched up in 8.0. Manifest. Safely back from your work on the shore, I see. But where is Urkel? She said she was gonna meet me here. Oh no! My coin purse. Some slippery son of a Zoe snatched it from me. Praise it as you please. I lost sight of it in the market along with all my worldly wealth. How am I to pay for lodgings or food? Already my belly cries in protest. Marcia! I got someone to sell fish to— Wait, no, never mind. Her belly's crying, but she just lost her money. Marcia, wait like a couple seconds. Oh, you poor thing. After all the good work you've done for us. You'll stay with me tonight, I insist. You would take me in? I saw that. You looked me right in the eye. Finally warming up to Osaka Soda, are you? I can barely see you through the tears. But yes, maybe now I can stand being in the same room as a Matanga. Some of them, anyway. I'm glad to hear it. Here, and I'll lend you a few coins as well. We can't have you running around without a guild to your name. Thank you. In fact, why don't we head to my house now? We're gonna fill that complaining belly of yours. You're more than welcome to join us, Manifest. How about we find the person who got the coin purse? Do we want to try and do that? Spawn, damn you. What? Do you know if it's possible for it to spawn right now? It is a world boss. What if it can't spawn because it's been spawned too recently? There's always a bounce somewhere else on the island, but there's still a whole lot of shipload in the other building that's not coming anywhere soon. If overseas trade don't resume soon, then like God's help my business. No. What devout pilgrims are you on? Kanabuti, Return of the Tyrant. Micah sent you a notification says no, it hasn't. Oh, okay. You there, empty a satchel right now! Oh. I think I found them. I think I found the people who are shitheads. I think I found the people who are shitheads. Mantis fly. Kankana! Oh, you girl's not here yet. Oh, mind if something terrible has happened. I've been robbed! I saw a boy jumping out the window as we approached him. I looked inside. My belongings have been turned inside out. I will set off a pursuit of the thief, but hasn't returned. Do you think you can catch up with her and see if everything's alright? I'll lock up here and you can meet me back at my offices when you've found her. I think that's exactly where I was looking. You're looking for shitheads, just go to any conservative rally. Ayo! Oh look, Radiant Host. Radiant Guard. What are the Radiant Guard wearing? Oh, they're wearing the Radiant gear. Oh, that's why it's called Radiant. There it is. I know you told me that earlier, but now I can see it for myself. Radiant is, depending on the situation, okay. I checked for loop and it's available to... It's literally on for loop. Just open up Boogaboo and you can find it. Dang, I lost him again. As soon as I saw him here, and boy, who made up on that coin purse. His size, his clothing, and all matches. It's literally on Tubu. It's yes, exactly. It's literally on Poop. I'm glad you know what I'm referencing. I was going to cut my losses at Endwalker Guild, but this assault to my host, it will not stand! Grandmother always says to repay one's favors, and by the Dusk Mother I mean to do just that. Will you help me find justice for Kankana? We'll stop by asking around for more information. I have a feeling we're not the only ones who have fallen afoul of this thieving urchin. So if the we adds, the better our chances, yes? I said we split up, gather what clues we can, and meet back at Kankana's offices. Could this have anything to do with it? This is a Huron boy. Could this have anything to do with it? Genazard! This is second information, mind you, but I hear that the thief you're looking for is barely more than a child. Okay, looks one that's older than a child. Sad, isn't it? How terrible things have become. The young boy is forced into a life of crime just to survive. Whee! I was hoping you'd have dialogue. Never mind. Is it not spawning? If a fate world boss is off cooldown and you do the fates, is it a guaranteed spawn? Or is it once it's off cooldown, it has a chance to spawn each time you do the thing? I actually have no idea how world bosses work like that. There was another robbery. I wonder if it's the same boy I found in my house the other day. He yelled that he was sorry, and when I saw the desperation on his face, I didn't have the heart to chase after him. Chance, okay. World bosses are one of like the achievement categories that I'm super far behind on. I've done a handful. I've done like the fourth one in Ilmeg. Obviously, like the ones that were done on stream, like the Fox and Behemoth, and Odin several times over. I've done the full chain thrice now. Oh, so you just keep doing the chain. Okay. Let me get my bike out. I can't find anyone. Oh, by the water here. I'm not seeing anyone else pop up with anything. Oh, thing. Oh, there we go. Abdi. The reason I should pickpocketing. Oh yes, I've heard several stories as that's likely the work of the same criminal. Oh my fuck us botting. Oh, I see. Here I thought you were trying to spawn the world boss because you wanted me to see it. Here I was thinking it was for me. I thought you were being nice and wanted to do a cool thing for me on stream. I'm such a prick sometimes. I'm afraid that meal will have to wait. Well, champion, what have we discovered? It's a desperate child who can barely eat. So our tale was the familiar one. What I heard from local children was even more disturbing. They told me a man, a stranger, approached them with the promise of work and easy coin. I have no proof of this offer is connected with the recent robberies, but it does seem suspicious. If the stranger truly is recruiting young ones to steal for him, then he is the one I would punish for these crimes. We just need to find him first. God damn it, Valens! I thought you died! Rodzenhan closing its gates left many struggling to make a living. Oh! Rodzenhan's closed its gates. Okay, I didn't realize Rodzenhan was that closed off. And the appearance of that ghastly tower sparked the chain of events that still has the Radiant Host spread too thin on many fronts. Under the circumstances, a rise in crime is to be expected. We are fortunate then to have this. I thought I thought they were protecting Rodzenhan more particularly, but I didn't realize it was like, oh, Rodzenhan locked itself off. Me. Shouldn't I do anything out of anything but vanity at your own peril? Under the circumstances, a rise in crime is to be expected. We are fortunate that two of you here to act on behalf of our lawkeepers. So please accept this as payment. We can't expect you to work on an empty stomach. There, armor salad. We got an armor salad. The Yet the Mud Hunt. A new hunt begins. Come, we must track down the one behind all this. But we're still not sure if the stranger is actually involved in the robberies, let alone where to start looking for him. Simple way to find out. We lured the boy Faith into stealing from me again. And what we suspect is true. Then he'll likely take any ill-gotten gains directly to his patron. So I'll play the part of an unguided traveler flaunting a heavy purse or some such. Mind of us, you can watch for the little pickpocket and be ready to follow him when he makes his move. She'll lead you some shadowy figure, then I want you to herd them both to the west. I'll circle around, be lying in wait to spring an ambush. That's really quite clever, Ogle. I'm impressed. Grandmother always said, if you want to catch a big fish, don't spare the bait. Same idea applies to slippery criminals. Right then, let's take our places in the town square and lay the trap for our quarry. I'll make the lure something obvious so you can see it being stolen from afar. Do be careful, won't you? Whee! Oh, hello there, Ogle. Swiftly now into position. My cannon glam is finished. Hey. So is mine. Ooh, giant glowy sword. But what if the child hurts himself on the sword? I definitely don't stand out here at all. I blend in with the locals in my pirate garb. Oh, it's that lady I stole from earlier. And she's asleep next to a giant sword. Oh! Oh, you got it! Alright, follow the child! Follow the child! Follow the aquarium from a safe distance. Objective will end in failure if you are noticed or if you fall too far behind. Did they actually put a fucking stealth mission into my Final Fantasy XIV? Oh my god, they actually... Oh my god. Oh my god. The hunt is on. Oh wow, okay. This counts as hiding? Glad they abandoned this concept for Dawn Trail. Oh, this way, we've done this like once before. It was a cell, wasn't it? I was about to say, is this out like the first time that we've ever done this? But no, they did this for a cell. We had to follow a cell in Heavenswood. Have we done it outside of that? That I can't remember if we've done it outside of that. Boy has left you to a suspicious looking Arcus Iron Man. Duty complete! Yeah. Yeah, we did it like once in Heavenswood to follow a cell. I can't think of any other time. Maybe in a seasonal event. They want to let you know they've introduced new gameplay mechanics. It's like Stormblood all over again. Look, we have new gameplay mechanics that we can do in our MMO. Look, you can now follow people. You can now have people follow you. Again, it's like in Stormblood when they're just like, shoot people! Do interesting things. Oh, you're a proper little scoundrel, aren't you? Nice work. I'll fence the rest of the goods, and then you'll get your cut. Hey, shithead! God damn it, Ricochet! I told you to check for tails! You and your family to learn of our arrangements, now run! Quick, get out the bike! Get out the bike! I mean, to be fair, if, like, titties bouncing aside, if someone dressed as Minor Fist with this giant sword on their back ran at me, I'd run away in piss and shit terror as well. Damn! Damn, Mogul. Killed them before I got there. Get up on the Hydra's back. I should change my in Monster Hunter. When someone else mounts a monster, I should make my message that my character screams out be that. My apologies, Manifest. I didn't circle around as planned, but when I heard how he yelled at the child, my rage could not be contained. Grandmother always said those who prey on the weak are undeserving of mercy. So I beat him senseless. Full of Amatongo! When he awakes, he'll find himself in the custody of the Radiant Host. See, it was an elephant, so it was easy for her to kill. Miss, I'm sorry you got hurt because of me. And I'm sorry for taking your belongings. Apology accepted, young one. It's a brave thing to admit when you are wrong. Let me explain the situation to your lawkeepers, but we can steer you back on the right path. If you say so, miss. I will cut this refuse in the nearest guardhouse. Pray inform Concon of our success. Another heavy load. I'm supposed to invest in a wagon or a sled or... I'll tell the soldiers everything, I promise. Lol, dead. See, this is more upbeat music than I was expecting from here. Oh, this is the kind of music I was expecting from here. More upbeat. Also, I forgot about to say the card. First actual instance of getting to hear the day theme here. Alright. Super far away to the north. Way up there. Whee! This place is pretty as hell. This place is really pretty. It is very good. Outside of the giant evil internet tower. Oh, Chocobo Key. Hello. Hello, Chocobo Key. I don't know if I'll ever use a Chocobo Boy, but it is nice to have you at least. It is nice to be able to talk to you at least and unlock you. Whee! Kankana! Oh good, is everything alright? Manifest, tell me what have happened. All is well. I began interrogating the man before I left. I knew he was blubbering about where he stashed the stolen goods. Soldiers plan to recover the cash and return the items to their rightful owners. Praise be to the sisters. There were certain personal articles, things very dear to me, that I thought I had lost forever. Oh, she also mentioned Rakashi, our boy thief. Seems his parents were out of work and begging for scraps. His crimes were of necessity. And after seeing the considerable remorse he showed for his actions, I decided to let him keep the coin he took from me, as well as my share of the reward from the Radiant Host. As Grandmother always said, children are the greatest treasure of all. I can hardly let him and his family starve, now can I? Aww. Aww. How will you pay for passage now? I can earn back again easily enough. And since I have tamed my fear of the Arcasodra, there's no need to rush. I'll take my time and explore all the wonders this island has to offer. Thank you, Manifest, for staying on my side this long. But I think I continue on alone. Speaking of which, Kankana, have you any new tasks available? Oh, my dear Ogre, I have the perfect job for you. Actually, I have business with the employer myself, so we can head off together if you like. Yay! And through the power of the Warrior of Lights, yet another racism has been defeated! Let's go! There you go, Manifest. I haven't forgotten your half of the reward. May your adventures be many and your hunt successful. Well, I don't know if our hunt's going to be successful if this pilgrim doesn't spawn. Ah, we cured the racism. Interesting that if that's like the end of the questline, where's my materia reward I usually get for finishing a questline? I normally get a reward of materia for finishing a questline. And off that character disappears. I normally get materia rewards. The game didn't even give me any materia. Trying to see if anywhere here does actually go out a little bit further. No, it doesn't. That is a hard line that's up that entire direction. Yeah, they don't. Yo! Sup? Sorry, I didn't mean to pull a sword out of you. Sup? Yo! You have a badass coat, and you got badass boots. I recognize these boots. These are Moonwood boots, aren't they? What are they? They are Moonwood boots. They're the Moonwood boots. I use these on Machinist, but I don't dye them. And you have that. What is this top? This is Nia gear? This is Nia gear? Huh. Paradigm. I didn't realize a gear like this existed in Nia. Well, there you go. That's very different than anything I thought. It works well. Paradigm gear's a mixed bag. And also, you're wearing full credendum. This credendum hat, will eventually be on my dancer. Eventually, it'll be on there. Why is this in Nia? Yeah, I was like looking at this top. I'm just like, I would not have picked it. This would be a Nia thing, at all. I would not have guessed that. There we go. There we go. Well, I've seen this glam before. It is a very good glam. I'm stealing most of it until I bait Dawn Trail. But I have definitely seen it before. The hat is near. Oh, you got a ribbon! You got a ribbon on the... See, from the front I couldn't see it. You have a ribbon on the back of your head. Yeah! Because you're a Viero. It's one of like 6 hats in the game that exist that you can wear. Yeah! You have a Thavnair ribbon. Yay! Yay! Glad we saw it. Alrighty, MSQ can now continue. But before I can continue MSQ, I'm gonna get my other drink. I'm gonna get my second energy drink. Because I have healthy habits. And I'm also gonna take my headphones out of my ears for a second. Because my ears are getting a little itchy. Oh, that's from the gems? Literally slid for it. The ribbons from the gems? Or is it like material to make the ribbon, do you mean? Huh. I thought Thavnairian gear, like where it just says Thavnairian something, I thought that was like Heavenswood gear. I feel like there's like Thavnairian sandals that I can wear that are like from like level 60. Oh, the ribbon is straight up a purchase, so it's a unique one. Okay. Yeah, because there's like the Thavnairian bolero, Thavnairian sandals and stuff like that. There's some of those that I believe are from Heavenswood. But the ribbons... is that the first bit of glam that a gem vendor has? I don't think gem vendors have any glam in Shadowbringers. Not that I can think of at the very least. Anyway, I'm going to get a second energy drink. I'm going to do that. I recommend everyone in chat does the same. Don't do that, actually. I'm pretty sure the cans do explicitly say, somewhere on them, consume no more than 1 per day. So consuming a second 2 hours after the first is probably not recommended. If I had to guess. But I am a rebel. I am a badass. I am full of sex. And I'm getting a second can. I don't know what flavor this is. I don't know what flavor this is. Because this one just says it says flying power like the other one, but it just says original 99% sugar-free. So I don't know what flavor this one is. The cola one's nice. It tastes like Coke. My energy drinks make me so hungry. Caffeine. Caffeine does that. I'm pretty sure caffeine straight up is... Well, caffeine makes you poop. Caffeine makes you poop, and then when you poop, you're hungry. Pilgrims are back. Attention, warning, you are now consuming a second energy drink. Thavnairian headdress. See, this is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, I'm thinking of this. This is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. There's Thavnairian crafted glam. That's like this. But possibly Shadowbringers, that's after Animus gear. It would make sense if it was... It would make sense if it was, Shadowbringers, because Dancer. That would make sense. Charlian Diadema. It's got the grapes. It's got the grapes. It has grapes. What flavor do we think Original's gonna be? If the two flavors that this brand has is Coke and Original, what flavor do we think Original's gonna be? Bro, that's just Mother. That's just Mother. It's Mother, but smoother in flavor. There's an Australian energy drink called Mother. You know how... You know how all energy drinks, or at least most energy drinks, have that, like, very artificial taste to them? That particular kind of, like, tang and sweetness. That has, like, energy drinks have that very artificial flavor to them. Mother is, out of every energy drink I've ever had, the most artificial tasting shit. Mother tastes the most explicitly like, this is not healthy for you. This is a lab-made drink designed to be a devil's bargain of trading you energy for health. But sometimes you want a poison to consume to remind you that you're alive. And that's where Mother comes in. That just tastes like Mother. It tastes like Mother, but nowhere near as biting in it. So it does actually serve a purpose. If you don't want the feel of how strong Mother's bite is, it's that. This is an Aldi brand too, so this might actually exist in other countries. Because Aldi is a multinational, like, Aldi exists in other countries, the supermarket. So, because this is an Aldi brand drink, this might exist in other countries. So, if you have an Aldi and they sell Flying Power, if you want to know what Mother tastes like, try the original. And just imagine this, but it bites harder. Yeah, it really is just Mother. I don't know how to describe the flavor of Mother is the thing. I don't know how to describe the flavor of it. Because it's less a flavor and more of a sensation of bitingness. But there and stuff is Heavens would get it from treasure maps and dungeons and stuff. And also, we want to just like that in Curthus. Because of the relics? Because the relics have you dealing with Thavnair person? My favorite energy drink is Mother 3, but you need to have it smuggled out of Japan. You don't see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Let's go actually look for Matsuya! We have to start him getting abducted by the evil people. Alright, so I gotta go up this rock. Let's go around here. There, wait. I can, there we go. Fucking nailed it. Absolutely crushed it. Alright, densitation. I do not see an elephant that doesn't want to kill me. You don't see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone! Help! Somebody, anybody help! Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north! Here, chain. Piss, 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 piss. Go chain piss, girl. Oh shit! Imperials! I'm under attack! Quickly! Murder the shit out of them! I remembered No Mercy that time. They're an ugly gig! Kill them! Their glam is terrible! Death! I saved you, you're okay. Huh? Where'd they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. Tempered Imperials are kidnapping Archaeologists, taking them to the towers. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, thinking what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We hear Archaeologists are being targeted. Surely you have as well? Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. It's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell of us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis known for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us. We're beyond to share our knowledge. And fish! They're true beer-fearing, God-drinking, Thavnairian folk. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Arkyali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. No, we go together. Sorry, in the words of name days, we go together. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Thavnairian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Harnish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Well, we haven't worked out how to do that with any other tower yet. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. I, as you said, will do well to study their religious traditions. To Arkyali. We stand together. But we're not standing, we're moving forward. Okay, so the next one is... Oh, actually, the next one I could possibly reach if it's, like, there. If it's in the Font of Maya, then I'm probably fucked. Yo, Ace Attorney reference, Pog. Oh, Hixion spawns now. Yo, okay. Svanna. There's absolutely nobody here in Svanna currently, but look. It's Svanna. Look, everyone. Svanna. But there are suspiciously player characters around in Svanna. I wonder if Svanna will do something later. I have my suspicions about Svanna. Hi, Svanna. What is that? Oh, I thought I was about to say Svanna. I was like, what's this? What's that emote? It's like, oh, it's a shush emote. Yo, people fighting crabs. Yo. Yo, crabs! I'm gonna pet the crab. I'm gonna pet the crab. I must pet the crab. 39 mind is a suspicious settlement. Oh, Jesus! The Walrus! These are like the Gyukis. I think they were called Gyukis back in Stormblood. I didn't realize Endwalker was Stormblood too. Though I probably should have, because it's about the literal follow-up to Stormblood about, like, the war with the Galleons. Ganga! Trying those times maybe we must keep our hearts calm. as the gods have taught us. Oh, shit, sorry. For instance, scriptures speak of a light within. When darkness falls, we must look to ourselves, not to others, to illuminate our way. So what's the line? Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others. Mark you that platform out in the water. Some manner of shrine, perhaps. Well, we're trying to pray to something over there. But we pray that it fucking appears first. That's fair, yeah. While I'm out in the water, I can usually forget about my woes, but I chance that with the giant eyesore looming there. I better tear that hideous thing down soon. Unfortunately, the 5G corrupts your brain if you walk near it if you aren't one of God's special children, so... Charming little village. Shame about the hideous tower. It's alright! We just gotta wait for it to be foggy, and then you can't see it. Okay, question. I'm seeing that, but I'm also seeing a castle next to it. Is the castle part of it, or is that its own thing? Welcome to our village, traveler. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm a fisher, and a good one at that. I'll reel you in the biggest catch on the open sea. Or something smaller by the shore if you prefer. Your choice. There's a car. I can see a castle. Can you not see the castle? Look at the castle. I see a castle. I'm only as skilled as with the rod as I am with a net. Some days I find myself so far from shore that I miss the morning rush at the bazaar. Here's the fishing village of FFXIV. You think of it as a fisher's Yellowknife, which is perhaps such a helpful analogy for foreigners. Of course, we've had a few merchants come into the port since that horrible tower appeared. Not to mention the kidnappings. Oh, it's in the foreground, closer than you think. What is going on over there? There's a group of people over there. What are they doing? Welcome to Okiali, my friend. The name means White Beach. There isn't much here to save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you can do worse than start with Kanga and old Thavnair. They're free at the moment, as it happens. G-posing is a popular spot. So they're killing the crabs to get them out of the G-pose. We should know about our gods. What a curious visitor you are. Must want fish. And I guess I might be to oblige. No, I don't know how it is once you hail, but our island is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusia, being of wisdom, who's assumed the form of men, and the Murga, being of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities. Their forms and personalities, many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of a great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be a better people and live better lives. So, like, instead of being like a single primal that's being summoned, like an Ifrit, is this just primal summoning, like, literally all of them? Literally every single one of them, and that's why they can come out and attack? And you shouldn't learn about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Mirka, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Mirka cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. The 12? That'd be terrifying. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Mirka, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom. And they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. Okay. So the deities basically now are just like either human bodies with beast heads, or beast bodies with human heads. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Mirka the limbs of men. So is it that, like, when Emmett Silk was talking about the two warring factions coming together, is that who he's referring to? The gods? Or is it just, like, or is that also, like, for, like, the Akasodra and then, like, here's an Auri who showed up. Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to this story, heritage giveth them meaning new life. Matya, there you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods trust. While you're off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. What you got for us, Matya? Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Last time I was trying to scroll, it reversed how we thought about it, Aether. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. So when they say the sisters, this is what they're referring to. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest regard. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Mirga, if I may ask? Mirga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Another is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of Yakasodra. Gonna say this works if you don't know anything about it, but this is the most ham-fisted reference in the game. Wait, this is a reference to Hinduism? And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. Sorry, what? Sorry, what? Huh? Dragons? You worship dragons too. They're bosses in FF4. Oh. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Azatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Okay. Is this that dragon means something very specifically in FF14? What? Dragon ally. Our revered deities, Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy. Is that their names? Oh, is that why they're like Sandaruva and Cinderuva and Mindaruva? Oh, okay. So, they're called Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy. And so they add the Aruva part here. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing can be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. It is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sort out Kral's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Oh! The wrestling village. The Great Work. Marzia has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say you're going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Oh, I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes! When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh, stars above. That's the castle there in the coast picture. Oh. Great Work is situated at the cove to the north. Follow the road north to reach it. See, in the fog, I can't really tell. But yeah, that is like literally the direction that we're headed, isn't it? Yeah, which is right up there. That's the castle. Alright, to the castle! To the great castle! Salt winds welcome. All the name of places right there. Okay, northeast. So it says it's that way. We're gonna take a detour here to see if it's possible to reach the thing here. I doubt it. I bet it's gonna be further beyond. I'm really bad at measuring yarms on a map like this, especially because, you know, each region is a different, like each zone is a different size. Masakas. Oh, it's still saying 600. After, yeah. But absolutely not. The answer is no fucking shot. What the fuck even is a yarm, you know? Well, it's a yard, but I also don't measure shit in fake bullshit American measurements, so I don't know what that is either. Oh, okay, so this is its own little thing. Kaji's footsteps. So if I'm trying to get an S-train on a minute and end up getting lost. But at least you can dance about it. Kajaya's footsteps. Can I drop down there? I worry if I drop down there, I'm not gonna be able to get back up. Oh, I absolutely feel. I really feel like I could. I feel like that's meant to be the next area, but I feel like I could fall down there. 1 yard's about 1 meter. Oh. Thinking breakfast at night. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? And Kraft said, I'm too young to remember that film. But as I recall, I think it was kind of racist. Then I said, yeah, that's true. I'm pretty sure that's how the song goes. They were really underselling it. It's not kind of, it's extremely racist. If it's the movie I'm thinking of, then it's not kind of. It's not kind of. It's virulently. Kind of racist doesn't even get to, yeah. yeah, kind of is massively underselling it. Oh look, it's the thing they mentioned before. The Vagrayangula. They have like, are they just armor fruits? Do they just get giant armor fruits? They're the sand armadillos from Shadowbringers. But instead they just get giant armor fruits and just burst it over their bodies. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love it. Lasayanas. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sasha, but you've been attacked by a thing. Okay, okay, never mind. Okay. Either we can... No, I feel like we... No. Either Thavnair is way fucking bigger than I realized. Do you watch classic movies? Why is your favorite movie and why is it Sunset Boulevard? Okay, I'm thinking... so I don't think I've seen that. I'm looking at this and I'm just like, okay, maybe this place is way bigger than I thought. I thought like going to here is where it was. I was used to Labyrinthos. We saw basically fucking nothing of Labyrinthos. We saw so little Labyrinthos. We could barely labyrinth in our offers. But we can see way more of Thavnair. Thavnair expands out way further. Yeah, okay. Either this isn't divided into two, but I feel like it is. Because, again, this dividing line looks very particular. But it's actually divided roughly in half, unlike Labyrinthos, which we explore, like, 2 steps into it, and then we're stopped. Alright, so let's go back out to, let's go back over to, here. Look at how little we explored of this place. We got this. We got this. That's all we got. And I said that's all we got. There's so much more of the place that we haven't seen yet. Ooh. So we got like a hole above it, this section up here. So I'm just going for a wander now. I'm just exploring. I just chilling. Giant castle. Whee! The great work. I'm gonna jump directly on top of the Aether. Alright, ready? Whee! Yeah! I like this. I appreciate the consistency. This one doesn't look like a Shallian Aetherite. It's only the one in Yedlamar. It's only the one in Yedlamar that looks the way that it does. Because that's the specific one that attaches to Shallian. Well, this seems bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, I think there's a problem here. And so Manifest was impaled, and funny, Daniel killed everyone. There was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. I thought this was because it was Final Fantasy 14. Low battery? My headphones are lasting less and less time. This was the pair that usually lasted 3.5 hours. They're now lasting less than 3. In such matter did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What in the world? Everyone's just been knocked the fuck out. But I do have low battery, so I feel like shit's about to get intense. So let us get out new headphones before everything goes down. They might last another half an hour, but they might die on me all of a sudden. Now that they're warning me about low battery. And even so, I don't want to be yelled at in my ear for the next half an hour. Low battery the entire time. Highly recommend it. Gloria Swanson should have won Best Actress for it. I can't see. Or Bette Davis for All About Eve. Or really anyone nominated other than that year. 1950 was a weird year. No, okay, they didn't both connect. So I think about Breakfast at Tiffany's and how like, oh, that's like praise is like an old classic movie. And then you watch it and it's just like insanely racist. And it just makes me think of that one skit where the guy's just like, it's like talking to his girlfriend and it's like, you haven't seen Sex Times at Spring Break High? And he's just like watching the movie with his girlfriends. And it's just a constant parade of incredibly sexist, incredibly racist, incredibly homophobic, incredibly transphobic. And it's just like it was a different time. It was 2005. Autocorrect keeps changing bet to better. Autocorrect hates women. I think the whole humor skit where the guys look for movies for revenge ideas and it's all just sex crimes. Yeah, that's also part of that. Yeah. Yeah. So you guys see how the feels possibly ancient by the evolution speed of internet culture? I mean, and that's, I feel like if you're a millennial, it's a very common thing of just like, it's hard to go back and watch anything from when you were younger because all of it's got so much of that in there. One of the worst examples is still Friends. Friends is like, fucking, that show is fucking evil. Like, while I was living with my parents again, my mom loves that show and she'd go back and watch it. And just the amount of times I'd be like, catching parts of the episode. And I just like, and I just think to myself, I'm just like, what? This show's like actually evil. This is actually an evil program. What the fuck? Like, when people talk about how one of your friends, like, one of your male friends could be, like, that evil person that you hear about in terms of the way they treat women. Yeah, his name is Joey Tribbiani. That moves growing up Silicon Valley Desert. I'm joining the inevitable adult rewatch of it. Oh, no.
What happened here?
Why is everyone just laid out? What the fuck happens?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Okay, so we heard Yakasodra is alive. Are the others alive still, or is
they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by
okay?
choice,
So they
is
are
another
okay. So they
question
are
entirely.
seemingly all still alive. Just something fucking happens.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Okay, so when I was talking about, like, Harnish Alry specifically, then yes. This is Certainly not Ryan or Zyla. Hanish Alri is absolutely its own race that you just can't, like, have. Seeing this kid, I guess. Voice doesn't sound like kid, but appearance looks like kid. Yeah, Hanish, yeah. There's a unique child mom. It's Ryan. Is it?
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap.
Oh,
My
shit.
task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Well, this Vashan's scale colors look very different to Ryan's. Okay, so straight up, yeah, straight up servant to the satrap. Child labor.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
I'm confused!
Oh, happy, thank you. Now I can continue my experiment.
Were they all just upset they couldn't do anything? Were they all just upset that they couldn't do science?
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Varshan immediately noticed Ascidian's Dragoon Lance. And Ascidian's immediately noticing dragon scales. Go and Endwalker every skill is just collapsing on the wall from exhaustion every day.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
Is it delicious armor fruit?
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Fucking what? Fucking excuse me? Unique outfit spotted. Does this happen to be Nadana? Does this happen to be Nadana? But excuse me, a talisman capable of, like... A talisman that can, like, do the echo shit of, like, nullifying tempering shit?
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Wait, who the fuck? We came to investigate the tower on behalf of...
Of course.
Yeah.
You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
I am the warrior of light. That is me.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
Do you need to study my echo to work out how to do the final touches? Is this going to be like a non-fucked up resident? Praise be my
feel it
friend
too.
Cindy.
My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
They said there's dragons around here, but like, we ain't seen any. And also, if again, dragons are a very specific thing in 14. If there are dragons here, it means something.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
What are you, a cop? Okay, so the dragon is still like around. Staring at each other.
That is well.
Summer turns out shutting business how we get all the crafting materials. Just am I trying to beef with the baby? This is... Which dragon? Which dragon is the question? 14 lore is very specific about dragons. Every single dragon, regardless of descendantness, is related to Midgardstormer. So there being a dragon that has forged an alliance, the Satrap here, means something.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Motherfucking this fucking flash stepped over here.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Yes, it is, of one of the fallen first brood.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Yeah, I turned into one at one
I should
point.
like to draw a file or two, if so.
Nerds! No, I swear to God, nerds!
See here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Fucking Ryonji!
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
I do, like, Endwalker has a consistent theme so far. Has nothing to do with answers or anything like that. The consistent theme so far is you can't trust nerds. City left the island of Alphanos, only ended up surrounded by Alphanos. City has his YouTube channel talking about his beef with the honest shot who suspects of trafficking dragons.
No harm will come to you,
Varshan
I promise.
exposed.
Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come
Okay,
with me,
so you
all
got
of
alchemists
and
everywhere
I can
working on this shit.
explain the crux of the situation.
Yeah, you got alchemists working everywhere on how to actually handle this shit. I mean, as the thing is, like, if something has been established very thoroughly in the lore, if you do relics, and other side content, is that Thavnairian, well, Harnish alchemy is some of the strongest science that this world has. It comes up very consistently that it's the best shit. So the idea that we get here and they're immediately just like, oh yeah, we're just like replicating the anti-tempering aspect of the fucking what's it called? Echo is like, yeah, it makes sense. These that everyone calls the YouTube controversy Dragon Gate the final steps of it. What harms to the furfiest, sweetest, most accommodating creature you've ever seen? They're not gargoyles, so no. You can pet them, you can eat them, you can even use their glands for alchemical processes. Just superlative animals all around. Just saying that next to one. You can pet them, you can also eat their flesh. How they got Jalamuk. I think I'm here to the beach, look out on the open sea. So it's relaxing. Well, not so much now that ghastly tower looming over us. And their flesh is at least sometimes poisonous. Did I attune to this? I don't even remember. I impaled myself on it. I can't remember if I attuned to it. I assume I did. My guy, why are you doing this? It's raining. I did. Yay. 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 The great work. Yep, alchemy shit absolutely everywhere. Immediately walk in, here's alchemy shit everywhere. I don't see that sinister looking spy while I'm working, but it's always there. Lurking in the back of my mind. Amra! Isn't that the name of the fruits? Everyone using this as your free travel spot over Yedlamad. Who are you? It's traveling, I don't care, it's money. I have a permanent FC buff that drops down my money cost. It's fine. I have one of the many alchemists who live and work here. I was once botanist, but found alchemy calling to me every time I came to deliver the ingredients. Though at first I struggled with even the most basic alchemical compounds, I've somehow managed to earn my place at the great work. There is always room to improve both the science and the self, however. This is the great work, first built by the Thavnair family, a line of renowned alchemists. Now people come from across the land to study and practice the science of alchemy in these halls. Each alchemical concoction has a storied history behind it, but we are not simply content to rest on the laurels of the past. We are ever improving and inventing new formulae for the benefits of all. Remember doing what you want to do with TPs and stuff? I'm just not going to keep changing them because I'm lazy. Don't forget your characters manifest money bags. It's so you know how much effort I put into getting all the money that I have? Do you know how much work I put into getting this 21 million gil that I have? I check my retainers and then sell what my retainers get. I haven't even been bothering with like getting maps daily to sell at this stage. Because I'm using my daily maps to work on achievements instead. Pray pay me no mind. I am here that I may be of service, nothing more. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration. But on this occasion, I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to a Stinian. It is said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. Mayhap we should have acquired some from Marzia. I don't. No. I have like hundreds of Aetherite tickets and they're all in my inventory. I even have like the Aetherite tickets that reduce the cost of it further. That like last for 2 hours and I still don't use those. I'm sorry, but I pay my taxes. Don't point out that all of the taxes go towards the syndicate in Uldar, like in law. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Bring me rich if they stop buying avocado toast and check their retainers. Though Kral herself is side with an investigation, Manifest is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we've been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. What's her name in Azla was very lightly tempered, and she was the one who did the summoning. She is also the one who did the fucking summoning. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. Again, we're heart-pilled. We're heart-maxing right now. Let's fucking do this shit. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask that you only serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later, but you're venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. I don't just have, like, the blessing of light. I have, like, the most blessing of light. It was able to, like, hold back, albeit temporarily, the combined light of, like, several light wardens. So we should be good. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I expect you could do with more hands. We'd be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, let's put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there'll be a hill to the right. I'll meet you at the top after seeing this some preparations. You pay your monthly sum of blessing of light plus for the premium package. Good luck with the test. I shall remain here to assist the other alchemists. Are we any closer to any others at this point? Northeast, no. We're gonna get one Aether Current today. And that is all. Whee! Whee! Winding road. Winding road. Whee! Whee! There we go! So I thought Vashon was a Lalafell? No, I'm just that much taller. Drunken Deeper. You see the lantern designed in the local design. I drunken deeper of my cups. Hey, ayo. Hope you didn't have trouble finding this place. Or climbing the hill. Not all accustomed to the physical strain. No, it's just you nerds. I gave you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The Drunken Deeper. A deeper is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we create this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. Have you got Lassie? For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. To reduce the risk of accidental exposure, the Drunken Deep will emit a blast only after it has moved a certain distance. Follow it closely and bathe in the aether 4 times. Commencing aetheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing aetheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the Drunken Deeper and try not to fall behind. Follow the bouncing lantern. Go, 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 go. Readying Aether, please stand back. Readying Aether, please stand back. Am I standing back? It's ready to discharge. Test subjects gather near. Discharging Aether. Brum. Was shot by powerful blasts of aether, but suffered no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Oh, we're going again. Okay. Okay, we just keep moving. While desperately Googling, is the Matanga minion races upon arriving to Thavnair. I was told to bring out the twerking baby elephant for today. I was told the twerking baby elephant would be the most appropriate. So do I have to move back, or is that just... Okay, yeah. I move away and then I move back in. Feels a little weird. Shown by another powerful blast, but suffered no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Yeah, it's weird that I have to move away and then move back into it, considering it's meant to just blast you. Good unit committing microaggression? God damn it. My Twitch chat tricked me into being racist? Thumbnail. Red arrows. You're struck by yet another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. When we find out how a kidnapped naked child is your minion, trust me. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test, please follow and brace for final discharge. Again, like, surely this would be nothing compared to what we did in Shadowbringers. I mean, Shadowbringers passed our limit. Until we got Oddbird. So surely this would be nothing comparatively, right? You're shown by the strongest blood of aether yet, but still have completely unscathed. You know, straight I'm not looking at you. Well, she doesn't want her eyes to be affected by the aether. Aetheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. I have drunken deeper of the drunken deepers, Aether Nidana. I have done well. Are you returned? And not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the deeper off your hands. Having exhausted all of its aether, the drunken deeper is now having a well-earned rest. Everything about my face itches. Thank you. I shall replenish its aether for when we test the talisman. So dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You feel perfectly fine. The strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that a tower will corrupt your aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. I mean, like, Arenvold and Fordola were fine outside of the giant Ifrit. So I think they're okay. Unless this tower is particularly bad. Shattered footsteps. Nidana regards you with those eyes you could drown in. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be able to assist him with another errand? You see, our talisman requires use of special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it. Spirit weed. Herb grows far enough from here, let's go and harvest some. For the recent suspected kidnappings, however, we Arcasoda travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as your escort? Or compensate you for your troubles, of course. She is pretty dreamy. Nidana porn in Discord, let's go. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kachia's footsteps. They're situated on the road which runs east of the Great Twerk. No long arms at all. Unfortunately, Nidana doesn't have long grey hair. So unfortunately, it doesn't do it for me. Don't poke the bear fire. I don't know enough of you are furries. Though I don't know what elephants count as. They're not scalies. They're not furries. I don't know what elephants count as. How many people out there have elephant personas? Surely it's not a non-zero amount. Like, surely the trunk, right? I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, manifest! Subdue and capture. Target found. Oh, I didn't even get to finish my combo. Oh. Ugly armor, people. Gleam is bad. Quick, die. Gods, but that gave me a fright. The moment I venture outside the safety of the work. I think the sisters asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope? Did you see what I did? I was badass. Good. Let's continue on then. This isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. That one fate in Lakelands. What with the fucking the gremlins that just shit talk you the entire time? Full pedal alchemist. Of claws and gall. And swipe F'd. Swipe F. Fucking Christ. Jesus. And here we are. Kajayas. Sorry, I keep saying Kajas. Kajayas. Footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer. Those who follow in her, well, you know. They come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. Also about harvesting at once, if you'd be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Sprint. Whee! So can I fall off this? I feel like I can fall off this to go to the next area. Because there's aether currents nearby. Oh, it's not that far. It's like right down there. Pick up the herd as quickly as I can. Please thank God for me. Because I can always just teleport out of here now that I've got like the other teleporter. But I bet I can't fall off. I bet the game will say no. Do it? I will. Once we're, you know, don't have an elephant or two. Why has Emerson never gotten how to beat the current savage deer?
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Troubling development that Idana porn has spoilers in it. See, this, if you're ever wondering why do I ask people to look up porn for me, why don't I do it myself? What if Emilion's porn has spoilers? It's possible. It's possible. Again, how close this tower is to everything really seems to be having a significantly worse number on it than anything back in Eorzea. Do you trust the side? Oh, no, don't ask that. Just ask what can you tell me this, Satra? You got spoiled on Kill la Kill by a porn.
Well, he is the most important person in Radzadhan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
Arkasodra, yeah, Arkasodra. And Gajasura. Okay, so when they say that the two went to war with each other, is it these two? Emmett said two things went to war, and then they formed together like their alchemy. But I don't know if it was these two, because one of them left.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
Okay.
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Oh, and that was okay.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today.
Okay, so that's what happens. Okay. That's what it is. Okay. So yeah, so the Hjors went to war with both the Auri and Arkasodras here. And then that's what came together. Okay. They did lovingly draw every one of her wrinkles and smooth out like a lot of artists who draw elephant furries. One of them became a really annoying A rank.
And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Oh, so satrap's not a ruler, they're a mediator. Okay, okay.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzadhan to thrive all these years.
Okay.
And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
Be nice if I could see Radzadhan a bit better without the rain, but... He does still live in a palace, though, don't think about it.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Sound the giant elephant fountains. Fucking, I feel like I've been really screwed by weather effects particularly bad lately. Not Daniel!
All this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
Daniel's back!
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
I can't even find my towels and it's fucking raining? Owen?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
I'm trying. Okay, who have we known? This is the fucking. After his VA has left the building. That's... Is that not... Isn't it Owain? That we literally went to Arlog? Wasn't that Owain? When we were in Azizla? When we were trying to discover a cure for tempering. Was that not Owain? Forever got as loud and my brain shuts off. We were there like a couple patches ago. That was Owen. Oh, Owen. Okay. It's Alagon. And then, like, they specifically said, hey, stop trying to work on curing tempering. I've noted in the past how similar Funny Daniel's motives are very similar to Zand's post-resurrection. I have pointed out that Funny Daniel's motives are very similar to Zand's post-resurrection. And now we're being given a direct thing of just like Funny Daniel remembering someone from the Alagon Empire who was trying to cure tempering.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
So this is Funny Daniel's voice of the prior life. No longer Asahi's. I love you, new fan Daniel VA. I love you.
Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Yo! Now that the cutscene's over. Now that the cutscene's over and we don't get to see it, like, be gloried in the cutscenes. Yo! Funny Daniel left the screen. I was gonna let them do it because it sounds funny. I do appreciate how they can have Ben Daniel change voice actors in literally the middle of a cutscene. Literally in the middle of a cutscene, they have Ben Daniel's voice actor change, and it still sounds like the same guy in terms of the way that he talks. Like, the extra theatrics and shit, and, like, the way that he spoke as Asahi, like, flows into the new voice actor seamlessly. Like, it still feels like the same guy. The VAs probably worked in tandem. They did a really good job of that. Changing VAs in the middle of a cutscene, but it doesn't feel jarring because they just talk, like, with such similar intonations and everything is really good. Rotohan looks cool. Giant elephant fountains. The two giant wheels next to it with, like, a giant, like, bridge going up to the giant Grand's Gate there. With, like, how high up the city is behind it, by the way. Like, look at the mountains that are around here and shit, and, like, the city is, like, equivalent height. It's only, like, that one there specifically that's taller than it. This bit of the song fucks. It reminds me of certain songs in Sunshine's soundtrack, I'm not gonna lie. Which is a good thing. I have enough Spirit Tweet to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the Great Work, shall we? Alright, now I can just teleport back to the Great Work, it is now time to test. Can I fall off here? Burr! Burr! But there's bombs down there. There's a fate over there. Return of the Tyrants right there. With Gaga Gaga. There is no pilgrims though, sadly. And there's like an aetherite somewhere like right there. Actually, no, it's literally right there. There it is. There's an aetherite right there! What about PS5? My broadcast is a full line of dialogue. Like, oh no. Oh no. Look, little monkeys! I want to go down there. I want to play with the monkeys. But yes, there's also an aether current somewhere like right fucking there that I also am not allowed to have. But fuck the monkeys. That's no, don't use that. People will be upset. Oh, there we go. There we go. I finally unlocked a new section of my teleporting thing. Yay! I have a new teleport menu. Let's go. I have a teleport menu for Ilsabard. Hey. Yeah, Charlene's over in this. The Northern this has actually become useful again. This has been only Modernum in any housing for the longest time. And then they finally put the Northern Empty on this. I tried on my shitty laptop. Nidana. Manifest, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, that's a little bit closer to completing a talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. A couple of gills. A boy's errand. Let Disana know that she's about to send you on another errand. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. Marshan. I have a message for you, Mistress Sandana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? When I last I looked, there was still plenty. I suppose that was before Oriange told everyone about their tempering cure, and Astinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. A silly little tale. What a boy's errand is Sandana's. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you'd like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Manifest, loath I am to press another task onto you so soon, I might ask you to fetch the Giant Skull. In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the islands. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not the least of all. The quarry is where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? The level 45 ore? Thank you. For arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuya. He'll furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May I borrow a barrel of Hamster, Mistress Nina? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the Hamster to the entrance. Meet to be there when you are ready. Giant Skull weapons are in ARR. That might be what it is. As I said, Giant Skull sounds familiar in some capacity. Despite his tender years, Varshan is thoughtful and dependable. And it's easy to see why he was chosen to be the Satrap's attendant. Oh, another blue has appeared. Holy shit. Yo, Horatio! Yo, Horatio's here. Hell yeah. Let's go. I am the lying liar. That means your giants are galling me. Or something. Whee. Level 70 crafted gear. Shalamok! Please don't be another one with a picture. Thank God. Alchemist or dancer? Shalamok is concerned about a colleague. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. Sergio has gone to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her adventure for me? I was just there! I am stupid as there. Item level 70. You're too kind. She should be in Kajaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for her here with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She died last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer aiding the students in Baldessian. Alright, we will be on our way there. But also, we go to this. But also, first, before I continue, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. The need to pee has gone from I didn't need to I desperately need to in the space of about 2 minutes. So I'm gonna go and do that now, and we'll come back, and we're getting harm so if we continue the MSQ, so I don't know if I can, like, divert to do the side story while we do that. We're getting, like, birds with us, but we'll see how it goes. I shall be back. We have returned! We're getting a bird, apparently. Or do I... Again, if I get the... Yeah, because you've got the bird here. I feel like if I speak to Varshan, we're going to get the bird, and I'm not going to be able to do the side quest. So I'm going to quickly go up to here, and we're going to do the side quest thing, and then we're going to come back. I didn't realize how many blues were going to be up here spotted today. This is the thing that's probably going to make some future streams go really long. Because after today, we're going to have access to full zones, is usually how the game works. We'll be going into full zones after today's. So we will have every blue quest. So there is that worry. Blackhead here. Hello, I'm the adventurer. What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, I've really been out that long. I really should go. But I just go push notifications, only works sometimes. Just notifications just don't work, it seems. Ever. On anything. On any platform. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I was at the wall, so could you make sure the stage is in order? Okay. I'll let you know if shit needs fixing. Elephants. Some of the paint is worn off. You can use a fresh coat. And then we've got more densitations. Small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Why is this place falling apart so much? And then this one. The call of is exquisitely in the winds. No problems here. Hey, that's fine. Your event shows all push notifications with message. Immensely more helpful than the previous function of showing the message. Oh, technology only ever gets worse. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll fix it next time I come by. We're checking. Now, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students about Decian, would you? I certainly am. You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I would have done that, because doing menial tasks is what the adventurer from the Bardessian, is known for, so it's actually fine. I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was starting to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one time. Yo, Nashmira reference. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. Maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. I wish I hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. This side. Great work. There it is. Nashmira mentions. Yeah. That's a café del mundo. I mean, we're in Father Dancer to be mentioned in some capacity. Unfortunately, Dancer job quests now no longer exist. Job quests no longer exist, so the Dancer job quests will never come to Thavnair. Ah, there you are. I heard you help my colleague with the stage inspection while you're up. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She also had a chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury. Now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. An Aether Current. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. So that was a super quick one. That was just like, hey, have you done Dancer Quests? Here's a reference to Dancer Quests. Varshan! Hi, Varshan. Here are Hamsa manifest. The creature looks familiar. It's because they are close kin to your Aeolzion dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host to repurpose its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You're ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take lead for yours to follow. Oh, we're actually mounting them. Yo! Let us be off. You haven't noticed before. Be warned, they have a wobbling gait. Yeah, just a little bit. I didn't realize. Is there a dodo mount? I mean, obviously with this animation, there's got to be a dodo mount. Spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Kasha. A word which means sword. The sword legend was wielded by the Manusia against the Mirka, but it was cast down at conflict's ends. Yo! Yo! The game is putting us in an auto walk sequence and forcing the camera. So left in requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small island. Yo! They should do this more often. Unique camera moments to force players to look at shit because players don't look up. Almost there. But the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Yo! Jam Rush! Colibri. The tower, I can see the door of the tower. I can see the tower has a door. Dodo mounts from heaven on high. Gross. I love the concept of deep dungeons. I don't like how dead the content of deep dungeon is to do anything more on them than what we need to. There's a deep dungeon in Endwalker, I think, at some point in post-game. That we'll do at some point. One of those things where it's like, I like the content, I like what you do in it. I don't like how quickly player bases drop off of it, so it just becomes damn near impossible to do properly. There's a number of pieces of content in the game that are like that, where it's just like, the actual content is fine and I enjoy it and I'd like to do more of it. It's just getting people to do it is what's frustrating. There's a number of things in the game that are like that. Do we think Run Amigo Tonya Harding's that alchemist? I know Tony did do it, don't at me. I mean, I've been using the Tonya Harding as, I've been saying Tonya Harding as a verb as well on Yakuza, don't feel bad. Well, just get it from the loot boxes eventually. But will you get the achievements for doing Heaven on High eventually? And yes, I know technically Deep Dungeons are never dead content because you can solo them, but come on. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Big evil tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Barshad? On an errand for the Satrap. I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your reports. 5G emissions. They also wish to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. Camera glitches, Jesus Christ. Does this guy have eyebrows? I think he does. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatments of one so young could be regarded as callous. What's up with your face? He doesn't have eyebrows. Why does this guy not have eyebrows? Though we've enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Who was the previous, like, assistant? Believe it or not, they actually improved his face. It used to look worse. Man, I was thankful for the DT upgrades. Why does he not have eyebrows? Like those before him, he went on to represent the Satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Like, give him eyebrows, please. He needs eyebrows. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the Satrap is unwavering. But still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nadine. Thank you. That is one of those tempered who's 10 monsters. Everyone can look pretty. This isn't a Final Fantasy game. And who might this be? Not harnish by the looks of her. Permit me to introduce you to Minus First Assemblyman of the Aeosian contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Aeosia, you say? Dals have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threats, some of ours are understandably anxious. We'd be glad for any tidings you could share. You two bring Marchand the latest report and answer any questions you may have. We hit the sex skull. I present to you this message without context. Yo, sex skull, let's go! Let's go! Hamsa. This is the fellow that carried you hither. Its breathing is somewhat ragged, perhaps due to its inexperience as a mount, and the fact that you're a fucking femro. Whoever gets 14 player base amount RRs don't look ghastly should be hired by the CIA. Last ones that came out of the tower laid waste due to the hatchery, slaughtering many good Hamsa. Poor creatures didn't deserve it. All of it's quiet within the tower at the moment. They said the soldiers won't mind if you approach them. Nadine! It occurs to me that I've yet to probably introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the lands, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admittedly capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions, they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Aeosia? Do they likewise spawn monsters? One of them threw a bunch of things at us. Well, they threw one at us, but that's because they only summoned one god that we had, where yours seem to be summoning all the gods you have. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. I mean, that happened in Aeosia, but they also formed a grand company for that, so like... You should know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zotus, folk has taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Naruna. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Literally everyone coming together to attack it. Do we forget about Ravana, Ifrit, and the other one? Yeah, but they were like from their own like they came from each of their own towers. Where this one tower seems to be spitting out a bunch of bullshit. Bitch is on a trial, but it's a trial. What's his name? Your reaction to the pic I found of him pre-graphics update. Oh, he has a graphic. Oh, do we have a thing? Is that it? Do I want to look at Discord? Our struggles are not unique, that our hopes still lie within the talismans. Must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. Am I looking at Discord? Is that what's happening? I have a DM. Oh, this is the giant gold war axe.jpg. It's an axe. I sent it in spoiler chat, but Craft saw it. Ah. He's in a spoiler area, but it's very man in room solid up to whether you want to say it or not. Remind me when we're in that room, I guess. I see an axe. Giant skull axe. Beauty, hello. I've heard about you, the visitor from Aeosia. Is there anything you can tell us about the Talophoroi? We know they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. Why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. They want to die! They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? We can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Aeosian and Barisan brothers. Whose eyes look like that? I just insulted the man's like eyebrows. Seems like you're insulting everything else about him. None of us quoted him verbatim. He wants to die, and I want to die too. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was an enlightening view as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razat Khan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you'd best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Were I not, the path is straightforward, you need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you'll arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. He's just really into plastics. Y'all are insulting this man so much. Looks like the mannequin is survived a fire. Though the hamster appears to want to return home, reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the radiant beast, with the hamster hatchery to mount it again. Ah, okay, and now we're riding it, and we can freely control it. Can it fly? No, it can't, sadly. Hamster is pissed, but you know what? It's gonna fucking suck it up anyways. Wow, okay, this is almost as far north as it goes. There you go. Yeah, we're exploring way more of this than we did Labyrinthos. Yo, Endwalker reference? You know the context, you don't understand. Yo, look, chat, look! Endwalker reference. Sick Endwalker reference, yo. Holy shit. Every time I see the moon in anything from now on. Is that a motherfucking Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker reference? It's gonna happen and you know it. It's gonna happen and you know it. So there we go. The perfumes rise. I wonder how the moon phases work in this game. If you're in Endwalker, you can always see the moon, probably. That would make sense. There's so much of Thavnair we get to explore already. We get to explore so much of this place. With my little waddling feet. Samai. We can make that joke, you're gonna look at the moon, I really say it out loud or at least think it. Bold of you to assume I haven't already done that. Sorry, I gotta ride my bird. I gotta make this bird work, and just there we go. I had to, like, this trench that divides everything, I just had to make sure that we uncovered this entire trench. There we go. I think this is everything we can currently do in Thavnair. In terms of, like, exploration. It seems to be this is our limits. Looks at the moon. Footballs inexplicably starts playing. The moon now has a theme song, which is awesome. Okay, never mind. I somehow cheated on and uncovered more of the map. I don't think I was meant to be able to do that. What if I just go to Radzahan now? What if I just go there now? They'll let me in. I have a bird with me. Wait, shit, can I go there? The gate is... Why is the gate open? Man, will you let me through? I don't think they'll let you in. Let me through. Boo! Close the gate then! Close the gate then! If you're not gonna let me in, then close the gate. It's like that song, don't shut the gate, but remove the word don't from it. Could have been tried to fall asleep parts and failed there many times and failed. Close the gate so that we can't pass. Is the guard's aura blocking you? No, Al-Ra. It's pronounced Al-Ra. The headphones died, by the way. We're 4 hours into the stream, and both of my headphones have died. I'm not eating the aura. I'm not eating the aura. You can't make the Buhan's joke gets written down. The headphones, I also don't think the headphones were charging. We're 4 hours in and I don't have any usable headphones, I think. I don't think the headphones were charging. How are the good pairs getting worse? This fucking sucks. Okay, no, they were charging. They just weren't turning on. Again, if I had 2 pairs that lasted 3 hours even each, then that would be okay. It's just the fact that the second pair just has no fucking battery life in it. I don't know why the second pair is just so much worse. It's not like, oh, I used them for so long they got worse over time. No, when I first fucking got them. They only lasted for an hour and a half. Like, they came bitched. Like the good pair that I have. The good pair that I have, when I first got them, were about 4.5 hours. And then they got down to 3.5 hours, and it seems to be now that they're only 3 hours. Or just the early low battery warning is way earlier than it used to be. Well, in that hour, I volunteer for the women. And I'm not eating no Aura, man. No sooner do you arrive at your destination does the hamster dash off! Okay, ta-da. Thought triple tried. Out of principle, I'm not talking to you. Afaraz. Someone tells me you're not here to buy Giant Skull. Pity. What is it then? No, I am here to buy. I am here to buy a Giant Skull. That's literally what I'm here for. I'm literally here to get Giant Skull. As indeed the Giant Skull grounds. I am Zenduya. Is there something you require? I tell you would need a ladder to eat the Aura, man. I can't say that in earnest. It's not real. I don't believe. Giant Skull for the Alchemist, you say? But of course they shall have it. They leave a tile suited to deal with the tower. Just the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Tipping the scale. That's gonna be a graphically something of ding. Zenduya has a stack of Giant Skull for you. Here you are, so I got the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If you need more, they need but ask. Yo, Aether Currents! It does exist! It was so far north that I could get it. You know damn well who I'll eat. Well, not anymore because Misia's dead. So, no. Hi, Deku. There we go. Southeast. That seems to be that. So there is one here that I still can't get, but I got another one. The red M&Ms do exist. Why is this water so green? Is the water green or is what beneath it look just making it look green? Because when I look there at the wall, I think that's what's down the bottom that makes it look green. This fucking pool. It's filled with algae. I'm gross and covered in algae now. Moss at the bottom, it is a pond. I'm thinking that it's not the water that's green. I think it's something that's reflecting in it that makes it look green. Gaetana! See? He is here. And now he's triple triading me. Again, we're gonna catch up to... My plan is, as we go through an expansion, a base expansion, we don't do triple triad, but I want to take in the science. But we do triple triad at some point in the post-expansion stream. Because post-expansion, there's like the 2 dungeons to do, there's sightseeing looks to do, there's the raid series that comes before the first patch. So in the midst of all of that, all of the base expansion triple triads we'll do. And then as we go through the patches, the idea is that we do each triple triad fight as they unlock. Instead of having just like entire episodes dedicated wholly to triple triad in the future, it'll be like a portion of an episode that has something else that'll be triple triad, and then it'll be like one triple triad match probably like per stream. Because I can take a whole stream to get a single triple triad card from one NPC. That can be good content for caught up. No, I'm not trying to get the cards, just beat them in the first place. Once I'm caught up, I might make like... Because once I'm caught up, I would like that, like, I could have videos that are just, like, trying to do raids. Or videos that are just going for, achievements. But in terms of, like, going through the story. We're going to try and go for the achievements that are based on fighting all the unique NPCs. And so we'll do that. All the banging, bonking sounds. Good thing your bike's insured. Like, if I get, like, getting all of the triple triad cards that I need to get the triple triad mount, that would be, like, a good stream. Where just, like, I have 5 cards left. Let's try and get these 5 cards. I'm quite a ways from that. It was only somewhat recently, like, during the post-Shadowbringers stuff, that we actually got caught up on NPCs. Which we're now no longer caught up on because we didn't do any of the patch NPCs for Shadowbringers. Which we will do after Endwalker. I have plans. I have mental plans of like a bunch of things. Ah, welcome back, Manifest. Zero, I hope you have the Giant Skull. Sack a Giant Skull. I haven't been sack filled to the brim with chunks of the purest Giant Skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. So we're just gonna have like some people go up near the tower and see if they get tempered, and if they don't, I just grab them. Like, if they do, I just grab them and then we cure them. Is that gonna be the plan? We're just taking in the sights. Having a little rest moment.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
I mean, the ability to just like, hey, here's an item that prevents you from being tempered. Like, you know the thing we were talking about? In terms of like, oh, we can cure the tempered. That's like a really massive boon. Holy shit. And meanwhile, we've also got people who are just like, yeah, you can cure them, but we also have like a vaccine. Primals are straight up never an issue again, ever. Well, we still run into the real world issue when there's vaccines, in terms of curing the vaccine is not enough. You need to then distribute it to the entire world and stuff like that. But, you know. Yeah. Sorry, my headphones.
I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
I mean, they are alchemists. Plot devices run its course. The expansion. I mean, they basically abandoned for Shadowbringers.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
There was one primal. Well, outside of, like, obviously the end of the expansion when you're, like, dealing with curing primals, there was one primal in all the Shadowbringers, and that one primal was the fucking Warrior of Light, which is a very unique circumstance. So, even in Shadowbringers, they're just like, we're already having to just, like, ham-fist, like, Sasano into the game. So, like, how did Sasano spawn? 3 items were put next to each other, and it happened to spawn the primal. It was already clear by Storm. Like Lakshmi spawning makes sense because, like, hey, Lakshmi worked story-wise because the whole thing was just like, Garlemald's doing this great crusades for the whole idea of, like, trying to stop primals from existing. But it's literally, like, the Garlean Empire that's forcing, like, Lakshmi to be spawned and stuff like that as a direct result of that. So, like, Lakshmi made sense. Because solving the problem with the Tempering Salt Liquids leading the way to summon them from the world or the destruction they can cause. Yeah, but if no one can be tempered, people will just be like, nah, doing that shit sucks. And the Silent Stone never knew how it worked at any point ever.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
And yet Shalion's given us the finger. Criticism prayer all it takes, yes, Benfilia. Yes, it is.
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration.
It's almost like it's a theme. It's almost like it's a theme of Endwalker.
The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think.
Answers. It's almost like, maybe when I was saying that Shadowbringers was the Answers expansion, it's maybe I was slightly presumptuous that of saying that Shadowbringers was the Answers expansion, considering this expansion literally started with the song playing.
Clandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
Of killing everyone? Yeah, me at orgy lost me in pain and suffering. Thancred just I'm up at orgies, but no pain and suffering. Thancred probably. I like how Thancred is just like... I mean, who amongst the Scions hasn't thought of, like, offing themselves at least a couple times, right? And the rest of the Scions just gently put a hand on Thancred's shoulder, and it's just like, bro, do you need to talk about something, or like... Thancred, you good, buddy?
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
I forgot his depression meds again. I mean, for Minor Fist, in terms of, like... Not the thoughts of funny Daniel's extent, obviously, of just killing everyone. But it, like, for Minor Fist canonically, there's one moment of... There's one moment for Minor Fist in terms of, like... The desire to give in is so strong that she almost does. And that is, like, after Vor 3. So, like, Minor Fist has one moment... Like, again, I stand by, because it also just leans into the themes of Shadowbringers of, like, like, you can't do things alone kind of thing. Like, Minor Fist has one moment where, like, her guilt would cause her to give up if it wasn't for the support of someone around her. There's one moment where that happens, and it's after Vor 3. Like, everything else, it gets to her a lot, but she's able to push through on her own. But there's one moment where she can't, and that's after Vor 3. And the only reason that she is able to is because of Ardbert specifically. So, like, to the extent that Thingrid's describing it, maybe not, but, like, Minor Fist would understand that it's just, like, when things get the worst they possibly seemingly can. I mean, come on, we're all thinking about killing ourselves, right? Right? Guys, why aren't you saying right? He was possessed by a Lalabred man and used to destroy his friends in ARR? Yeah. Therapist is probably not established practice on idling.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
And Justinian, you know, a man who threw himself into the rages of anger. Who nearly succumbed to it multiple times.
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
I think, look, again, Minor Fist has never gone this far with it. At no point does Minor Fist ever go this far with it. Minor Fist's, like, mental failure after Vor 3 and, you know, failing to contain the light and everything like that is a giving up of oneself, of just not being able to do anything. Not a willingness to destroy everything because it's so bad. Minor Fist has never been that. Has never gone down that path because Minor Fist's whole thing is internal. Like, Minor Fist's whole mental problem until fucking 5.3 is fucking blaming herself. It's blaming herself. Minor Fist, like, things have never been external. Of, like, blaming the world around her.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
As the song answer says, answer together. It's kind of the whole point, right? It's kind of the whole point. When all of the characters talk about, like, for every single character, the thing that pulls them back from the brink of despair, the specific thing that ties it all together of when every character was at their worst moment, when every character is at the moment where they feel like throwing in the towel or giving in to their worst desires or impulses or anything like that. What is the common thread for every single character to overcome that? It's the people around them. Immediately sprinting off. Funny Daniel! Immediately sprints at him.
What is it? What did you see?
Funny Daniel.
Fan Daniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
I appreciate that everyone in chat has
This is the one.
I appreciate that chat has come around to my nickname for him. I do appreciate that chat has, like, gone all in on my nickname for him. Unfunny Daniel. They found one! They have it working! Yo! They actually found a fucking cure, like, well, not a cure, a prevention for tempering. That isn't just have the echo. Which at this point it seems like maybe it isn't the echo itself that...
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
So they said for a long time, Baldur should be the first. There was a long point where it's just like, it's the echo specifically that prevents tempering, not the blessing of light. Because even Fordola can prevent tempering and stuff like that. But ever since 5.2, it seems like, oh, if you have the echo, you're guaranteed the blessing of light. What should be a tip oil hat? Yeah, like for a long time, like, there was just like, no, it's the echo specifically that prevents tempering. Because Fordola can prevent tempering. So even an artificial echo prevents tempering. So it is specifically the echo that does it. But since 5.2 kind of revealed that if you develop the echo, you instantly hear Hydaelyn, because Hydaelyn's putting out the message on repeat, it's possible that regardless of how you get the echo, even a fake one, you instantly get the blessing of light. The line between echo and the blessing of light has always been fuzzy. Well, again, especially 5.2. Because 5.2 very much implies that it's... If you get the echo, you're instantly guaranteed getting the blessing of light. Because Hydaelyn is just literally always doing that. To a point, anyway. Allegedly, the Ascians were tempered by Zodiac. But the Ascians wouldn't have had the blessing of light. Because the whole thing for Zodiac is darkness. So is the blessing of light something that is, like, better at tempering countering? Because, well, they can't do that for the Ascians because they're darkness. Maybe the echo makes the blessing easier to impart on Hydaelyn's part. Maybe she specifically looks for people with the echo to apply the blessing too. The thing that we don't really have a question to is how many people on the first got the blessing of light once they got the echo. We're less specific in how much we know that answer. Because, you know, the only way that the blessing ever came up on the first was because of the Light Wardens, because there's no fucking primals there. So even 2.5 when Megaston was supposed to remove the blessing, but was still immune to tempering and able to have visions. Yeah. I mean, the visions seem to be the echo. Again, the way that Elidibus described the echo is that the echo is something that, like, unsunded people always had. The Echo is something that like Unsundered always had. It's a form of their skills that they always had in some capacity. But the Blessing of Light may not be that specifically. Like, the Blessing of Light may be something specifically that Heidelin gives to people, and not every Unsundered person had specifically the Blessing of Light. But the other abilities of the Echo were something that people could just do to different strengths, obviously, and like, because like they even describe as just being like, oh, fucking Emmett Selk was the one who was the best at like communing with like the fucking live stream. Well, technically Thavnair is, but is it just that strong? Who knows? I mean, that is true. Like, again, we have a case of Tiamat, where Tiamat is tempered by Bahamut, but not that much. She has control of her own mental faculties. She is still very much of her own sound mind. But that pull towards Bahamut still exists, which is kind of how they describe Emmet to Zodiac. Unsundered souls are very potent and very powerful and able to resist it a lot more. But Zodiac was made with the souls of half of the fucking people alive at the time. So, you know, maybe there's a voluntary aspect to it. I mean, it's also the case that it's just like, they're both all cases of the people themselves who summoned it. like the Unsundered people were the ones who summoned Zodiac specifically. It was the fucking Tiamat who summoned Bahamut specifically. But they have a talisman strong enough to withstand experiments. Pog.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
It's the fire emblem. It's the fire emblem. A shield with all the gems in it? It's the fire emblem. From whatever specific game used that idea as the fire emblem. That may have been Sacred Stones. Because it was the Sacred Stones that go into the fire emblem. It's the Crest of the Flames. No, the Crest of the Flames turns you into a lesbian. This prevents you from being tempered. It's a different thing.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
But they're literally able to prevent tempering. Maybe the Blessing of Light was the friends we made along the way. That might literally be true in this expansion. Given how much we're already leaning into power of friendship stuff in this game as overall since ARR, but considering that is like happening here, the Blessing of Light may literally be the friends we made along the way. Gub was also lightly tempered, but he wasn't a zealot. He followed instructions while staying with the Maelstrom. But he also said in the aftermath that his mind was consumed by thoughts of Titan. Yeah. Again, just seems to depend on like the way it affects your soul and shit like that. But we have something that can prevent that, so it'll never be an issue anymore.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
We haven't tested it yet. Calm down a little bit.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Okay, so the idea that I had is exactly what we're doing. We're going along because we'll be fine, but in case the person we're with isn't, we need to drag them back and cure them. Is idea gonna turn everyone into lesbians? She'll really destroy the towers. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Hope-pilled! Let's hope it doesn't come to that. We're hope-pilled. We're hope-maxing.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Yeah.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
Elephant souls are more resilient than Hyur souls. She'll be fine.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
So why are the others here? Like, I know why they're here now, but it feels like a one-woman job. They're researching. And the others are here to, help investigate and study.
But should I fail to return, Then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Have the vaccine event to test the idea first, level
Shall we
idea.
be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
We don't need a small person to go. The frickin' Ogle earlier was able to carry it back. We'll be fine. Much easier to carry the Aura back than Nidana. Again, Ogle was able to carry back the others before. We'll be fine. Should we bring a wagon? You know Minifist's already bringing that wagon with her small ass. Nothing unusual so far. Don't worry about us. Think I'll leave your own task. But I want to talk to all of you. Where does Stinian go? Stinian! The warding scale doth promise to alter the course of conflict, even as it give us a cause of rejoice. We must need brace ourselves for the Telophoro's response. The stuffed dinosaurs into our bag, and the tongue is easy. Exactly. Stinian, there he is. He's right there. He's right here. What of the boy? Varshan, is it? Oh, I left him with the people who were fighting. Running this and that errand for the Satrap, you say? Why do I ask? Just nothing. Curiosity. Well, I'm back at the village running a mill on one dried seaweed. Okay, we're going way up north. Let's go along the beach. Let's get a nice pleasant jaunt on the beach. Horatio's hanging out. Think trying to get a triple triad god. Hi Horatio, bye Horatio. Thank Red Yuri on J and E Stinky in. Yo! Beach trip! Walrus! There we go. You said Yuri, see? You're on the summoning spell again. A lot of seaweed on the beach here. The walruses are eating the seaweeds. They see weed, they eat seaweed. Let's go to the beach. We're on the beach! Ooh, we have a hunt mark. Nicki Minaj. Yo! Vajra Kumara! Yo, it's a big one. Hit a big boy. Hit a big boy. Don't shed the banishing spell. Boo Beering, I can't even kill her for any nuts. I even wanted fries with that, baby. Is Varshan still here? Abdeen! Until military organizations should have a little breathing room, that we may lend a helping hand to the people in their daily lives. Should have a little breathing. Such as gathering ingredients for the alchemists. Now we can do is keep them safe. Must deal with that damnable tower and soon. There's Varshan's off doing something else. Was wondering if he was still around. I'm going back to the city, yeah. Been doing all of his tasks. Being safe from everything evil that's trying to kill everyone. Hopefully. Hello there, Radiant Soldier. So it was granted you use of this boat. May it serve you well. Nidana! Rather finer boats than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. One of us should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I'm afraid it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind. Perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Why am I worried about a solo duty appearing all of a sudden?
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Yo, mana wall, let's go. I guess mana
It's
wall.
working. And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
And it is working. I imagine the closer we get, if we go inside, it's only gonna get stronger. Or Funny Daniel appears and just teleports the scale away.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
I should probably be a little closer.
A few more steps.
The door's open. The door is slightly ajar!
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
Nidana, don't get your hopes up. The ominous music's still playing.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What? Ah!
The door was ajar! Look how huge this tower is. How many of them are in there?
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
Start stabbing him immediately!
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Where's the draw weapon option? Where is the draw weapon option?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Yeah, he is sundered, of course.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
So, this is the thing where it's just like, the whole idea is that Emmett Selk and shit were going around and, like, restoring people to their office, and then they were just like super gung-ho. I am now part of the convocation, I'm doing my shit. That shit did not work on Van Daniel, though. they restored the memories of and shit to this guy to be like, you are now Fandaniel, and then it's like, still gonna kill everyone though.
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
Yeah, they have memories of a prior life you don't even fucking give a shit about.
Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories. But I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Yeah. Straight up. It didn't always work. Some of them were just like, okay, yeah, these are memories, but these are like, this isn't the life I lived. Why would I care?
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
He's gonna be an Alagon bitch. Everything that's hinted at so far is gonna be an Alagon bitch.
I have it on good authority. You've poked your nose into an Alagon ruin or two. Yes?
He's gonna be Amon. He's gonna be Amon. Motherfucker, the way that he acts. Resurrected Zond who wants to kill it. Motherfucker, I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God. Because Crystal Tower is now mandatory as a 5.3.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Crystal Tower is mandatory as a 5.3 so they can bring all this shit back. Fucking you saw, you fucking son of a bitch! It is! That's why he's like Zend! That's why he's like Zend! It is Amon! Oh!
A nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
Is it an Ascian or is it Alagon's?
Existence.
And now we get a situation where it's surprise bitch, it's both.
And ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
Oh, fuck. Like, fuck you. Main bad guy of Endwalker is the second final boss of the middle raid of the first Alliance raid. Holy shit. Again, I assumed that Amon might have been Emmet Sulk because of the snap when it does Firaga. When Amon does Firaga in the boss fight, he does the snap. I thought it might have been Emmet. It is an Ascian! It is an Ascian! So what hands then did Emmet have in building the Alagon Empire? What hands did Emmet have in building the Alagon Empire then? Because that was mentioned that that Emmet did have a direct hand in this. Because like, it wouldn't have made sense if he was Zand, and now we know that Amon was fucking Fandaniel.
That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
The chimerical shit. Is this one of the fucking... The head of the bull? That's the thing that looks like the final boss of Scala, but it's in one of the fucking... like, Fractal Continuum or something like that. Or one of the Fractal Continuums. Right! Right! It uses the same model as fucking Scala. Or am I thinking of someone else? Because there's also the boss, Scylla or something, that's in Crystal Tower, but that's a woman. That's the Titty Wolf.
Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter, we struggled to breathe.
Like, it's literally just the nobles are just doing experiments on people and just doing chimerical shit on their populace for laughs! Switching head of basement thing we just heard about with the deities of this land.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work.
Yeah, it's like I'm advancing sciences and these
But it
people
was
see it
not
as a
their
joke.
only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged.
And this is why Armon resurrected
I resurrected
Sans.
a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest.
Yeah.
An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
And this is where it all comes down to. You know how Daniel said that he has no creed, no motive or anything like that? Motherfucker was lying. I knew he was. This is once again tying into the core themes of Endwalker in terms of, like, how do people deal with suffering, with pain, with tragedy, with loss, with despair. And Sans thing, which seems to be now Armon's thing, is that no matter what you do, eventually all will be lost. Eventually all will become lost. So it means that the journey is pointless. So why bother with the journey? Again, we're seeing, like the concept, like, it's not, this isn't strictly Final Days, but I mean, if anyone wants to do Final Days. But it's like, it's a similar thing in terms of just, like, the whole conflict between Zodiac and Hydaelyn about the threat of the Final Days and stuff like that. Of this, Hydaelyn and her followers wanted to improve things for the people who would come after them. Leave the, like, save the world, leave the world better for the people who would come after them. The people for Zodiac were just try to return the world to a state where suffering doesn't exist. Like, oh, suffering is happening? No, it's not. Let's try to revert that. Let's try and get rid of that. Again, even someone like Fordola, it's shut it out, pretend it doesn't exist and anything like that. And we're now having this. We have this. We have Zand here. We have Armon, where their whole thing is everything will eventually come to an end. So what's the fucking point of trying up to that point? No matter what you do, it's going to come to an end. So why fucking bother?
In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you.
Oh shit. So Emmett was doing for Alagon Empire like what he did for Yulmore. He's not like puppeting the literal ruler like he was for Garlemald. He's behind the scenes manipulating the people. That's what he did with Yulmore, where he's just like, I'm gonna turn the baby into a fucking Light Warden. He's doing that shit here. And yeah, he's got the full-on Ascian robe, he's got the mask on and everything.
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work.
I mean, Armon, before Ascian powers, did resurrect someone and seemingly bring their soul their soul back from the ethereal sea. Like, Zahn wouldn't have the viewpoint that he does if it isn't also Zahn's soul coming back into his body. Which, for Emmett, the person who, like, is literally, like, the person who manages the fucking live stream and shit like that. Yeah, big deal!
And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
I'm giving Armon, you're pretty fucked up, aren't you, as Rich? Armon was human all the way until right before the calamity, yeah. Yeah, Emmett was still manipulating the Elgon Empire behind the scenes, but Armon specifically, all of the shit that Armon did, and all of the everything like that, yeah.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
Confirmed, at long last. The law always was that there was clones in the Crystal... Armon made clones in the Crystal Tower, but then the Crystal Tower went into stasis. So we know Zan's a clone in the Crystal Tower, and we presume that Syla is as well, because we see Syla's clone in the World of Darkness. But it was always a question of, because it's stasis, Armon could have been either. I always had this wonderance of just like, they confirm Zund is a clone, it's like his whole deal. Syla's likely a clone because we see her in World of Darkness. What about Armon? The person who made the clones and resurrected everyone in the first place. Has that been the same Armon that's been in stasis the entire tower until the 7th Umbral Calamity? It was a clone. It was always a clone.
See what lies ahead.
Have one of your clones continue the job, and you can live as an Ascian and survive the oncoming calamity. This is what they can do when they make side content mandatory. Make all side content mandatory so anything can be part of anything.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw.
Now this is...
Scheme as you like, build as you will.
This is Fandaniel voice doing a not Fandaniel. This is Armon.
Life? But a brief jaunt, ending in emptiness.
Yeah, this is Fandaniel talking in Armon voice. Same voice actor who does the Fandaniel now, where he talks more like the Arcee one. But yeah. 1 minute, dropping the bit. He said that he doesn't have a creed or anything like that. It's bullshit. He has a thing. He has a reasoning of why he wants to do it. It's the ultimate nihilism. Oh no, sorry, fatalism.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Fucking echo bullshit! Learned a lot, but goddammit!
Friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates.
That's what worries me, fuck you.
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Minor? Minor? If it's a bigger one, it's gonna be the Gallian capital. With all the things that the, like, Thancred and shit saw. So that was a lot. So that was a lot. That was a lot. Feels like Endwalker is beginning to no longer fuck around. Holy shit, doing this before Charlian would have been weird. Holy shit, if we did this before Labyrinthos, that would have been so bizarre. Which is probably why. They're just like, you're in the city of Charlian, do you want to continue doing Charlian or not? Because they really want you to do the other one first. Remember when I almost got a funny hat good times? So that's why that you could end up here first. Yeah, and have to go be a frog in Labyrinthos for a while. So I'm trying to see messages that I may have missed. Surprise, motherfucker, it's the Skelly Clown Man. Made a subsequent Crystal Tower runs real comical. A Lion's Shadow Endwalker release. So you want to know how fucking funny it was that Armon was bugged and unkillable at Dawntrail's launch? Of all the bosses. Of all the bosses to become unkillable when Dawntrail comes out. Fucking Armon. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, the ice blocks for the final curtain just don't spawn, so everyone just dies. Oh my god. Oh god. Voice Sans dialogue nearly 10 years after the raid came out, Pog. Thancred with strep throat. That's half of fucking the voice acting in this game, though. It's just Thancred doing a voice. Funny, Daniel shows a rather interesting taste in clothing. You see how Armon is dressed. Jesus. Theory possibility if you could get 23 other people to burst properly plus use Demafe potions. Has to be brute force by DPS or revival tricks. I heard, yeah, the people I saw talking about it were doing revival tricks. They were just like, you have people die, but have the res a buff, like as final curtain goes off, and then like as it goes they come back. Or damage potions. Yeah, people res like as the attack comes out, so they survive after the attack and they don't take the hit, and then they res everyone else. That's the strat I saw people talking about. Or you just raw DPS it. Or you just raw DPS it. Oh, you have returned, but where is Mistress Nidana? Right into the tower. No seal reserve. Just may succeed in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Talking about time touchscreen is showing its age. Yeah, yeah. Endwalker vibes are now starting. Endwalker vibes are now starting. Now the question is, will it keep up this for literally the rest of the expansion? Or has, like, the moment of shit's hitting the fan, Daniel, not actually happened yet? Is the question. Because I feel like the shit hitting the fan, Daniel, can't happen just yet because it's possible to do Labyrinthos after this. Well, this is one person being kidnapped, which sucks! We have to rescue Nidhana somehow, and hopefully she's not fucking dead. But considering, you know, guy wants to cause an apocalypse. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happens? I mean, the thing worked, but they literally just grabbed her. So it was Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you want to do more, but you were right to return here first. You must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. You've got that shivering sideways expression on your face. Did it tell you they're better off alive? Yeah, but how do we get them out, is the question. How the fuck do, like, yeah, they're alive, but how the fuck do we save them? The Satrap runs over. Thancred is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it'd be best if you were the one to explain. Things have not gone well. Scales worked, but hard to dismantle a 5G tower, not terrorism. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Yes, but if we pull her out, she'll die, so we have to work on something. Then we must make warning scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. Yeah, the scale worked fine. The scale was none of the issue. So I was like, more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. They're resolved. Give them that. Roshan. My friends, the Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the Satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razat Han for an audience with His Excellency? I guess we are going to Razat Han. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be benefit to all of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. With that much of the area we got to explore, I was wondering if the city would still be safe for later. Is that close to teleport? No. Alright. Well, there's no close to teleport, so we're going on a little road trip. Which I'm going to go this way. I'm just going to go immediately directly at the direction of it and hope nothing stops us. There's still just like so many questions that I have. Not like lore questions, but just like... Oh, Jesus. We got an A rank here. We have an A rank here if you want to fight that. Just in terms of like... How is shit gonna play out? Like, we know what Fandaniel's objectives are. So it's just a case of like, how fucked is shit gonna get? In what ways is shit going? Again, that like, it's just like, it's all of the questions that just relate to really what is the one big question. What you farming? You farming jammels? Are you farming some jammels? Farming! Farming jammels. It all just ties into the big question for Fandaniel. When Fandaniel says that he wants to do a final days, what does he mean by that? Most questions that I have in terms of like how things are gonna play out, what's gonna happen, everything like that, most of those questions primarily just tie into that one detail. What does he mean by final days? When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expected tower has jumped into the mood somewhat. Be it here or Eorzea, all share the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the Satrap. Of the Satrap, I only know the common tidbits. That though the position is hereditary, he's not considered a sovereign. And that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem which locals hold him of, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are placed for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you may remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye.
Eyes are watching us.
The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Ah, that's their flag as well.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
Bright lights.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Radz-at-Han.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
It was like a memory of Emmett Suggs of when he was here. Oh yeah, the door for the map was there. For the Uznair ones. They got Highlanders in here?
Here we are. Megadota.
Come on, Montage of the City and try to highlight how it's changed, isn't it? Shows you just like, yeah, things are not doing well right now for Radz-at-Han.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Like just getting to a city like this and it's just so somber. That's the word.
Your
It's just
Excellency,
like...
may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Hello, Satrap! I presume Satrap.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radz-at-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
I stood inside of a lantern as it shot out light a bunch. Hello, Ahawan.
Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
First name is last name excellence. But Nidhana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed.
1 hour, fuck.
Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Stinian?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
I mean, this giant curtain behind you.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Is this what I think it is?
As you wish.
Speaking the language of man, but that reverb sounds very distinct.
You travel as
Okay, so
assistant
fair
to
enough.
the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
It's another of the first brood. This is the
Even
dragon.
here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
It's been Garsummer's theme. This is one of the first brood. Look at the size of the lad! Definitely one of the first brood.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
This is the one from the intro. This is the one from the intro. First time we've audibly heard a dragon speak anything but their own language rather than having the echo translate it. Yeah, I think that really shows, like, Vitra's connection to people? Vitra is straight up speaking the language of man. Also, I don't think the echo is what translates dragon speak. Because other characters that we have around us distinctly say that they hear the voice in their head. And even though they know they don't understand it, they understand what they're like, they don't know what the words are, they understand it in their head. Other characters explicitly mention that they can understand dragon speak. Yeah. Other characters explicitly mention they can understand dragon speak, even if they don't know what the words are. The ways dragons talk just does that. But this dude is no, because even when other characters can understand dragons talking, it's always in dragon language. This is very distinct that he's explicitly speaking in the language of man. So is this 6 now that we know? Midgardsormr's first brood is 7. This is up to 6 now, right? Rotodiskia, Bahamut, Tiamat, Nidhogg, Hreisvelga, and now Vritra. That's 6, right? There's only 1 left. There's only 1 left. I've been wondering about the others because, like, we heard about so many of them in Heavenswood, like up to Heavenswood. Vritra's name and I'm pretty sure all of the names are in the first book. Yeah, Vritra's name and design have been around since Encyclopedia 1, where it first got a big splash of all the first brood and all their names. Yeah, they've all been there. Why did you lose your badges just then, Densha? Densha, you lost all your badges. Where'd they go? Where's your sub badge and your mod badge? Where'd they go? They disappeared. I ate them, damn it. Holy shit, another dragon. Tasty.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Like, it's been so long since I've seen any new First Brood. Holy shit. And the dude's just here, chilling, inside the city. Dude's just hanging out here and is just like, no, I'm just here. I'm just here. Hi, sup?
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to have...
It's the baby brother! It's the baby brother!
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Rads at Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the Satrap's own hall.
Yeah, it's a bit more than just an alliance with the dragon. This is how they're able to get all the scales they fucking need.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively.
Oh?
In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone.
Oh.
In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair.
Vitra's been here longer than the Arcasodras. Holy shit.
Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Arcasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
This is why the symbol of Thavnair is the eye. The watchful eye is a dragon eye.
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
But then people like the people of Ishgard showed up. Pay no attention to dragon iconography of the Radiant set. But then people showed up like people from Ishgard because they heard there was a dragon.
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads at Han.
Holy shit.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
We've introduced this guy as Satrap only to immediately just be like, oh yeah, no, he's just a figurehead. Has any character been sandbagged as hard as Ahawan in this game? Has any you hear about the Satrap and then you meet Ahawan, and within a couple of seconds of meeting him, it's just like, oh, by the way, he's just a figurehead. Bro, at least my breeder got to exist for like one patch before she like got sandbagged. Love that happens with the 1-2 punch of Tiamat and Vitra shot me with, alright, other dragons can be normal and cool. Hraesvelga was just a bitch who had to get yelled at by his dad. Hey. Hraesvelga's still getting over the fact that he had to eat his wife. It's a traumatic thing for a dragon to do.
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
And that's why it stays in the lineage, so the secret can remain.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
That's what, yeah. The place has already been attacked once because there was a dragon here. They need to have people not know that there's a dragon here. Otherwise, people will come back. Like this literally is like the start of the Dragon Song War in Ishgard. They wanted a worm's power. They wanted the first brood power by taking the eye.
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Wartime Ishgard heard that Radzahan had a dragon president would have been trouble, yeah. Yeah, this is a lot to just be like, oh, by the way, you're in Radzahan, now it's just this. It's not just a dragon, it's the first brood. Or frames him like the seat of a throne.
Your eye. It was taken.
You're also missing an eye? Did you lose an eye in, like, the fucking founding?
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh."
Excuse me, what?
"The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wit."
Fucking what? Excuse me, what? Varshan was Vitra the entire time? Okay. Unique scale and horn colors. That's why. Yeah, because Obsidian can, like, literally feel the eye's presence inside of Varshan. That's why Varshan's a unique looking aura. Cause yeah, I guess Vitra has to like stay, like, cause Vitra is a secret. Vitra's behind this curtain. Literally permanently, I would presume. I'd presume there's no point where Vitra gets to just like go out and stretch the wings a little bit and have a little flap around or anything like that. So you know what? Build me a body so I can walk around as man. Well, boy, I guess in this case. And that's why Varshan's totally fine with just being like, oh, I'll go do all these errands. Isn't it not safe for a child? Oh, no, it's fine. I can just walk around. I'll be fine. Trust me. Give me a story about Varshan's predecessor going overseas when he presumably had to been too old for this body to pretend to be? Yeah. God, wondering what have happened to previous system. Got to keep replacing them, yeah. Really pushed the Thavnairian alchemy's on a noble force to the player ultimate, and I loved it. Small doses, I do love how sturdy the magic system is. Yeah, the alchemy here is like, holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit, Thavnairian alchemy. Holy fucking shit, Thavnairian alchemy.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, Obsidian's been very curious the entire time, yeah.
"I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses."
But, I mean, Obsidian is, like, fused with a dragon before. It's, yeah.
"Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm-blood."
Yeah. Thavnairian alchemists are built different since the Zodiac weapon questline. Yeah. The whole point of, like, part of the whole point of the Zodiac weapon questline is, like, bringing a Harnish man over to just be like, I need your skills. And then basically every relic series, at some point you're grabbing, like, I think literally outside of Eureka. I don't think Eureka does. I mean, well, actually, to be fair. So, like, you're literally working with a Harnish alchemist in Zodiac quests. In Anima, you're also working with a Harnish alchemist. And then during the Resistance Bosnia weapons, you are also, that starts with Thavnairian Scale Powder. The first step of that is imbuing it with Thavnairian Scale Powder for the inscription to work. So, yeah. Outside of Eureka, because Eureka is very much its own thing for its relic series, as in it doesn't matter to the story in any capacity, yeah, they've always been around. You probably did, but it's funny to think of Vitra not hearing about the end of the Dragon Song War. It's like, oh, by the way, I shouldn't drink in here, talk to the Satrap. He called him Wormblood, by the way, not Valano.
"From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now."
You could tell there was a dragon and you didn't immediately pull out the lance. You're chill.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rads at hand. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence.
How we do that? Well, I guess we're gonna work that out once we're in the tower.
Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
I would say roughly about 4 people should fit. Looking at each other first like, I smell you.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Several of them, yeah.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions.
Yeah, this show gonna be a. By the way, our Scions will have to now be able to resist the echo, resist tempering with an echo-like thing.
And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Yeah.
I
mean, to
worry,
be fair,
however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
I thought it was gonna be 4 because, well, to be fair, yeah, I was gonna say it's just like, but 4 of you is literally a dungeon, but
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
fucking, it's so wild that it's just like, oh, by the way, here's dragon. By the way, dragon. Like, holy shit. Again, R1 got, like, fucking sandbagged so quickly. Ever seen us make a decision to have a split structure, Cilia? How on earth is Thavnair 11 with a playable order? It really isn't. It really isn't. But, like, from my understanding, the split structure comes from the nature of it being an MMO. From my understanding, it's a split structure because it has to be, because it's an MMO. Because on launch day, a single zone cannot handle all of the players who will be going through the MSQ immediately. So they have it split to make sure that, like, each player base, like, the player base goes half-half between the zones, so the servers can handle that zone, the instances for it. From my understanding, that's why they do the split structure. Remember, you can do this for Charlie, so they're gonna go have a, okay, now go back part, yeah. Fringes Raban Q, yeah. Yeah, Fringes Raban Q. Yeah. Split structure helps greatly with the instances, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those, for MMO reasons, it has to be like that, yeah. It's just like, they've made the story very much a, there's one here that makes sense. Lesson learned all the way back in Burning Crusade for WoW. See, I don't know what happens there, but I know Burning Crusade as like a launch day disaster, from what I've heard. It's just how the story is hilariously lopsided. Yeah, yeah, it's really funny. It's really funny. like how much it is just story-wise, they really do expect Labyrinthos first and then Thavnair.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzat, I see no reason to refuse. Nor will I.
I'm just returning back to Sharlayan already. I'm just Kurt. That's how I am. Also, I'm glad you picked this order without anyone poking you to one or the other. I mean, to me, it was obvious. It was just like, if I'm being asked to stay in Sharlayan while we're already doing Sharlayan, or go somewhere else entirely, it just feels like it makes way more sense to, you know, stick with Sharlayan because I'm already there. You need me to answer? Answers yes. Fuck off. Look, we already know that Astinian is a man of the moment that everything that he needs to do is done, he immediately bounces. That's how he works. So, should I bring us as a hint of this outfit? I think it'd be more shocking with the things you see in Alice's side. Yeah. Like the learning, the learning about how fucked Yulmore is and how they control Sin Eaters hits a lot more after you see the impact of what Sin Eaters do. If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. Then we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. Can I, actually go to the city? No, wow, okay. So you, interesting. They have you be like, oh, by the way, you go to the city. But you go to the city literally for a cutscene, you never walk around it. Interesting. You never actually walk around Radzat. It's just, here's the intro thing for it with Emmett Silk's narration, and here's a cutscene, and you immediately leave. Collateral Shiva, where she gets eaten by a dragon bi-weekly. One more thing, remember how earlier this stream you were saying Icion's don't start with the first brood? Either they pointed out that when Emmett came to Radzat, he found out they were secretly ruled by Vitra, and then fuck it, they can stay neutral. Yeah! Ascians really don't want to fuck with the first brood. Because guess what? The first brood are the only other unsundered beings on the fucking star. The first brood are also unsundered. And so they're just like, you know what? They can actually match us for power. Let's not bother. I still assume that any dragons past the first brood are technically. For trying to avoid the child brings something of introducing you almost so early episodes, so you're not supposed to go back there until the end, but you still can. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, my assumption is that I don't think it's ever been confirmed, unless it has been confirmed and we just haven't gotten to it yet. My assumption is that any dragons born after the first brood are still sundered. My assumption is that the dragons past that are still technically sundered. I would assume Midgardstorm's pact with Hydaelyn kind of binds them to the star in the sense that any new souls born are delivered to them from the ethereal sea of the star. Because, dragons have souls, and I'm assuming those souls would come from the star because, Midgardstorm has a pact with that. But the first brood would have gotten their souls when they were conceived in eggs back on the dragon star, so those would have come from the live stream or ethereal sea or equivalent or whatever, assuming that every star has its own ethereal sea that sustains life. That would be my assumption. That would be my assumption, is that everything after that would be, yeah. I'd assume so, they have the souls, because then all of Emmett's kids would be sundered either. Yeah, that would be 100% my assumption, is that, and it's why no dragons after the first brood have so far come close to matching their power. I mean, part of it's also age. Dragons live for a very long time and seem to only get stronger with age. But I would assume that it's just, no dragons that we've met have, outside of the first brood, come even fucking close to the first brood in terms of power. And that's because they have sundered souls. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aether here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violence nausea. In case you somehow haven't done it yet. I'm pretty sure I attuned to both, so I think we're fine. I can teleport to there, and I can teleport to there. We seem to be fine. How dare you? How dare? How dare? How dare? So that was an insane cutscene. Holy shit, that was insane. What's up, Toggle? I was not joking, Avril and Vitra are engaged. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yeah, that was a lot. I do love how consistent they are with being like, oh, by the way, here's a massive lore bit about dragons, and how casual. Attacking Fastidian sometimes. I love how casual. Oh, sorry. I just go here. Dragon lore bombs are like, the whole idea of just like, oh, by the way, did you know that dragons are aliens? Is such a casual bomb drop at the end of Heavenswood. Like, it is seriously, if you like don't see it in the one-liner dialogue they mention it, you'll fucking miss it kind of shit. That they're just like, oh, by the way, dragons are aliens. Anyways, on to more important matters. And like, I mean, it's not that like blasé about Vitra being there. But it's really like, we get to Razat Han, we meet the ruler of it, and just immediately it's just like, oh, by the way. Like, Ahawan shows up, and it's just like, hello, I am the satrap of Razat Han and everything like that. Would you like to have a meeting to discuss what has happened? And then, like, that's it. That's Ahawan's entire appearance. And then it's just like, immediately, it's just like, oh, by the way, he is a dragon. Yeah, by the way. Here's the curtain. Here's one of the first brood you've never seen. And here's the backstory of how he had a rock he really liked, and then some people come live next to his rock, but then some people were mad jealous of his rock, and so he said, bitches, please, you can live around my rock, and some of you can come onto my rock sometimes, just don't be a dick about it. And then Razat Han was born. Yeah, the fact that dragons are aliens doesn't come back up until Omega when, oh, by the way, Omega's also an alien, and Omega was chasing down the dragons who are also aliens. Vitra and his alchemists have prepared us for the Alpha Ray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted holes remaineth to be seen. I keep forgetting the order of the syllables here. Arkasodra. Because I keep wanting to say Arkosada, and I'm just like, no. I keep forgetting the order of the syllables if the word's not on screen. And even when it is. That Arkosodra languished in the Telefro chains to forewarn us of the nature of our foe. It is the gods of Thavnair who will be summoned to thwart us. I'm the secret rule behind a green curtain like in the Wizard of Oz was an inspired choice. Why are you pointing a gun at... Why are you pointing a gun at the mods? Why are you pointing a gun at the mods? What did the mods do? I mean, that being said, Densha did get the mod badge back. The mod badge has indeed returned. The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past. And though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Vitra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will. Yeah, Vitra has seemingly deliberately stayed like outside of other dragon conflicts too. Twitch weapons, the newest relic series. To get the next relic series, you have to watch a certain amount of hours on Twitch to get the materials. That's the real grind. What was I saying? Yeah, Vitra has like seemingly like how Razat Han as a whole is neutral. Because they don't want people finding out there's a dragon there. Vitra remains neutral in other conflicts, it seems. Like, Vitra didn't seem to have anything to do with Mericidia and the Algon Empire attacking that. Vitra's had nothing to do with the Dragon Song War. Vitra has just so constantly just been like, I really like this rock though. If I leave this rock, someone else is gonna come sit on my rock. I'm not leaving my rock. Can't make me. This is my rock. Fuck you. The best rock in the world. Nowhere across all of Heidelin does a better rock exist. I'm sitting on it, and I am staying on it. Staying inside of their ley lines champion of all time. Does Vitra have a card? I forget. Probably. Most characters in the game have a triple triad card at some point. For all we know, that building was literally built around the rock. So I'm saying he's still sitting on that rock to this day. That little room that he has, that middle patch of it is actually like a little bit of the rock that he still gets to sit on. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Alrighty. Alright, so it's time to join forces. Our two streams have finally converged into one. Wild climate swings can't be healthy for you. Yeah, I get that living where I live currently. The last like 2 weeks has been fucked weather-wise. We're changing, like, the temperature is jumping between like 25 degrees a day. It's ridiculous. Oh, imagine the gathering card. I was gonna say TT card. It's the achievement card. Ah, it's an achievement card, of course. A treat isn't coming on Discord. Threatening. I want to say pre-update, update since you saw the city. 3/4 will say it's good now, the 4th didn't reply. Oh! Oh, Nadim was in the city. Okay. Nadim was in the city. Okay. What the fuck? How did anyone think this was okay? What the hell? What the fuck? How did he launch like that? My guy! My guy, you okay? How did Endwalker launch with this man looking like this? Motherfucker looks like a side NPC in a PS2 game. Jesus Christ. This poor bastard. What the fuck? My motherfucker's face. My guy's face hasn't finished loading in yet. Motherfucker's render distance is always set that he's one of the NPCs far away from you, so he doesn't finish fully rendering to preserve the frame rate. Like... Motherfucker doesn't even need to change outfits to be able to go into the nostalgia levels in Super Mario Odyssey. He already looks like he's on the Nintendo 64. What the hell? Motherfucker has less polygons on his face than his fucking goddamn gear does. He's got less pixels on his face than his goddamn gear does. His scales have more polygons than his skin is killing me. What the hell? You know, it was very nice of Yoshi P. It was very nice of Yoshi P to let one of the 3D modelers let their kid make one of the characters for Endwalker. It was very nice of him. It's just like, my kid really wants to like make video games. Can my kid make one character? I know he's never used Maya or Blender or anything like that before, but can he please make one character? And Yoshi P was like, you know what? Sure, here you go. What the fuck? I need him to not be on screen anymore. What the hell? Motherfucker looks at the grapes in Labyrinthos with jealousy about how many polygons they have. Like, my guy! Jesus! Oh my god. Okay. I returned by the way of Kite's experimental aetherites, yet I must say, it was far less taxing than our first attempt. And apparently we need only ask if we wish to use it again. I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience. But if you're willing to test your ethereal fortitude for the sake of technological advancements, then who am I to stop you? The grave said like 8 polygons. It's still more than Navdeen's face. And Walker was very uniquely jank. Oh, COVID. That's not even a new dialogue. Anyways, MSQ time. In the dark of the tower, Krog glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Yeah, music.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful.
Yeah, definitely made a lot more sense to happen after our little jaunt into Labyrinthos, absolutely.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Absolutely.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation.
Yeah. We're gonna get kicked out of
Simply
Charlotte if we
pressing
go any
them any
further.
harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
Won't know until we're in it. We're gonna look around at what it is. This is building Talos music. It's Shadowbringers getting shit done music.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
So whatever appears, Luna Sisters, we kill them, and then we have a look around.
What does it tell us that the spies even have such defenses?
That it's possible to free them.
Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary.
Unless it is possible to find something.
Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders would be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise.
This is an interesting detail because all of the towers appear instantly, but they describe specifically the one in Garlemald as it has a bunch of tempered workers building it. Like, the one in Garlemald that we're gonna get to at some point is clearly, literally built different. Because everything else just, it's there now. But Urianger and Thancred are talking about how they see a bunch of worker ants, like, delivering shit to it.
A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
I mean, Funny Daniel isn't Ascian. It could be some form of creation magic. That would make sense. Well, the Porxius spires, baby.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
I mean, if it has a similar core to the way a primal does, which given that the tower is the thing itself that tempers, that could also make sense. Primals have a core. We destroy the core of, like, multiple primals, and that's how we defeat the ones that are overwhelmingly, like, too much for us to take on. So if the tower itself is the thing that's tempering, it could be constructed in a similar manner.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Start beating up the walls
Assuming
with swords.
Estrola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none.
Look, not to discount for Dollar and Arenvold, but I think all of us together are slightly more formidable than two of them alone.
Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
See, he said Arcosodora. Graha straight up said Arcosodora. Not Arcosodora. Are you sure Alphina's in the right group? What if Alice? She knows a healing spell or two. Alice is a red mage, and also Alice. She's never gonna use Cure or Raise. But what about Alphina? Are you sure Alphina's in the right group? Dobrasheshiga was not in the building.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
Special dialogue if you're a healer. I can heal. Thing, if you're playing healer, you get a third option to offer to join the healing group. Ah, okay. Let's see that shit. I've been dribbled for the whole football twice.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging
Sage!
foe.
Sage time!
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat Khan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Oh, by the way, for a lot of you, get ready for Aether Sickness. For a number of you, get ready for Aether Sickness. It sucks. Let me go first and get some Lassie first for you.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Yes, there is Aether Sickness. Sure, so much I'll teach one stages as a job for Endwalker with Alphinair. Nice. I bounced on the ground like the basketball. She said, ouch, ouchie, then got captured like a chump. Alrighty. Onwards we march! Thank God it's gotta go with the cum telephone. I mean, at least he didn't end up naked after this one. At least he didn't end up naked after this one. At least there's that. Squad up! Researching hours are over! It is time to fucking fight! Whee! Ah, sorry, my bike doesn't work in the water, I forgot. Up the beach again. We're going for another ride up the beach. 11 enough people I do not have the energy to maintain a rotation right now. Part of the issue with the way that I stream is that it's just like, alright everyone, it's been 7 hours. Who's ready to do a dungeon or a trial? That's part of the issue. It's why when we do like Alliance raid and normal raids streams, they usually happen pretty early. Also Q time's better. But for MSQ, oh, the little baby Winanka! Adorable. Adorable. Slapping the books out of Grahard Alberno's hands. No shit's over. It's time to fight. Hey, look. No one has come to kill this B rank yet. This B rank has got to chill on the beach for like a couple hours now. And no one has murdered it. Game dead, huh? Game dead, am I right? Horatio! Horatio! Always hanging out just to be ready. Babine! Oh, a friend of yours here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warning scales will be delivered soon. Until then, please stand by at the boats we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I'll direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. I'm coming for you, B rank. Oh no. Oh no. Think about Artesia and Horatio all still around. Well, I see an Artesia. I see an Artesia. And Val's gonna go and murder a poor armadillo. So you look like baloney. So you look a lot better since you got graphics updated. I get to do another dungeon with my Blades Resolve. Let's go! It's not our first dungeon with Blades Resolve because we did do Pargo Farm with Blades Resolve. But I get to use Blades Resolve more. Let's go! What Moisturizer does to a motherfucker. Ugh. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. I told you we needed to bring some lassie. No warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. Yeah, it's bad. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fits. Mostly. Varshan! I will call you Varshan when we're in company of not in literally the hall to make sure I don't spill out your Vitra. Ah, shit, I mean, Varshan. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... We should still call you Varshan, I suppose? Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warning scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Which is him. Which is him. He is the Excellency. So I was calling him Varshan even when alone with him. It's very odd. No, I get it. You know, you want to make sure you don't accidentally non-dead name him? Beer Rank got me an achievement. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Ah, thanks. With these we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Well, you probably can't absorb all the light wouldn't. I probably wouldn't test that part. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We're gonna finally break your monopoly on primals. Finally! Finally! In that case, they're all yours from now on. It sounds like a joking answer, I'm gonna say that one. In that case, they're all yours from now on. Ah, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. My elixir of wakefulness is about to run out. It's alright, I totally didn't just yawn, don't worry about it, we're fine. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. Would have helped if I wasn't like almost an hour late today for various reasons, but oh well. Oh well. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Manifest and her bands will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be the deities of Thavnairian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. You know I'm gonna full pull Urianger. This will actually be a really good litmus test for Endwalker. This is the equivalent of our Holminster for Endwalker. This will be a good litmus test of what the fuck dungeons are like in Endwalker. That being said, Holminster is still like probably the second hardest dungeon in Shadowbringers, because the hardest one is like Mount Gorg. I'm gonna focus on typing now it's getting bad. Let me go make coffee right now. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. In we fucking go. First dungeon of Endwalker. The Tower of Zot. But like, whatever was called the Tower of Fra and another tower was next to it. If someone urged you to get up, if you don't get up, you'll fall asleep in the middle of the dungeon and you'll miss it. The Radiant host and I will be watching from the outpost, ready to act at the first sign of unusual activity. May the scales serve you well and protect you in lieu of Vutra's fangs and claws. That's what's dungeon FF4 where Shinji and Minji are. Ah. Hey, full party, let's go. Well, light party. Though our parties are separate, I will trust in you, as I know you will trust in me. Let us both give it our all and add another rousing chapter to the saga. But this is the final chapter in the tale of this time. Aside from primals, within the tower we shall for certainly encounter enthralled Imperial soldiers. Defenders conveyed hither by means unknown who will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. Lest you worry, I've not forgotten my healing spells. Be it restoration or destruction, the sorceress can command whatever magic the situation requires. Dom or aftercare, I can do both. It's the closest I've ever been to one of the towers. Such a sinister aura it exudes. It's been a while since I last took to the fields, and I can't help but feel nervous. But with Renner at my side, I'm sure all will be well. Charlotte's dual class, that's not fair. Sort of struggling. I've really used this just before, but do be nice and I don't see it very often. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Works for Val for being of the step. Oh, you're hugging Kryl. You get the P4S just. I'll P4 on your. With the stroller keeping them company, and the party will be able to hold their own against the enemies if needs be. Also, Groha's a switch, so we can take our own tasks without worrying over them. Come, let us be about it. First, this armor, blessed with Ratatoski's power, now Vutra's scale. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favor. And with Nidhogg with me in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. Yo! Is that the first mention of in-game of Estinian's armor being Ratatoski? We learned about that from one of the side stories in Stormblood. One of the side stories in Stormblood is about how Estinian gets this armor, and it being the armor that was for the Dragoon that paired up with Ratatoski. But I think that might be the first mention of it in-game. Too tired to jokes. That's me, but that starts like within about 10 minutes of a stream. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I am a healer through and through. Yet to knowing who once wore these sages' mantle, I wonder. When all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I choose to fight with pride? My warning seal is safely tucked away. I'm ready when you are, Manifest. I may not be the Arjor Dragoon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee that I'll give it as good as I get. Reminds me of a fun comic when Spirit Nero is just like, you're Vutra, you should totally eat these guys. What will make sense, so it doesn't happen mid-dungeon, we're gonna go for yet another headphone swap. I'm not being yelled at that these are low on battery yet. That hasn't started happening yet. However, they have been going for about 2 hours. And while they normally last for 3, they were only charging for 1 hour. So if they were only charging for 1 hour while I was using the other ones, they may not have their full battery life. So, to ensure that I don't run out of battery mid-dungeon or post-dungeon credits, cutscenes, I will change them over now. I wonder if he's gonna once again use Sage like a fucking regen healer. See, I play Sage like it's White Mage. I will use my Adder's Goal on Durachol, and I will do nothing else. If you are lucky, I might remember to press the physics button every now and then. And you'll like it! You, my friend, are the problem. Correct! Correct! I am not a great healer yet. Look, I'll say this. Of all the times that I play healer, I'm yet to have a wipe. Sometimes people die, but there's only so much I can stop people from dying if they choose to not move out of mechanics, black mages. Something happening, IRL. Oh, good. I will wait. I can wait. Yeah, I've had people die on me when I've been playing healer. I think I've had tanks die like a handful, not a handful, a couple of times. But it's also able to bring them back pretty quickly. She adders on my call till I business. I'm also very tired. This coffee is ass. That's because it's coffee, my friend. That is because it is coffee. That is because it's coffee. Shush. No, I will not shush. Sorry, I'm just having a look at Discord. I'm just seeing Navdeen's face again. I'm just seeing Navdeen's face again and just how fucked it is. Let's open up Blue Sky. What's the first post I see on Blue Sky? I don't follow anyone who lib posts on there. I was getting a lymph node massage and it felt so good I could no longer resist, so I started to toy with this pretty elder stepsister's body until she started to get hot and horny, and I decided to go for broke and ask her for a fuck. And she let me! 4. As the first post I read when I open up Blue Sky. The Dean face emote when? I could do that. In other thoughts, Thavnair, you can use the selfie emote while swimming and you just dunk the phone in the water. Why does this coffee taste like mud? Alright, it's fresh grounds. Hell yeah, sup pie. Welcome. I appreciate that's your first message in chat. That's a good one to come in on. I mean, you've been around, clearly, because, you know, we've seen you, but nice. Unless you messaged earlier, I forgot. Everyone's talking about S is a lot of people also talking about Combo Breaker. It's also just a lot of people talking about Combo Breaker. What's up, Val? Meow, meow, meow. Val has zoomies. You know what I haven't done? You know what I haven't done? I haven't read the description for Tower of Zod. Endwalker! Endwalker has appeared. The Tower of Zod. Vitra, the great worm of the first brood and the hidden satrap of Razatan, has been the Scion's cross in Naruna, and mounts a foray to the tiny island's unnatural spire. It's a loft structure known by the locals as the Tower of Zod. Your companions join you on the journey, protected talismans in hand, prepared to face whatever unnamed horrors await you within. Come what may, you cannot allow Nidhana and her kin to perish in the grip of dark magics and dark designs. I have no idea what the noise was, which is good? Bad? Sometimes noises just happen. Sometimes noises just happen and you can't do anything to stop it. Damn, that fast and blue is your Chocobo Sonic the Hedgehog? Because it seems to be running around at the speed of sound. Look how fast it goes! Alright, I'm gonna do a ready check in. That's not a ready check. Where's the ready check? Where's the ready check? There's ready check. I'm doing ready check in game. Pog! Alrighty. Who is ready to dungeon? Let's get ready to dungeon. Alright, Endwalker, what do you got? What's Endwalker dungeoning like? Now here's the ultimate test. Will I remember tank stance? I'm mentioning it now. That doesn't mean I'll remember it by the time we start playing. That looks way more horrifying than what we saw earlier. What hell of a fucking thing that was up there? What the hell was that? There's the healing party. I saw a name in encountered words. Appropriate for Dragon Talk. Doting upon Kryl. Why are you throwing cheese at your Stola? Why are you throwing cheese at your Stola? Alright, here we go. Endwalker dungeon time. A foul place, this. Let us proceed with caution. The fucking music here. Oh, is this a new, a remix of, a 4-track, I imagine? They seek to bar our path. The only way is through. The Armored Fiend! Giant robot. Oh God's bloody honor. We'll free you from this place, I promise. Okay, I guess we're stopping here. Oh, I'm gonna have access to all my abilities? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, let's go. You know what I also get here? I get Hardicorundum! I'm invincible now. You know what Endwalker dungeons can throw at me? Nothing, because I have Hardicorundum. Oh god. Well, I'm gonna get slept. Sorry. Somehow I didn't get slept on that. I really thought I was still in there. I couldn't dodge away to the back of it. Or spell effects on the matter that like aesthetics off. I thought they were here for the healers. Look at Surge of Aether. I said summoning hath begun. I thought they were being healers. Why are they attacking with us? It's the Manesia, come to life. We shall sever their holes below. Stop by. They're dropping down. We'll focus on sending the Arcasodra. The rest of you must keep going. Onwards and upwards. Being healed means nothing but a tower of slot every day when they came out. So many people leveling by per Picto. Heals attack. I just thought they were going to be set on a separate path to us. I didn't realize they were coming with us. Bye. Yep, okay. Here's... Yep. Galleon armor. The fact that we're now dealing with Galleons in dungeons, but it's entirely tempered Galleons, is just like, wow. Golem mode has fucking fallen off. Holy shit. Golem mode, I didn't mind this is a dungeon. I mean, I'm gonna be honest at this point. The first 2 pulls have been 4 enemies each. The first 2 pulls I've done have been each 4 enemies. This is a very different experience to doing Holminster for the first time. Like, oh, you've decided to enter Holminster? Here's several bears and scorpions that will kill you and make you regret being born. I mean, the hardest pull of Holminster is also the beginning. Because you get to the end of the dungeon, and it is several pulls in a row that are max, like, 3 enemies. So that kind of happens at the end of Holminster. You gotta wait for all the X to spawn. Me when I... You go when I... Me when you go... Also, I get my AoE dot. We're also gonna have it because it's Endwalker and Dawn Trail only. Yeah, you do have AoE dot now, yeah. So that's at a level 82 versus that everyone. It's very different. Well, yeah, Hardicorundum's a massive difference. Hardicorundum changes it majorly because Hardicorundum just gives me so much self-healing. It's no warrior, but you know, it's a lot. Minder River! Yeah, they did mention 3 sisters. They mentioned 3 sisters, and it's gonna be they're all the bosses. Shoot Mindir! Be gone from our tower! Oh. Yo! Manesia Thunder. Oh, very tiny. Kind of extra flares. Okay, Manesia Bio. Yeah, okay, very rapid on the spells. Transmute Blizzard. Manesia Fire. Be away from that when it combines, I imagine, and then it will explode huge. Okay, I just need to do the Blizzard line thing. Okay. Manisimayo! Get some poison up in ya. Dance, dance until death claims you! Transmute fire. Oh, okay, so that's what it is, yeah. Yeah, they go over to the side and then eventually they'll start doing their things. I'll be honest, I lost track of which ones did which. I lost track of which ones did which at the start. Oh, that's probably right. Oh, no, it's change. Yeah, I lost track of which spells did which, so like which one was going to which thing. I was like, oh, one of this. That I completely lost track of. Like, oh, which one's fire, which one's else? I'm not sure. Yeah, Tank Buster seems to put poison on me, yeah. Blizzard's the line, so that's gonna do lines when it goes over there. Bio is a half rune cleave. Well, actually, it's not a, it's more than half rune. Yeah, and Thunder is basically X's. So that's gonna go over there, and then, okay, so which side? Yeah, that side, okay. You've chosen Defiance. Oh, you died. LOL! LOL. Galleon chests. Manusia Greaves. Oh, okay, it's gonna be like that. Alrighty. Why am I getting cheesed? Ethereal Mippo. Oh, Jesus Christ. Evil fucking staircase! Evil staircase! Oh, gross! Oh, it's Bone Wicker but purple. Okay, gross! Oh, why am I in this tower's intestinal tract? Gross! Tepid Imperial. Really? Is this? By the way, Tepid Imperials, but I'll look at them. They might be Tepid Imperials, but they're in the midst of transforming, it would seem. These ones unsalvageable. But, you know. Zot Umbril? Okay. What the hell are you? Hypertunes are here. We got Dava. There! Look, more than 4! Let's go! But I can't continue to the rest of it. Alrighty, let's swap these. Alrighty. Might as well pop some of that, because I can. Pop my healing. Health is going down. Okay. No, okay, that seems to be like maybe that's the idea. Maybe the idea is nowhere near as many enemies in a pool, but individually they all do more damage. It seems like that's what's going on. Less enemies, but the damage is still very equivalent. Instead of giving you like a lot of damage by just spamming you with like fucking 15 enemies at once. You get like 6, but they still together do a fair bit. Trying to remember to pop our cool one of them. It has now that it's so much more useful than Heart Stone ever was. Remembering to pop that when I should is going to be like a big thing of a second. We'll do that. I have healing. I'm gonna bowlide. Bowlide! Oh, fuck you! Game! Game, come on! Come on, seriously? The status effect popped, come on! Come on! Come on! That is getting ping fucked. That's what that is. That was ping. God damn it. The hardest boss of the dungeon. Australian ping. Like the effect appeared on me. It straight up said plus superbolide and it did nothing. God damn it. Is this the right way? The extra. That's fine. That would have been fine if I wasn't on Australian ping. Here's another sister, Sandaruva! Yeah, Cinderu was the middle one, and that's the most important one. Everyone loves the Kibus. Alright, let's try that. I mean, we didn't wipe. It's just most people died. Let's try that again. Note to self, if I need to pop Sperbolite in the future, I'll pop it earlier. Don't rely on last time. The tower must be protected. Don't rely on trying to do it at last second. It's my CD. This boss is not my favorite. Doing line attacks. More line attacks. Very quick line attacks. Is that Dragoon shit? Yeah, that's just Dragoon's like Doom Spike thing. It's like the exact same animation. Okay, balls? I'm gonna go with the balls on. I'm gonna go with the balls on. I'm gonna want to not be near where balls are. Oh, the balls are huge. Oh god, okay, balls are huge. Balls are way bigger. Okay, I'm getting hit by that. Oh, no! I got hit by that because I was stunned. No! Okay, note to self, balls are huge. Manusia, stop. Oh, it targets you with stop, and you want to make sure you're not lined up with the others. Yeah, okay. You get targeted with stop, and then you're going to get hit by it, so you just have to make sure other people aren't getting hit by it at the same time. Okay. We heeded the call to defend the tower! The one that's not emoting. Okay. Okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. Okay. That's the same thing again. Oh, my Von stack! I just lost it! I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, when I say stop again. It seemed to just be like line up Cardinals and then you'll be mostly fine. There we go. Oh, you're nearly dead. Alright. If I alone cannot expel you. See, they're all running away. Final bosses are absolutely going to be all three of the sisters together. Absolutely. You can already see it happening. You can already see it happening. Final bosses, all three of them together. Raid wide with extra steps. Really is, yeah, just raid wide with extra steps. Raid wide, but if you fuck up, someone can take multiple hits. Be careful with the raid wide. Alrighty. More pulls. Alright, meh. And then we run. Whee! And then attack. Bam, there we go. Gunships, here we are. Boom, can I go further? Fuck yeah, I can! Let's go! Oh no, I can't, never mind. Never mind, I can't go further. I am not allowed, I am prevented. I'm prevented from being allowed to go further. Boo! Everyone say boo-ins. I'm saying boo-ins. I'm not saying boo-ins. Why did I? Sorry, I thought I pressed the button. Oh, I'm saying that one. I thought I pressed the button to get off my the big one. The big one. I forgot the big one. Whatever the big buff is. I always forget the name though. Nebula. 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 I thought I pressed button. I thought I pressed Nebula. It didn't. It didn't press. I thought I pressed Nebula, but it didn't go off. That happens a lot when I try to like double weave shit. Is that I end up just not getting my inputs because I'm pressing them wrong or lag. There we go, and then we sprint again. Note to self. Well, note to other people, sprint after the pull starts. Because then it means you take less damage as you're running and pulling everything. Because things can't keep up with you as much. Tiny little bit of optimization. Tiny little bits of optimization. Tiny things are important. Alrighty, that is a lot of shit going off very, very quickly. But we're doing just fine. Let's check on our healing. We'll be fine. I'm gonna bowline just to be safe. Also, like, I'm fucking... bowline is now one of the best involves in the game. So fuck it. We can do whatever the hell we want. Bowline's gonna run out. Get a buff in. This feels absolutely manageable. I'm like... Yeah, this definitely... Yeah. Yeah, no, none of this feels like Shadowbringers shit. None of it does. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower! Reaper! Harbingers elect. The Magus Sisters. Spoilers. Spoilers. Lost Ball can be tough with certain parties. Also, Monstrum weapons on my jam, but definitely some Monster Jam. I've seen the Monstrum Gunblade. They're bizarre as shit. I have seen that. Alright. I like how it said Mega Sisters, and it's just like, but only one of them's there. I guess the others will appear. By the way, have we possibly found the core? Have we possibly found the giant core? I think we may have found the core. Alrighty. Fucking Endwalker boss music, here we go! Let's go! Oh, you're standing still, interesting. Samsara! Face the full breath of the Magus! There's the others. 3 Sanders 1! Join with me, sisters! Is there any pattern to this, or is this random bullshit go? This feels like random bullshit go. Oh, okay. The others are walking around. Okay. Are they doing anything? Are we just powering them down? The melee ones are running to us. So Banner's first boss attack on multiple times. Okay. Okay, Minucia reflects. Random bullshit go. Samsara again. I actually know if Samsara was a raid fighter. Like a stance change. I mean, it seems like we're just like beating up on them, and it's like fun. This is a really bad omen. I'm not gonna lie. Is there another? Okay. Okay. Alright then. Okay. If you kill the others before her, Cindy will LB3 and res both of them. That's funny. I'll be honest, really concerning. So the second Japan, but I just view that as run from orange type attack. That's a really concerning dungeon, like first dungeon for Endwalker, I'm not gonna lie. That's like really worrying. Like, I hope that's not a precedent of how Endwalker designs its dungeons. I really hope so. Because as a final boss, that was shit. That was shit. It was just random bullshit go, but it was also like really easy random bullshit go. It was just spamming stuff everywhere, but just move out of the spam. Like, I didn't learn any of the attacks in terms of like, oh, see that, and then there's a thing. But also, like, it didn't need... It didn't, like, I didn't need to learn anything because I could react and it was, like, fine. Like, I feel like all the Shadowbringers, I was, like, looking at the boss and seeing what it was doing and seeing, like, what the tell was. And being like, oh, okay, I think it's gonna do this, and it might, like, this looks like this, or this might be this, and that's what the kind of attack's gonna be. And then that was just random bullshit go, but also, like, a pretty easy random bullshit go of just spamming shit everywhere, but just move out of the orange. Just don't step in the bad, and you'll be fine. This dungeon basically we aim pulling punches, be prepared for anything. No, this dungeon tells me get ready for less design than what Shadowbringers said. This dungeon told me we've decided to not design dungeons in Endwalker compared to Shadowbringers. The mob pools are going to be significantly less than Shadowbringers, and the bosses are just going to be random nonsense. That is a really fucking worrying first dungeon. Like, it's straight up not good. I would argue overall that dungeon is straight up not good. It's not bad, but it's not good. That was a very uninteresting dungeon. Well, like, the entire thing. These things are I saw the monster in Gunblade at one point. My retainer brought it to me. These things are so edgy. Like, these are so edgy. They're for someone out there. It ain't for me though. Seems to have been the limits of the tower's defenses. No nimble fighters will give them that. But I feel like the level eye levels don't get difference here because at least on Ledger I remember these fights being longer. Clone attack happening multiple times the second boss. I remember those mob pools being brutal. Chat, he seems to remember the same gun for at least Crafts and Pyre talking. No, that's not. I also don't think it being longer would change the fact that I think the design of it fucking sucks. I don't think that final phase I don't think the final boss taking longer here would have stopped it from being a random bullshit go that's like a lot of shit everywhere, but also very easy to dodge. I don't like the final fight taking longer would not have changed that. Like, I felt like most of the time in Shadowbringers, I was looking at the attacks and learning them and being like, oh, this means this, so I have to get ready to do this. And I did none of that for that final boss, and it was easier than most things. Look at remembering all that Endwalker dungeon final bosses, this is the worst one. That was like, yeah. Yeah. Like, I think literally every single dungeon in Shadowbringers is better than that one. Every single dungeon that I did in Shadowbringers is better than that one. I think that's why it's hitting, I think that's why it's so disappointing. I think that's why it's hitting me as being so disappointing. Because I think literally every dungeon in Shadowbringers is better. Holminster is better. The pools are harder. And like, the first time I did Holminster, I wasn't in like super great gear. Because glam. But I've like done Holminster since. Like in just a random raid roulette. And that first pool is still harder than any of the pools here. And like, the final boss of that, like, I've got to do like, it does the slam where it turns and things appear behind it. I've got to do more considered movements. I got to like attack someone to make sure they get out of a thing. I got to like pay attention to when it does the 2 hand slams to do that. I think I've done Meg, and it's just like, I think of like the tightrope sequence at the end alone. It's like, that's like fun. But it's also like, it's got the mob pools where you got to interrupt one of the things in the mob pool, or it buffs everything else in the mob pool. I think of, what's the next one? Katana Ravel, which is like one of my favorite dungeons in the game. Because it has like really interesting mob pools at the beginning, because it has like its own like basically mini bosses in part of it, and then the final mob pool is like you can pull extra shit into it, stuff like that. Malika's Well, I don't find that interesting, but I still feel like Malika's Well is still better. Like the bucket boss at least, like the fucking, what's the name of the thing? Like that final boss, the final boss of Malika's Well is one of the worst final bosses in the entire game. Because it is like, bro, this is like 2/3 of the way in the Shadowbringers, and this is the easiest shit in the world. What the fuck? But like the mini boss with the water buckets is at least alright. Like this is still below Malika's Well. And then the next thing is what? What's the next dungeon after that? Is the next one after that Gulg? I think the next one after that is Gulg. Gulg's one of the best dungeons in the game. And then after that's Amarot, which like is only held down by the fact that the mid boss sucks. And then yeah. Like, and then I think of all the patch ones, and it's like, yeah. This is the worst dungeon that I've done in the game for quite a while. Yeah, that was just boring. It was just like, that final boss was boring. It was just random nonsense. It wasn't anything. And then like the middle boss was like nothing. The middle boss was also nothing. The first boss is like, I think the first boss here is the best one because it's like, it gives you like it gives you the spam at the beginning of here's all of these things back to back, and then it's like, hey, remember which one of those is which because I'm gonna cast spells that will move to the thing, and when it hits the thing from that spot, it will do that spell. I'm gonna throw everything you all once, remember which one is which, and then like adjust to that based on where the things land. And like, I wasn't adjusting to that, so I got hit. Where in this one, it's just like, oh, I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm just moving out of the way, and it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a good intro for Endwalker, I'm not gonna lie. As a pretty bad introduction for Endwalker for dungeons. Holminster Switch made me go, okay, I gotta get ready for Shadowbringers dungeons. They are stepping this shit up. And that one just tells me it's just like,
all right?
Did they design Endwalker dungeons less? They're also
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Yeah, that was a, yeah. Again, it's just the fact that, like, literally every dungeon in Shadowbringers is better than what I just did. So that's, like, the worst dungeon since, like, Stormblood. And it's the fact that it's the first dungeon of Endwalker. This is, like, the setting the tone of what Endwalker dungeons are gonna be. And after what Holminster was, yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Visually interesting that it's, like, a giant tower. But also, I feel like even, like, the giant fucked up evil tower, they didn't use that to its fullest effect in terms of the enemies. Like, some enemies took advantage of fucked up evil tower, because, like, you had some of the Tempered Imperials who were clearly transforming, and then you had some of the weird things. But even for, like, a fucked up evil tower, most of the mob pools were basic Garlean Magitech, which has been the final dungeon of every expansion. I'm very used to basic Garlean Magitech attacking me. And that was like 70% of the enemies in the dungeon, so that doesn't help it either.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Steel Ball Run? Is it Jesus's arm? Are we trying to make a stand? Building a leg tower. Love my leg tower. Manifest may be stronger overall than Astinian, but I think Astinian might have the single strongest attack.
That should be the end of it.
Hey, the core sustains the tower!
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Why didn't we think of this?
And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves.
Doesn't really help to, like, bring them all down if, like...
I pray I'm not too late.
Doesn't help to try and save everyone in the tower if they're all gonna plummet to their fucking deaths. Fucking ouch.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
Graha did some form of, I presume, like, Graha knows gravity magic. I assume he did something along those lines. Look at all the dead elephants.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Destroy the core, the entire thing's gone. The entire thing is a magical construct.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That's a lot of people he did!
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
Restore him with some aether, maybe?
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Maybe restore some of his aether? Quickly!
the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Are they tempered?
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
So is the via pegging?
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Alistair, we know how much it takes to fix one person. There is a countless amount of elephants here.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
I was about to say, like, it takes a toll on you to do one.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Bashan!
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared.
It fucking vanished. What the hell did you do?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You need a lot of people to help this.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Need a lot of people even just to bring them to the city. You know how many elephants are here? There's a lot. There's a big tower full of elephants. Madonna. We actually did it. We actually managed to bring down the tower. Like, we actually managed to bring down the tower. And save the people inside. All things considered, that went basically as good as it possibly fucking could have. Like, given what we were facing, we really didn't have a better, like, option. Like, or a better possible outcome. Ugh. Carrying all this Watanga may have been the true struggle. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Razat Han for treatment. Saint Nestrola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Hey. The Jewel of Thavnair. Thancred is rested and ready to set out. Had enough rest, have you? You never won for being idle. Thancred, we had like a whole moment in Shadowbringers where all of us admitted that we're not like that. None of us like being idle. Right. Varsham bade us come to make a duto. Earliest convenient. The others will join us once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Wow, wait, one second thought. You and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. There's Grahar and the Alchemist K, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. When we delivered Grahar to the Alchemist, they were not a little excited. Perhaps it was the Dana's rescue that brought them joy, but given their fascination with Estinian, I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna go to the Great Work. I'm gonna see what I'm gonna see. I wanna see him. I wanna make sure he's okay. Grahar in the jar. Don't put Grahar in the jar. No. No, don't put the Grahar figure in the jar, Alchemist. What are you doing to him? No. There's no beds here. Why did I think he'd be here? And now I'm just further away. I tried to get the optional dialogue and it did nothing. Can I ask the Chocobo Keep to take me to the city? Can Chocobo Keep take me there? Chocobo Keep! Alright, check out my porter. Never mind. Never mind. I can go to the other place I can teleport. Yeah, that dungeon wasn't bad. That dungeon wasn't bad. What about a morning blow? I know lots of fans of those. Again, it's the difference between him being asleep and like that being a pre-agreed upon thing. Little different if he's unconscious. Because Grah's doing spend the entire MSQ in a bed like the others before him. Oh no. No, he had his eyes taken out and he's gonna have to show up later. Yeah, I don't think that dungeon was bad. I wouldn't say it was bad. I think it's just more so expectations. We're gonna like use the Aether instead. Yeah, I think it's more so the expectations of like what can an Endwalker dungeon be compared to what I had done in Shadowbringers. And I just think that dungeon is like lower than basically every single dungeon that was in Shadowbringers. Was the issue again? Difficulty and mechanics both. Like the difficulty of the pool was above a few, like a number of the Shadowbringers dungeons for like the pools. But the hardest pools will, again, like comparing it to Holminster. Holminster has much harder pools than that did. The pools in that were fine. Like the one time that things had gone wrong is because I got fucked on ping because of Superbolide. But like, but also like the difficulty of the dungeon bosses were also like pretty easy. Like the first one was good, but then like the second one was just like raid whites, but yeah. And then the last one is just don't step in the orange and like it's fine. Usually the final last one is a bit chaotic and last boss because pattern memory. But that's my problem with the final boss. Is that I don't think you need to memorize a pattern for the final boss. Because like if you ask me what any of the patterns were of that final boss, I'd have no idea. Ask me a single mechanic of that final boss, and I don't know a single mechanic of that final boss. Like, nothing that it did, I actually know what the mechanic is. There's not a single attack on that final boss that I understood the mechanic. And I still solved them all. I got hit like twice. I shouldn't come out of a fight not understanding what a single mechanic is. And I still don't even, like, have an issue clearing it. It's like, I don't know what the mechanics are, but it didn't matter because I didn't get hit by any of it, because it was easier enough to just move out of the way. Like, I feel like we're at a point in the game where you don't need to understand a mechanic because it's simple enough to just move out of the way of the mechanic. I feel like we're at a point where we're past that. I feel like we're at a point where we're past that. Where it's just move out of the things that are gonna hurt you. Samsara's a raid wide and that's about it. Okay, Samsara's a raid wide. Did it do any damage? Because I tried to mitigate Samsara like the 2 times that I noticed it show up. And both times I did not notice the party taking much, if any, damage. So there is also that. With the tower gone, I expect a state of alert will be lifted. It did because I healed it. I don't think it did much. On its silence. You're free to enter at your leisure. So I cannot leave my post. I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry station at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Hey, now we can actually walk around the city. Hello, adventurer. We shall leave the city now. I shall escort you to the gates. Don't bother mitigating randomized and dungeons TBH. I try to get into the habit of mitigating stuff. I will say, like, the one thing I noticed about that is that boss damage on the tank was more noticeable than most Shadowbringers dungeons. I feel like most dungeons in Shadowbringers, or realistically, the entire game that I've done, I honestly feel like outside of tank busters, and honestly even then sometimes no, I feel like mitigating even boss autos and stuff is barely required for most of the game. So I will say the boss damage there actually was like, I should use mitigation on the boss's autos because it's actually an amount that matters in any capacity. Whereas I feel like a lot of bosses in the game, the tank cannot like mit anything in the boss that targets the tank outside of tank busters, and the healer may not even fucking notice that's happening. Though I've been to Rods at Harm before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. Don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Now we can walk through the city. They delayed it until after we did the dungeon. That was affecting the local city. Talk about Asia. Radzahan! Radzahan! We have another city. Let's go. Alzadal's peace. Attentive radiant. Ah, Mistress Manifest. I presume. I understand you're here for an audience of the Satrap. If you require directions to make it to you, so I should be glad to provide them. Satrap's residence situated in Dama, the highest part of Radzahan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I'll provide you with an alternate path. First, please descend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There'll be more steps, and upon ascending them, you'll emerge at Pax's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you'll arrive at Ruvdia Fibers. Within, you'll find another sentry who'll give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. I'll be honest, I lost complete track of your directions. Wow! What the fuck? Bro, this is the second city? What the hell? Come a long way from Middle shit. Holy shit. Oh. Wow. This is a similar size to Sharlayan. Obsidian follows you up to the jump puzzle. Oh no. Yo! Yo! Dungeon. The sumptuous portal. Yes, I know about this portal. Leads to a nearby isle. The treasure vault of one of Radzahan's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults. For aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There also covers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Huh. So one of the dungeons for Endwalker is straight up actually. Is this Uznam? I was about to say, is this a dungeon for Endwalker or is this a reference to Uznam? So to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. This is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. It's either another. This is the one from Stormblood. Yeah, Uznam's Stormblood. I'm not a map person. We had an entire stream of doing those. I think it's next or the elephants in the Door Dungeon. Yeah, I was just wondering if they were gonna introduce another one that's like Thavnair themed here. I guess that explains why the hidden canals is such a big deal. Like, why is there one particular dungeon for Stormblood that is ultra mega shitloads of money? Oh yeah, that's the rare one. That is like they open that up every now and then to be like, oh, it's a super rare one. Definitely not the Endwalker one. Okay. Don't think I've ever done Endwalker maps or current ones. Well, we'll be doing them in post game. I have a number of maps for 2. Is there 2 or 3 in Endwalker? I forget. Is there 2 or 3 dungeons in Endwalker? I'm pretty sure there's 2, and I have maps for both. Let me use that. How dare you? How dare you? I guess the satraps, yes? They realize the whole of Radiant's host. Herman Radzahan's mighty protectors. Oh, that is like an actual area we can go to, yeah. So, yeah. I miss seeing this plaza filled with people. Oh, only the one mark. I will go attune to everything now, don't you worry. Time music is stuck in my head because I spent time AFK here. He never sleeps, he's always awaring. I may not be able to attune to the individual Aethernets, to the actual Aethernet, but I can tune to all the Aethernets. Radzahan, you'll always be famous. I imagine all of these rooms become populated at some point in the story. I imagine at some point this becomes populated with more NPCs and more things happening. It's just because of all of the problems that are going on right now that the place is a little sparse. If I had to have a guess and an assumption. Let's say, where the fuck are the people? State of emergency. Oh, that's a separate path. Oh, that doesn't actually go all the way around. It's a separate path. Oh, dear God. I'm still gonna tune everything now. Like, I know there's a clerk in there. Yeah, it must be not now, though. Oh, that entire strip has no markets in it. And this part has a little bit. Oh, I see. And then this is Splendors. And then this is Splendors. So this is your collectible stuff. There we go. Yeah, an entire, like, little hole for all of those. Yeah, materials and everything there. And then those are probably vendors of, like, normal shop items. Once people actually appear here. Rating and tomestones. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Hey, that's Sean. Mary, it's Ryan. Yo, birds everywhere. Uncanny knickknacks. Yo. As we can freaking teleport here on like Gilmore. Yo. Get ready for the world's most pointless door. Oh, this. It's already open to everything. Yo, we got dancers on stage. Yo. Yo. Try to avoid thinking about things that scare me. Sometimes I need a little help trying to myself. Usually a stiff drink or some live entertainment. But I always find a way to get by. Yo. Let's shake more shit. Meride. What am I humble with my hang? I'm Meride, proprietor. She might have surmised from the name. Looking for recommendations, we have a wide array of spirits by the alchemist of the High Crucible. Traditional dance forms on stage you see over there is popular among our patrons. I hope you find a moment's respite here. Alright, give me your card. Actual dancers too, with weapons and outfits and everything. Hell yeah. Hunts in a second city? Hunts aren't normally in a second city, are they? I don't remember that. Someone and Shadowbringers, do they? Where are they? Where are they in Rogger's Reach in Yulmore? I can't think of walking past them. Oh, in Yulmore it's in the jail. Okay, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Where the fuck is it in Rogger's Reach then? I can't think of anywhere in Rogger's Reach I've seen it either. I remember where the one in Yulmore is, the one in the Reach is in the Tomestone hallway. Oh, I guess I don't go, yeah, you don't go through the Tomestone, yeah. I basically am never in the Tomestone hallway because I'm there for custom deliveries. Holy shit. Literally next to the Aetherite. Must be the direction I never walk. Jesus Christ, alchemists. Holy alchemy. Oh my god. Fucking Christ. Hi there, Noadine. Ordnance skills absolutely fascinating. As I mentioned, experiment with them. Maybe other applications for such talismans. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, I never walked down this way. If I'm in Rogger's Reach, I'm going over here to make shit. Then I'm going over here to give it to Naga. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Jeez. Their alchemy powers. Their alchemy powers. My god. My god. Ooh, big downstairs area. Their library, which has like all of the books, and in between the books, more alchemy machines. Oh my god, Dan said Jump Gear is hated on, but really fits your aesthetic. It's also really cool. People just want naked Macrotes again. Yo! Yo! This elephant serving Kunta, let's go! Let's go! High Crucible of Alchemy. Fine, something that Crucible exists outside of Endwalker and was added later. That seems like, I mean, I imagine something is over here at some point eventually, because the whole city currently doesn't do anything. But if you had to go here for any reason, fucking Christ, that'd be annoying. That would be annoying. You have to walk through the whole path and then all down the stairs to get to it. 14 fanbase, I'll never take any opinion you have on Glam at heart. Your taste is awful. My taste is good though, right? My claims are okay, right? Your taste is good. Yay! Yay! Crofts is willing to lie to me. Let's go! Woo! Hell yeah. Alrighty. So we're going here, and then there's like 4 more to do. There's all that and that and that. Okay. Alright. How's it, else? Yeah, in the century, we head up. Why is that so full? Just get naked enough to be appropriate without being ridiculous. I think you're the 14 player that Crafts was talking about. I know people in this game have no taste because out of all the cunty outfits, everyone chooses to wear neon shit. Oh, I got the stairs that way, okay. No, one of my headphones died. God damn it. This pair lasts for like an hour now. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous! This second pair seriously only lasts for an hour now. What the fuck? How are they so... Why do they never charge evenly? No, well, this is one of the pairs is... Like, one of the pairs does not have a full battery life compared to the other. I'm not changing. I'm gonna just fucking... I'm lazy. Like, one of them... Like, that pair that just died... That pair has had a worse battery life ever since I got the headphones. They're meant to have a 5-hour battery life. The first one started with 4, and then it got a little worse. The second pair that I got, from the first moment that I got them, their max has only ever been like an hour and a half. It's fucking ridiculous. Look up. Hello! What's up? Is that the jumping puzzle? Somewhere around. Right, now we got the stairs. Surely Justinian would be good at jumping puzzles. He's literally a dragoon. Literally a dragoon. Now that foreign vessels stop visiting ports, our silks and other specialties began piling up. It's a surplus, a proper surplus of riches. Jumping puzzle nearby. I feel like the hardest part of jumping puzzles is gonna be... Oh, I say it. I'm gonna say the hardest part of jumping puzzles is working out where they fucking start. Would be funny viewers, I'm not good at jumping puzzles. Join me, Estinian. Oh, I go across. Wait. Oh, that's not actually part of the jumping puzzle. This one has a lot of false paths. I'm looking at it just being like, I'm trying to work out what I'm even where I'm meant to go. It's tricking me up. Hi, Estinian. How are you? Some of the pegs are decor. But I've gone the lamp. There we go. Burr! Come on, really? Come on. I know I'm not. I'm touristing well. Good thing I know to do jump mechanics in raids. For so long over in the big Grand Coast where we were looking for jumping puzzle and sightseeing point, and then it wasn't even there. A tiny step backwards. Oh, okay. And, you know, if this has the sightseeing at the top of it, I don't have sightseeing unlocked yet. So we're just gonna have to do it again later. But that's okay. It does. Well, we'll just do it again later. We'll just do it again later. I have done way too many of these that, like, jumping puzzles do not scare me. I might fail it, like, that doesn't stop me from, like, the possibility of failure, but it's like, they don't scare me. Floating Matanga! I guess City's still joining me here. So, like, this is actually the scarier part. Drops down is what scares me. Almost so you gotta jump a small gap into a pipe to go to an area every time I try to fall into the gap or just die on the way back. Those are the jumps that scare me the most. The ones where you gotta fall down. I'm not as familiar with, like, fall down amounts. The Stydian can teleport. That's just him jumping. He says dragger and jumping. Because I thought I wasn't allowed to try anymore. Ah, they tease! The tease! The tease of there's the easy way up. Oh, actually, no, never mind. The tease. No! Holy shit, really? Oh, okay. Like, can you only get to this entire rooftop by jumping puzzle? That's a bench. I could sit on it. Okay. Okay, the idea that, like, more than Kugane. The idea that, oh, Kugane, you get a rooftop and you get to look at it, everything. But this, you just get, like, oh, an entire little area. This is cute. This is pretty cute. Yeah, we're off the map at some points. Oh, I was wondering if the jumping puzzle would continue elsewhere. Because I feel like it does. I would not be surprised if the jumping puzzle continues somewhere. Well, we head up. Sydney, I think I'm lost. Actual first time seeing this area. That was a very simple jumping puzzle. That one was very simple. He was about to go to that roof, but they patched it out. Aww. Aww. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, so I can go off to the side at some point. I can go to other areas from up here. Does the jumping puzzle continue anywhere further? I feel like because there's so many other rooftops nearby that somewhere there's like a secret. It was a bad jumping puzzle. I wasn't kidding. This is it. Yeah, that was a very simple one. Comparative to... You know what they should have done? I really think... You know what? I wish the devs were a little more sadistic. New Game Plus exists. New Game Plus exists. They should have put a unique dialogue prompt up here with the Sinian. There's another mini one for a sightseeing look. Well, again, sightseeing look we'll do eventually, but like if I do this again, that's like... They should have given a unique dialogue if you get up here with a Stydian. For a Stydian to just be like, it seems you're a little lost, friend. I wish they did that. Anyway, another jumping puzzle conquered. Didn't even fall once. I mean, that's nothing compared to Kagami, so it's like reasonable. But can I get on the fabric? It's one in detail, it's ridiculously easy, absolutely nothing at the top. But I want to be on the fabric! Yeah! I'm on the fabrics. On Kagane Tower 2. I want fabric. I made it onto the fabric. Hell yeah. Whee! You have Kagane Tower 2. You have it every time Moonfire Fair comes around. That's the closest that you get at this point. Come on, dude, the ones you can just skip off of it. I need to make a douche, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshop of the Ruvadia fibers. Be afraid of the artisans. Take care to not lose your way. They put a balcony next to it. Okay, so yeah, this is just okay. Okay, that one was very simple. But we can go and check out the fibers, which has more dialogue with Estinian. I like how this part of the story is just like, oh yeah, by the way, this place is confusing to navigate. This place is topsy-turvy. Let's see, the silks, now they go in. Secondary soil house. Everything out of the weaving workshop belongs in primary, I believe. So many soil houses these days, it's hard to keep a track. The waist on this is lacking something. I might have to make adjustments. Look, it's dancer gear. It's dancer gear. I was doing a city who canonically dresses in rags to a silk mill. Ah, Thavnairian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread. And blue, of course. He loves his blue. He loves his blue. I don't put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Sitting Neaving and Vaimrick in the Thavnairian outfit. Another big room here. Oh, when this goes up, everything goes up. So in a damn bitch, me too. Oh, okay, this is just a shortcut to this giant area here. I found wind weft. My winds have been wefted. Oh, and that's where I was just standing on, I think. Yo. Yo. I just saw dancer gear. That's a market glam. That's appropriate for dancers. I realize I'm now realizing I also did that entire jump puzzle with Jug on. So why is my map not open? Okay, so I can go this way and that takes me to Karma. Over here is Megaduda, so that's probably, yeah, that'll be an optional thing. I recharge my good taste from No. Ah, yes. This guy. Been taking a real hit with, what, with, you know, everything. Now the boss threatened to fire us! It's only of those in Karlzar's operation. They treated decently. But one of them was also, well, I guess he wasn't fired. I guess his contract just wasn't renewed, but, you know, similar. I do appreciate that they are putting more effort into the second cities. Like, hey, the second cities are a big deal, and people usually spend most of their time post-expansion in it, because that's where, like, all of the script and shit is. So let's put more effort into making it a big deal, rather than, like, Idleshire, which is a tiny little thing. I do appreciate the, like, actually doing that. Kitty returned to me. Hello, Kitty. Are you lost? This is residential area, Karma, we call it. Which just happens to mean love. You're looking for the shop to try Arthur. The Bazaar has everything. Sorry, residential district. Sorry, now the entire fan base is Thavnairian housing when. Now the entire fan base is screaming that in unison. Davars. Trade's at a standstill and foodstuffs are in short supply. We're going to distributing emergency rations so people don't starve, but we'll run out before long. Everything relies on commerce, and commerce is just not happening right now. Ugh. Can I help you? What are you doing in my room? Sorry, I'll leave. This isn't your more bitch. This is an actual city. To be edged, more housing areas means 30 more wards each. Alright, let's teleport back to... I guess 5 would actually be the closest. That's the only thing that'll ever make me go into housing is Thavnair housing. No, Val fucking died! Oh, Jesus. Everyone panic. Val's fucking dead. Alright, Sinian. Dragon jump! Yeah, let's go. She's resting. Bolton might be hiding behind all those boxes. Vigilant Radiant, hello. The Avian airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So is the state of the alert. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. Let us decide, we're not here for an airship, we have business and we can do so. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here is quite simple, really. Some of these steps and continue straight ahead and across the bridge. Can't miss it. Manifest, if you took full damage, it wasn't a dragger and jump. Yo! Airships! Eventually, at some point, when they're available. And sprint! Whee! Run, run, run! So I wanted to speak to you. Confusing as it is, you'd think they'd intend to make a maze out of Radzatan. Kugane was flat, at least. If you became lost, you could head to higher ground to get the lay of the lands. Well, okay, Astinia. The average person wouldn't just go to higher ground to get the lay of the land. That is something exclusive to us people who jump everywhere. Hiding again? If you're hiding in this place, I ain't looking for you. This place is a maze. Discuss Dharma. I remember passing here with Varshan. Situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the signs. Life is yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to harms to myself. I mean, surprisingly tender and flavorful. That one hurt us. That one hurt us. Sit, look! Astinian likes more than one food. We have found Astinian liking more than one food. Okay, well, I think I found you. I think I might have found you. I'm gonna get... Are you ready for this? I'm gonna get a look out of the zone. I'm gonna get a look out into the zone. I'm gonna see how beautiful the view is from Radzatan at the rest of Thavnair. Damn, what a beautiful sight. Oh, damn. It looks lovely out there. Will I ever make... Nuh-uh, not in that bush. Kind of matches the mood, to be fair. Maybe I'll get to a new place once at some point in this game, and it won't be nighttime or raining or fog when I get there. Here in this bush! It's Val, there is no bush. There we go. So is that everything but the main aetheryte? I'm a double check. Never mind, I don't need to. It's giving me the pop-up prompt. I've attuned myself to all Aethernet shards. Just not the actual, you know, aetheryte itself. I keep forgetting Val is like 12. Val's not 12. If Val was 12, that creates a lot of questions. If Val is 12 years old, that creates many questions. Greetings and welcome to Megatutor. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber. If you would, please follow me. So our Ron's character's like 16 or something, that's why she dates Alice. Yeah. Yeah, Rhea's 16 and dates Alice. Youngest out of all of our characters, I think. At this point, Manifest is nearly 30. Justinian brooding off to the side as he always does. Doing very well at it too. Give me a break. Rio Zyla says age +1. Well, according to this game, no time has passed since the first game.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Ah, you're fine. Totally not picking up on the microphone at all. I don't think it's talking about it. It's totally fine. Totally fine. Totally fine.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Time bubble is really can't hurt you.
Much better, thank you.
Yo!
Honest remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
Yo! Potent in more than one way? Graha, I need you to take these drugs so you can get hard again. Who said that? Take these harnished remedy. It reduces your refractory period to negative frames.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Then they're saying it tastes like motor oil. I'm trying to make a sex joke. I'm very mature.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Graha, that was one of the sexiest things that you've done, and honestly, you've done a lot of, like... You did a whole Champions from Beyond the Rift. Heed my call! And then slammed everything. Graha saving everyone with an instant levitation spell is pretty high up there. Negative refractor means he gets harder when he comes. Yeah, exactly. Potent remedies indeed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism,
Sex
you
joke on
have
this one,
my
why I
boundless gratitude.
Yeah, we destroyed the entire tower. Let's go. Now we're just gonna do the same thing for every single zone that exists in the game, and we'll be fine. Well, area, I should say. Region. That's probably what I'm looking for.
You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
Never been the PS5 mature content warnings. I like, we've gotten to this point in Endwalker where the Scions really are just like going around the world already with a reputation, and within a very short amount of time of being in a new place, doing like unimaginable feats so quickly. Like, this tower has been fucking up this place for a while. We arrive, and it doesn't take long for us to destroy the tower, get everyone that was in it out of the tower, and then immediately cure them all. And it's just like a, holy shit, Scions. And it's like, yeah, we've been working for like several expansions to like buff ourselves and learn as much as we have, that we can just like do all of this shit pretty, like, without like that much worry. Well, a lot of worry.
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
Yo, warding scale. Okay, when you say a bounty,
your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radz.
when you say a bounty, like how many are we talking? Like enough for all the Scions and like a couple extra, or like?
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
There we go! Glad I got the Aethernet for that now exists.
Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Yo!
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radz will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
I mean, yeah, they were able to work out a way to prevent tempering without the echo, which is a big fucking deal as well.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
What if it's, yeah, but what if like taking a scale for dragons like the equivalent of like plucking a hair though? Like, how do dragons grow their scales? Is it just like do we get one of the scales but it's going tunk and it's like, ow, 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 stop it. Anti-5G condom. Oh, you bleed a lot during it. Oh, okay. Oh, you bleed a lot. Okay.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land.
Okay, so you bleed a lot when the scales are taken off. Okay, never mind. That is like that is a much more intensely brutal like wax. Okay. I love this guy, I love this guy, I love this guy, I love this guy, I love this guy.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man.
She has a high pain tolerance. I like how Alphino says, albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War. And it's just like, Alphino. By the way, Dragonsong. Your involvement in the Dragonsong War was brief because it wasn't long after you joined it that you helped end it.
Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply.
Again, it's notable that Vitra has never gone to any of the other dragon conflicts. Imagine even as a figurehead, Arwen has some measure of authority since he can't have Vitra Varshan looking over his shoulder all the time. He has to preside over something in the city. Yeah. Figurehead, but like, I mean, they do say that it's like it's the Satrap who comes down to like fix disputes between people and shit.
And yet, you chose to live among men.
And elephants.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made.
My rock was so good, I had to protect it.
In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Like, Vitra was just, like, compare it to Hreisvelga, right? Compare it to, like, Hreisvelga is like, I loved Shiva. And out of respect for her, I'm not going to slaughter you all. But even Hreisvelga, up until, like, you know, we actually ended the Dragonsong War and shit. Even up until that point, Hreisvelga is still just like, no, I hate all of you. I think about and desire to kill all of you just as much as my brother does all the fucking time. I only don't do it because of Shiva though. But I still harbor the same hatred that Nidhogg does. Hreisvelga stayed out of the war because he felt he owed to his wife. He just stayed out of the war because he had too much love in his heart for it. Yeah. It's a very notable difference that it's just like, yeah. Like, Hreisvelga felt the same hatred that Nidhogg did, whereas Vitra is just like, no. Like, Vitra heard about what had happened and heard about the war, and it's just like, you need to join us to fight off these people who are trying to kill us. And Vitra is just like, really? It's man that you're trying to fight? Like, the same man that is, like, here in this country with me? No. No, I care for them too much. Like, no. Vitra also lost his sister and made the conscious choice to stay here with his people. I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, like, Rotada's here dying. I mean, there's also just, like, Vitra is also aware that, like, one of his brothers died too, because of Bahamut. Like, again, like, man, like, the dragons have a lot of reasons to be pissed off at men, because it's like, the Dragon Song War is not, like, is basically not even a one-time thing. Because Bahamut was killed, and the Allagons went to war with the dragons as well. So, like, Vitra went through that, losing Bahamut in that war, and then went through losing Ratatoskir, and then that war, and it's still just like, no, I'm gonna live here among all people people with as well.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
I feel like a lot of Vitra's, like, care for people and everything like that, I feel like a lot of that comes across in the fact that he speaks our language. He doesn't speak in Dragon Tongue. He speaks our language. Like everything else is stuff that is more like directly stated like he is, but I feel like that alone is just like something that shows the extent that he like lives amongst men way more than anything else. And also it seems like he's not even like having his own kin here. Like all of the other dragons are like Bahamut and Tiamat had their entire horde basically, their whole brood that they had down in Mericidia and all of their dragons. Nidhogg had his own consort as well, and obviously all the dragons of Dravania are all of that and everything like that. Vitra's here on his own and not even like birthing more dragons. Dragons are not just hanging out here either. He's the only one here. Like he's not even trying to like birth a whole new he's just entirely around people.
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Dragons didn't arrive onto the star until after a couple of rejoinings, unfortunately. But you may have heard some more rumblings about it.
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
I mean, like, Hydralin, what are answers? I know writers use subtlety and they're cowards. Like, just fucking capitalize the word at this point.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Oh?
'Tis a story from my youth. Many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
Oh, getting spent final days, bitch, I could barely talk to you for 10 minutes. I mean, to be fair, Emmett could barely explain to us the final days either. Emmett's, like, explanation of the final days was, reality stopped being reality. That's Emmett's entire explanation of what the final days actually was either. Do we know that Hydaelyn knows more? Yeah, why come to Hydaelyn of all stars?
To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind.
It's an interesting way of phrasing it. That's an interesting way of phrasing it. This star was the last bastion of hope. Like, that implies that on his way here, Midgardsormr saw, like, other stars that were doing similar shit to, like, what was happening back home. Like, it's specifically referring to it as a lost bastion. That is wild to me. Like, it's not just from this star did I sense hope or anything like that. Like, the specific wording of being the lost bastion kind of implies that Midgardsormr saw more fucked up shit on the way here. Or it was like, it was just like where he came from and then this and then nothing else was there. And this was like the only thing that was just like, life isn't like fucking dying completely here.
Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
As we know of dragons in this game, dragons specifically speak with very few words. They give a lot of meaning to it. It's a very explicit, like that, like the whole design of dragon language literally does that. Dragons will say 3 words and it says a lot in there. So Midgardsormr absolutely meant more behind that, and Vitra is just like, I don't want to find out what that is, what that means.
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Well, we'll have to at some point. There's going to be a second half to the room. When are we getting every bit of furniture in this room?
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Vitra is aware about this of Midgardsormr. Vitra is aware of the strong art thou, mortal, stronger than any of thy kind. Vitra is aware of this. Don't want to kiss the child mom, and I want the dragon. I only wish he could be here with us now. He kind of gave up his existence temporarily.
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price.
Great dialogue, by the way. Very unique dialogue.
Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
Sounds familiar.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
I'm not having an echo. I'm not having an echo.
'Tis I who must apologize. I have to change your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
I look forward to that drum. Trying to think like how I want to say it, like what I'm thinking of saying and how to like say it. The idea of we just got a lot of love in his heart. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about like Minifest specifically in terms of just like the growth in general Warrior of Light speaking, but it like Minifest specifically obviously applies a lot too. Like Minifest's whole moment that she has in 5.3 right? Like, the whole acceptance of herself. The whole acceptance that she doesn't need to be a perfect hero. She doesn't need to be a perfected ideal. She doesn't need to be an unattainable, like, mythological legend or anything like that. Like, the acceptance that what Manifest needs to be is herself, and that kind of thing like that. The constant reaffirmations in, like, post-Shadowbringers of everything like that. And it's like, obviously, like, Manifest has gone through, like, an, like, post-Shadowbringers, and then it, like, solidifies in 5.3 of, like, the arc of healing. Of, like, the not blaming yourself for all of the failures and anything like that. The, not letting the horrors or anything break you or anything like that. And I feel like a moment like that, you can see it on the character's face, and obviously the emotions they want to like give to the player and everything like that, especially with the constant reaffirmations that Shadowbringers has done, but especially what we've already seen in Endwalker. Is like the whole point of like post Shadowbringers turning the Warrior of Light into the type of person who's required for Endwalker. The Warrior of Light who goes from like going into Shadowbringers of being like a person who is breaking down, a person who can barely hold it together, a person who can tough it out to have the resolve to do that, but the toll that it is taking on them is clearly getting to the point where it's about to break. Even like the intro cinematic and everything like that, that happens in Shadowbringers, like that. The intro cinematic of Shadowbringers shows a Warrior of Light who is being beaten down by the journey and everything like that. I feel like a moment like that is like a really good reflection of it's just like surpassing all of that doubt, surpassing all of the like the self-loathing feelings, surpassing all of the ways that all of that brings you down. It's not about the fact that it stops it from hurting. Like, it is not a case of, like, it is explicitly not about, and again, this ties into the themes of Endwalker so far, which are going to be about which are going to be the entire expansion, I can already tell you. It is not about the Warrior of Light becoming an invincible badass. It is not about the Warrior of Light is now so reaffirmed, so full of resolve, so full of determination, that nothing can bring them down, that nothing hurts them anymore, that they're able to weather the greatest storm and come out unscathed and everything like that. It is not about that. That's not what it's about. It is about the fact that all of that stuff still hurts. It still hurts. If anything, it now hurts more. But it's about being able to, like, carry that in your heart. To not let it destroy you. Again, it ties into the whole, like, how we have different people and how they're confronting the final days or things that are a similar nature. The inevitability of suffering. And it's like, I feel like it's so far doing a really good job of avoiding the suffering is virtuous trope. I feel like it feels like it is explicitly trying to avoid the fact that the Warrior of Light is strong because they've suffered. I feel like it is explicitly avoiding that. Because the narrative is more so that suffering is inevitable. Like, like, even as something like Xander was saying, that it's just like, it doesn't matter how much you succeed. It doesn't matter how grand your empire is. It doesn't matter how vast your, like, control is. It doesn't matter how strong you become. None of that matters. It will come to an end one day. It is inevitable. Even the people of the Unsundered Star thought themselves to have a paradise that would last forever. And then it didn't. And then, one day, it no longer did. It no longer did last forever. Even for the people who had utopia, it can't last forever. It's inevitable that things will end. That is the nature of existence. And so I feel like it's doing a good job of avoiding the idea of just like the sheer act of suffering is virtuous. The sheer act of suffering is what makes you stronger. It is required to suffer to be stronger. I feel like it's avoiding that, and it's more so about suffering is inevitable. You can't avoid it. No matter, like, even if you can avoid it for a long time or prevent it from happening as much as possible, which, like, avoiding suffering happening as much as possible is still a good thing. Like, obviously, like, our whole hero's thing is trying to minimize the amount of suffering that's in the world. It is not a case of just like, well, there needs to be a certain amount of suffering, otherwise people won't toughen up and everything like that. No, preventing suffering is still an abjectly good thing, and we should do as much of that as possible. It's impossible to prevent all of it. Existence just doesn't work that way. It's about how you respond to it. It's about how, when it inevitably happens, what do you do with it? How do you respond to it? And again, it's a difference of like the people who summon Zodiac. Well, the people who summoned Zodiac, the people who gave themselves, feels like they gave themselves so other people could live and stuff like that. And then you got the people who kept trying to sacrifice to Zodiac. Their response was to reject this suffering and try to return the star to a point where there was no suffering. The people who summoned Hydaelyn were to leave the star to the people who came after them. It is wrong to take from them to try and restore what we had, which is impossible to do because eventually something like this will happen again or anything like that. Again, you've got Zan's response, which is just, oh, if the inevitable outcome is suffering, then the journey itself is pointless. What is the point of trying to do anything if the end result of all of it is going to be suffering? What is even the point of trying if that is inevitably going to happen and everything like that? And I feel like it's a big part of why already in Endwalker, we're having a lot of focus on the little moments. We're already having multiple moments where our characters are just having fun with each other. Little moments of like Hydaelyn reminding us about just like the joy of exploration of new places that we've been to. Even just little moments of just like, oh, we're working on like the scales and stuff like that. The warrior, like Manifest, is just gonna walk down to the beach and just enjoy the fresh air. And then have a little chat with like the people that she's with and everything like that. Feels like there's been a lot of focus on the little things already to get across the point of just like, even if the inevitable end is suffering, the things in between make it worth it. I mean, and that's even reflected in like the dialogue before you fight Hades. Like, Y'shtola doesn't, Y'shtola, I'm pretty sure it's Y'shtola that has the line, where she's just like, everything that we hold dear will one day fade away, but that's no reason for us to forsake it. And everything like that. It is on us to still strive for a better future, regardless of what the outcome is, or anything like that. The sheer act of trying to do that is the right thing, everything like that. I mean, and again, then it ties into the whole theme of answers and everything like that, like the whole in a single fleeting moment, your life. It is in that fleeting moment for you to find why you exist, why are you alive, why are you in this world with all these other people, and it's through the other people that you find that reason for existing, despite how fleeting that existence is and everything like that. And so having a little moment there where the warrior, like where Manifest reflects on all of the people that she has lost and everything like that, it's very emblematic of that growth of just like, it is not about the fact that all of these deaths no longer hurts Manifest. It is not about a case that she has built up such her determination in herself. It means that she has built up such an iron skin that this shit no longer phases her. It's not about that. It is not about that at all. It is about the fact that all of this hurts, and she holds that in and everything like that. And it's about not letting that crush you. It is about letting the hurt remind you of why you cared in the first place. Like, the moments that you spent with all the people that you've lost was worth it. Like, you may have lost these people, but you still got to spend time with them before that, and that is worth it. Obviously, it'd be better if they didn't die as soon as they did, but it is like, but spending time with them before that was worth it. The pain that you feel afterwards was worth the fact that you got to spend that time with them before and everything like that. That pain that you feel reminds you of why you fight, of why it's worthwhile going on, why no matter how much it hurts, to keep moving forward, to keep going on, to keep walking and everything like that. It's very good, is what I'm trying to say. It's very good, is what I'm trying to say. I feel like it's a big part of why the vibes to Endwalker feel so different. I feel like that's why Endwalker's vibes are so deliberately different to Shadowbringers. Anyways. Sorry, just having a moment of Minifest reflecting on all the people that she's lost, and the immediate response isn't to fall into a pit of self-hatred and self-loathing, or into a pit of just, like, feeling like you're a failure and anything like that. Anyway, and turns out Endwalker good, who'da thunk? Endwalker good. I mean, when I first started going through this game, I heard people were complaining about Endwalker quite a lot. Because I don't have actual thoughts right now, but I'll probably elaborate after. Well, again, when I first started playing this game, after a couple of months of me playing this game, because I played not long after Endwalker's launch, I did hear a lot of people, like, the murmurs that I was hearing was just like, I'm hearing from people either love Endwalker and it's their favorite, or a lot of people who are just like, man, that was disappointing and it sucked. Which is really funny, because I feel like common consensus now is that it's really good, and now Dawn Trail's coming out, and I'm seeing a lot of people who like Dawn Trail and a lot of people who are saying, wow, that sucks. And I'm wondering if by the time 8.0 comes out, Worldstar, Final Fantasy XIV Worldstar, get ready for it. I feel like once we get to that point, there's going to be a lot of people who, I feel like the overall consensus might be, yeah, Dawn Trail was pretty good. New thing bad, old thing good. The only thing that hasn't really changed on is Stormblood, and that's probably because Lisa's there. Not that I'm saying that Lisa's bad, I'm saying that the 14 community is sexist. What? I'm saying that people in general are sexist. I'm saying that gamers are sexist. What? I've been made aware of new information. You can say for those we have lost, those we can get saved. Vitra and Gosetsu, same VA? Wow. My roommate and I are opposites on DT. I liked it and they quit because of it. Apologies again. I went in forced you to conclude your conversation prematurely. Again, I'm expecting to get to Dawn Trail and love it. Not because I know anything about it or what it's going to do or anything like that, but because I have loved every expansion so far in this game, and I cannot imagine Dawn Trail's quality is so low that I would not come across... I'd come away from it the same thing. I like the storytelling methods of Final Fantasy XIV. I like the themes of Final Fantasy XIV. I like the characters. I like the structure. A lot of these things are things about 14 that I like. A lot of it is the stuff that appeals to me. I like most of the way that it is structured and how it is told and what they do, and the stuff that is very consistent in the storytelling across every single expansion we've had so far. I like all of that. I can't imagine all of that changing so drastically that I'd no longer like Dawn Trail. I'm afraid Dawn Trail will also stay controversial like Shadowbringer. Shadowbringers. Like Stormblood. Damn, can't believe Lisa's the main character in it again then. All three of my roommates are trans women, though the final straw was the black. So yeah, that's a bit yeah, like that's different. Yeah, if you quit because your job got fucked, then like, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. So what are you and Vitra talking about? That's fine, don't worry about it. Yo! I sold something. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. They also gone ahead to High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. What are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Like his sister Tiamat, Vitra is possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they're on our side. Our expansion from now on would be the worst expansion ever. The way they focus on jobs is egregious, and I get that. Again, the main thing that my main takeaway so far from Dawn Trail is that the job design decisions have been, like, some of them are good. I like some of the changes. Some of the changes are fucked. Plays Red Mage Wonderland, Black Mage, and doesn't say that story is one. And doesn't say the story is one of the reasons you could. Yes, yeah. Again, this is what when I talk about liking an expansion, I'm referring to exclusively story. Would I have to make up a reason as to why Averil's dancing now? Because Summoner is so ass. The color of joy. Why? Why am I being punished for doing MSQ? Why am I being punished for doing MSQ? I find autocorrected does into doesn't. Oh, she does say so. It's one of the reasons she quit. Again, again, I can't imagine the story is going to be so far that I won't like it. I don't like fish bread. I don't like fish. I especially don't like it in my bread. She does say the DC story was the reason. Again, I can't imagine I'm going to hate Dawn Trail's story. Unless it feels like a completely different game to everything else, I can't imagine I'll dislike doing that. So living on Beatrice's wing must feel so nice. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions at Crucible. First, I also returned to the Mulberry Orchard. No, I already have a teleport there. I know how to get there. God damn it. Yogotaro was right. Yogotaro was right. I do have to follow characters the entire way instead of just going there. Yogotaro was right. I wonder if Dragon's preen. Oh, you're wondering about Dragon Peen. Sunrays. Sunrays going through the trees. Trees. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms. Growing stone throws away from the Satrop's residence. Gives a quintessential Thavnairian flair, don't you think? From here, we're supposed to follow the path to the left, past the mulberries. Well, down to our story, to my knowledge, that's the consensus in this micro community. See, here's my thing. Here's my thing that I'll say about Dawn Trail's story from what I can infer based on my viewers. I have a viewership who intensely cares about the story of Final Fantasy XIV and the world of it. I would say, compared to the average person in the player base, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that people who watch my streams, especially because of the nature of my streams, care more deeply and more intimately and like the story and the world building of this game significantly more than the average player. And most of those people also say that they enjoy Dawn Trail's story. So I don't know what that implies about the story of Dawn Trail, that the more invested you are in 14, the more chance you are to like it. I mean, you could just say, is that bias? And it's just, well, I like 14, so I like what 14 does, and I just eat up the slop. But, based on the intense opinions that most of us share about things, I don't think most of my audience cares for slop. I have people, like most of us are just like, no, we have the things that we don't like, and everything. Venn diagram of this channel's viewership and Aeolsian archives subscribers is a circle. I mean, it's a significantly smaller circle instead of a significantly bigger one. One of those circles is much smaller than the other. Might be that the wide MM audience are Unga need more content and game don't exactly overlap well with literature appreciation. Well, the thing is like, being part of a FC in this game, and I'm part of an FC of people who really like playing the game. Like, a lot of the people who have stayed in the FC, not many people have left the FC, but a lot of the people in the FC are like, the people who are in the FC and are like the people who are logging in at least every couple of days are all people who love playing the game. The FC is filled with people who go into a lot of various niches of it. We've got people who hunt achievements, we've got people who do raiding, we've got people who get super into crafting, you've got people like me who try to just do every bit of content in the entire game and everything like that. I've got a lot of people who I talk to on a regular basis now because of my FC, who love playing the game and love doing different things in the game from a gameplay perspective. I find it very hard to talk to almost anyone in my FC about the story of the game, though. It is... Most of my FC are, like, story skippers. Like, a lot of my FC are people who admit that they don't read dialogue, and the only things they will listen to, like, the only parts of the story that they know are the voiced cutscenes and stuff like that. And so I find it really hard to, and I'm just like, these are the people who, like, put thousands of hours into this game. People who put thousands of hours into this game who are like, yeah, if it's not voiced, then I'm not, like, then I don't know what happened in the story there. And I'm just like, okay. 90% of 14 tastemakers, all for people I do not respect to them or their opinion at all. I'm not sure who that is. But if you mean content creators, yeah, most 14 content creators are pretty garbage. Most 14 content creators are garbage. So there is that. The word "huge" apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects to all others in the city. We managed to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible. Or so I was told. It's alright, we can finally have a good content creator in the 14 community. It's called Alphino's voice actor. I can't watch that because obviously, like, he'd be aware of stuff that I'm not, even if he's only at fucking Heavenswood. But, you know. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. For the Crusarian was confusing, but doesn't compare to Radz-at-Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Does Whoops do story stuff? I have no idea. I've seen people talk about Whoops for like rating stuff. Which obviously I can't watch because of the current. And then there's Shen, who I've not, the only way I've seen Shen is Shen playing through with Vulpixie. Which I imagine is spoiler safe because I imagine Shen's not going to spoil anything for Vulpixie, and Vulpixie is so much slower. Yeah. And I will say, from what I've seen of Vulpixie so far, I haven't seen a ton of it, but from what I've seen of Vulpixie so far, Vulpixie seems super invested in the story of the game. So there is that. I was looking tabs on her when she went to bat for her right to play the Harry Potter game. Yeah, that's the big thing for Zephyr I know about, yeah. And I was saying, Blue's still ignorant outside the random video recommendation that just floats through my YouTube, yeah. Seems we're on the right track. I like watching Shen stuff, just, you know, there's obviously only certain things I can watch. Because way further ahead of me. And here is the Aetherite Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. Here is headed across the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. So the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Watch Mr. Happy for content stuff. I've heard about people talking about Mr. Happy guides. But the main thing that I've heard lately about Mr. Happy guides is that I don't know if this is specifically a Mr. Happy thing or whether it's just a guides thing in general. Because I've seen my FC talk about it when it comes to raiding. I've seen people talk about how some of the raiding in Dawn Trail has been really frustrating because a guide will come out super early for like an extreme or a savage, and better strats come out later, but a lot of people in Party Finder are just like, but this guide was first, so therefore we're doing this, and then Party Finder refuses to learn a better way of doing something because that's not what the guide says. Even if the guide was like made before people worked out better strats. But I don't know if that's Miss Happy specifically or if that's just the nature of guides in general, of people trying to get out guides early for people who want to like try to clear week 1 before people develop better strats. So I'm not going to blame Miss Happy specifically for that. It's just this is an issue I've heard with Dawn Trail. That's PF being stupid. This is also true. PF also sucks. I don't even raid. I don't even raid, and I can tell you PF sucks. Though this land hath been afforded a respite, and turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. You took your time. Got turned around, I take it? No, I'm talking about story, Thancred. Thancred's a story skipper. So how they handle it, Shen's chat is spoiler chat, and Vol's chat is spoiler-free chat. Shen will also mute her, and so Vol can't hear her say if she's talking about spoiler things. Okay, so if I watch Vol's thing, it's fine. Really should tune into solo-only streams more often. Oh, yeah, Wrath is also the single best one. Does Wrath try to avoid spoilers? Oh, I've seen enough of, like, the edited videos that I know Wrath avoids spoilers in the edited videos. I've not had anything even hinted at for the videos. But when it comes to the streams, I have no idea whether Raph is stays spoiler free for that. I don't think he does on stream. I can chill and chat out of Vel's chats, but you should say Vel's chat, yeah. Am I telling what you know what's going on, not specifically for guides? That makes sense, yeah. Like, oh, here's what the fight is. I'm not going to strictly follow these exact strats, but at least I know what the mechanics are. Yeah. As I heard, after you defeated Nidhogg, his scales found their way into the hands of the firmament's artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's no surprise they were coveted. So it's a strange legacy for the vengeful worm. I'm quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste, and the stranger the colour, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the aether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think assembling local delicacies is in order. Hamza Kazim would be a good place to start, perhaps? Motherfucker couldn't eat for 100 years, and now the motherfucker wants to eat everything, which makes sense. Students have previously turned to Radz-at-Han's alchemist for help with the analysis of various artifacts. And that is how I became acquainted with Nidhana. I'm glad we could rescue her, and pray she makes a full recovery. FC. FC's all. Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. More good news? Nice. Newer lore YouTuber that I really like and recommend is Chloretic, although all her stuff is very spoilery for obvious reasons, so very much not for you to buy. Oh. What did I mention? Laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder? Thing for me is just like, I feel like personally as a content creator, I feel like I'm very much just going to stick to my realm, which is streaming and like commentary. I don't think I could, like, obviously if I practiced and did more of it, I'd get better at it, but I feel like the way I collate my thoughts and everything like that, I don't know if I would be as suited to doing like more edited stuff like a lot of 14 creators. The main thing I like, because this game is so important to me and because the LP is so unmanageably unwatchable at this point because it's like several hundred hours, I mainly want to do like an edited down series of what my playthrough is, but I don't know how to do that with the amount of time that I have in my life. Especially because if I'm not streaming, I crash and die. Truza did a YouTube on a topic I thought was, I was safe, and I was like, oh yeah, video for Vine, and then she mentioned basic current content in the intro and went, oh. Well, last, of course, at least we found the place. Several hundred. It is literally several hundred. The last time I checked the hour count of the LP itself, it was over 700 hours.
These are the talismans we were
And I haven't counted for a while.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
I mean, that, yeah. Like, this looks like it'd be, like, quite a few considering the size of them.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
An entire company of soldiers? We have important music playing. I'm gonna chuck my headphones back in. I can hear important music playing. I could barely hear Dragon Song earlier. Because I feel like Endwalker theme is playing right now. Shunda's over 1,000 at this point. It might be. It might have gotten that high. So I can hear Endwalker theme. I'm trying to make my headphones so quick.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Just gotta be careful of, like, the actual enemies that are inside. And also having a Dragoon that can just blow up a core helps.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Oh, okay. Cut out the middle spires.
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
I do appreciate that because of all of our experience, we are so far at a point where it's just like, we aren't fucking around when it comes to anything anymore. I love it. I love it so much.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Makes sense.
Please, I must speak with you.
Hey, Nadana! She's up! Yo!
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
That's Alisaie for ya.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
Yay! Nitana, it is thanks to you and your alchemist that we were able to save you, so... No place more skilled than the nation that seems to have vested interest in meddling in our actions. We'll stuff them under the mattress, they won't know. Go on.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough.
Music getting super intense.
All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Graham was excited, like, yeah, let's
Yet
go!
Who has truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yeah. You may have just, like, saved the fucking star with these, by the way.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
The hearth bloom.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
The hearth bloom! Yo!
What do you have there?
Wait, hearth or heart? I can't remember which one.
How
Color of
unusual.
joy.
I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Akasha. Are you familiar with this? I mean, considering you just made a fucking scale that can prevent tampering, your knowledge is a lot more advanced than ours.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Lieutenant sending out Chief, says our 5G condom to be the first to test was maybe ill-advised.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
Energies? Like aether?
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Fucking what? So far, it has been repeatedly established over and over again that literally everything is ether. Like, different forms of it. But, like, it's literally everything.
Us foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions.
It's the theme song! It's the main theme of FF14! Torn from the heavens!
Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Excuse me, what?
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
Akasha's an orange bar. 3 of them, even.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
It's not to say that, like, all emotion is Akasha, though, right? It's not describing it as all emotion or anything like that is Akasha. Right? Because they talk about how it's, like, from the heavens and everything like that. It's, like... So everything that flows through everything is still aether, but there's just, like, faint amounts of Akasha that sometimes respond to intense emotion. Because I'm thinking of, like, there's been a number of times where stuff that's, like, emotions or memories are still very explicitly defined as aether. I mean, think of, like, Bosnia relics, for example. Or, like, in the Bosnia relics, you literally get crystals that are, like, crystallized aether of memories and emotion. The queen herself stores, like, some of her essence and her memories as aether within the Save the Queen blade. So I'm assuming it's not meant to be like, oh, all emotion, all memory, or all everything like that is Akasha. Because otherwise it wouldn't be described as being torn from the heavens. Although it would just be like something that's as bountiful and everything like that. Be able to add, like, this doesn't throw the entirety of dance question because it was explained with aether, like, give me a fucking break.
But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
But it's a pretty flower.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Okay, now we're about to be a point. Put it back in pocket, as you do with flowers. Now we're at a point where Endwalker's gonna start and then never let up for the rest of the expansion. We're being warned about it now. There it is. We have gotten the warning. From this point forward, shit will be fucked forever. Heads up. Now is when you're gonna start clenching. I appreciate the warning at the very least. Thank you, Thancred. Or should I say, thank Red. I shouldn't say that. It's kind of awkward to tongue. Hold your anus strong. Last thing I remember before being absorbed in tower was you rushing towards me. Can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude. But I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. Aww. Whoops. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. And return to old Shalayan. I have a hot take, chat. I have a hot take. My take is so fucking hot, bro. You're not even gonna be able to handle it. Chat, I have a take. My take is that Endwalker's good. Endwalker good. Yeah. So far, guess what? Endwalker good so far. It's good to be back. And with the fruits of our labors safely in storage. But now we have to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. I'll probably fit in probably editing. Oh. What's up? My chamber's comfortable, I hope? If it's cold in there, just let me know. We have plenty of blankets to spare. Welcome back, Manifest. Are you gonna be the manager of Suites? Where every time we come back, we just like talk to you and that's like the end of the quest. Carl surprised me of her recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillar. After all, there's nothing like collapsing into a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So I'd like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now. Sure. Oh, feel free to hide your weapon for this. I don't know if they hide it for you, but alright, okay. I'll hide my weapon. I don't want the bread. I will hide my weapon. So I'm not sleeping on my giant sword. Eat bread. I don't want to eat fish bread. Colors returns to gray. This does open! This does open!
Take heart and protect them well.
Hello, everyone!
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Why have you all got brown takeaway bags?
Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Fine dining in these brown paper takeaway bags. We were right. Fine dining and Charlie and his fucking Maccas. We were so right about that. It's literally just Maccas. Burger. My guy's gonna come from a burger. Cheese dripping everywhere. Alice said I like her pickles.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Did he say no?
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
It's not dried squid, sorry. He's not a fan of McDonald's.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone
Roll a berry
wolf
pie.
just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Chad, I want a burger for dinner now, for fuck's sakes. I want a burger for dinner. I
An
want
excellent
burgers.
idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Charlie and Kazina's burgers, but I want fucking
Poor
burgers.
Estinian, beset on all sides.
Aww, we're smiling! We're smiling!
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
Oh yeah, by the way, can we talk about that?
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no
I've
lasting
done some
harm
pastries
done.
on McDonald's. It's McCafe too.
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
To be fair, you have to be in Labyrinth for you to feel it. I do appreciate that, like, Kryl was able to, like,
Heidelin instructed you to carry
was still,
that
like,
flower.
aware
yes?
of everything happening during that. And she said it would be proof of conviction and stuff like that. And also
It
our
will
path.
be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
Joy in darkness.
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path.
Graha, you love using the word
I know
beacon.
we've not yet triumphed over the Tloforoi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us.
The thing I was talking
Rare
about.
And hard one, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
I ranted about it for half an hour and he summarized it in 2 text boxes. Cookie.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
Gave you a big
You
list.
unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume.
Oh, that's where he learned the spell.
And from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Oh.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
You've just seen how those things are made.
after
Being able to levitate, just hop over those things makes life a lot easier. Are you taking it, Graha? She's offering you a cookie, come on.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Short King! Let's go! I know the song is meant to be that he could suck a titty while he's standing up, but I'm pretty sure he could go down on minor fist while standing up because of how fucking tall she is. It was fun with that teacher because we were like, you're the tallest person in this room. Are we pushing on until dawn? No, dawn shows the next expansion. Moon, it's an Endwalker reference. We're staying up all night partying, baby! Push on till dawn.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Oh, here we go. Meanwhile, in Garlemald... Bro, why is the tower so evil? Endwalker reference. Xenos, your new fit's definitely your best looking one.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
One of our towers fucking died.
Our tower in Thavnair has been toppled. And I need not tell you by whom.
It was actually Astinian. He was the one who landed the finishing blow on it. Yeah, this bit ain't working and I seem to give a shit.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether.
Yeah, so siphoning ether into that man's arm is part of the point. A lot of part of the point. What the fuck is the plan? What the fuck is the plan if siphoning a bunch of ether into limbs? I don't even know what that means or does. I'm so confused on that part. I got no idea.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
I mean, that's our next plan. Literally invade Garlemald. And that seems to actually be something that could, like, cause them an issue.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
He seems excited that I'm gonna come here and ruin his plans. He seems excited that I'm about to ruin his fucking plans.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome.
Funny Daniel is getting more and more tired of Xenos' shit. And by that I mean Xenos' shit of not putting up with Ben Daniel's shit.
Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
I'm trying to be all theatric and dramatic about everything that we do, and I'm trying to kill all these people, and you don't even seem to give a shit. You won't even look at me during. I mean, come on.
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing.
The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
I'm gonna get my funny arm on hat. I'm gonna get my arm on hat. So the thing is, like, the way that Xenos talks now, this is the thing that I don't think Xenos is ready for. Compare Xenos now to when Minifus last fought him. I don't think Xenos can face her anymore. I think Minifus has grown too mentally strong to be faced by Xenos' shit at this point. I don't think it's gonna work. Like, obviously the whole wanting to recreate the final day, she's gonna try and stop that and everything like that, but it's like, if he starts being like, we are beings who enjoy violence, we who tower over the gods. Like, if he starts trying to do any of that shit to Minifus, it's like, it's not gonna work. Like, last time he did that, it got Minifus, like, so caught up in herself that she kind of, like, accepted herself as, like, she went from, I'm not a hero, I'm just in the backlines, I'm just trying to help people the best I can, to hearing Xenos talk about her to just be like, alright, well, I guess I'm now like a weapon of light. I am an instrument of death and destruction, and while that makes me a horrible thing, I guess I can use it to put you down and everything like that. Like, that's what he was able to muster last time. It's not gonna be anything against her now. She's grown too much to be brought down by this kind of shit anymore. And I don't think he's ready for how disappointing that's going to be.
Came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot.
That is true. Minifus is very hot.
My soul aflame.
Like, we've heard that part of the issue of, like, everything that's going on now is like, by the way, Xenos is back and working with Funny Daniel. And everything like that. Like, we know, the Scions are already aware, Endwalker reference. The Scions are already aware that, like, Xenos is part of, like, everything that's going on. But outside of the initial confirmation that he's been part of what's going on, he's not even been part of the thought process. Like, there has been no point where we've even considered, like, oh, is he a problem? Outside of, like, the General Telophoroi doing their shit, Xenos is a part of it, but, like, is he even a problem? Like, even fucking, like, Van Daniel calls out, it's like, Xenos is waiting for you, like, multiple, like, twice or also to the Warrior of Light at this point, and it's not even been, like, a thing that we've thought about after the fact. I don't know if Xenos is ready for how much we're just not gonna care about his shit anymore. What's even up there? A god that he wants to gorge on.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
And the point is, he's a problem if left unchecked. Yeah, but it's like, yeah. What he'll do is make himself your problem. I mean, but the thing is, we're not leaving him unchecked. We're not leaving him unchecked at all. It's just like, Xenos' whole thing is just like, he wants to fight us. He wants to piss us off by trying to end the world. To piss us off enough into a fight that we have a fight with him like what we had before. Where we were pissed at him for, like, the whole, you know, Alamigo thing, and then taking control of Shinryu. He wants us to be pissed enough off at him to, like, have a fight that rivals that, but it's just like, that's just not something that can happen for Minifest anymore. Like, we might have to fight him to stop him, to get him out of the way and stuff like that. But I don't think Xenos is going to enjoy it if we just fight him to get him out of the way, and we don't even really care about him, other than just, oh yeah, he's part of the issue, bye. I don't think it's enough for him. I don't think it's enough for him to just fight us, and we just like, oh yeah, he's just another thing, and it's like, whatever. He doesn't want us to fight him like that. He wants us to fight him at the pinnacle of what we can be, and to be pissed off at him to drive us to what he views as our strongest fight and everything like that. But it's like also at this point, it's just like for the Warrior of Light, even outside of Manifest thing, being angry is not what makes the Warrior of Light as strong as they are at this point. It's love. So it's like, ain't gonna work for him. It's not gonna work for him.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Oh, you really don't give a
How
shit.
wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more.
And Van Daniel's pissed because it's just like, you came back from the dead and you still found something to care about. Like Zan's came back from the dead just being like, it's all pointless. Why should we even bother? And Xenos comes back from the dead just being like, okay, there was one thing I cared about before. Let me try and get it again. And Van Daniel's just like, really? You died and you came back? And even as someone as like nihilistic about the world as you, still has one thing that you actually care about? Ugh, gross. You're not like me at all.
I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
Overselling the voice while meanwhile his face is what it is.
Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On Wings of Hope. Well, that's one hell of a fucking title for an achievement. And also, like, one of the lyrics of the song of the Endwalker theme. On Wings of Hope is literally a line in the song. Interesting. On Wings of Hope. Magus Resistor. Ah, because it's like sister, but it's Resistor. Eh. The color of joy. A lot of good shit just then. Hey, you know that thing I was talking about? How Endwalker has, like, a specific focus on, like, hey! Oh, you know, I was playing Game Door during that moment. You know that thing that I was talking about? You know the thing I was talking about where I was like, hey, you know how Endwalker already seems to have a focus on the little moments? About, like, Heidelin saying about our travelers stuff or anything like that, or, like, little, like, things of just, like, getting to see a new place, or, like, any of the food that we take. Like, you know how I said that? And then we had like literally an entire overindulgent cutscene with unique animations and models and shit of just like, hey, here's us and our friends eating food and just enjoying a bite to eat and just chatting away together and everything like that. Endwalker has themes and subtlety is for cowards. I don't know what it's about Endwalker's innocence. Want him off screen? I think visually it's his best fit yet by far. He doesn't look ridiculous. This is his best fit by far. It is great. I love it. I do really like that. Anyways. What's up, Yunsa? I do apologize. The stream's literally about to end. Like, I got the achievement for the story bit that we were doing today. I do apologize. The stream is like... literally just about to end. Dang it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Or do we continue for your... No. Everyone will die. Walking to the end of the stream. Graha! Hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for a late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side. Even for a moment. I want a burger now. Chat, I want a burger! Someone buy me a burger. Chat, buy me a burger. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere within walking distance I can... No, I'm trying to think if there's anywhere within walking distance I can actually buy a burger. I can't think of anywhere. Nothing is jumping out to me as like being a place that I can borg, that I can get my borg on. Nothing's jumping out at me. Anyways, we shall end it there. Was Fantasy India good for you? I quite enjoyed my time in Fantasy India. Pardon me. Quite enjoyed my time in Fantasy India. I'm gonna buy you one from halfway around the world. That sounds like coward talk. I'm gonna end it there because, well, we got to the end of the thing. We did all our blues, and also I really need to pee. Next time we continue with Endwalker. There is that. I feel like, are we just gonna go to Garlemald? Actually, you know what? Because I was spoiled, I'm already pretty confident that we're just actually going to Garlemald as our third zone. Because I was spoiled because the hunt thing that I got, the couple of the hunt board that I checked out. So we're gonna not look at that until we beat Endwalker at this point. It had 3 zones. The hunt board thing we were looking at had 3 zones. It had said Labyrinthos, Thavnair, and Garlemald. So it does seem that Garlemald's gonna be our 3rd zone. Which is interesting. Because Garlemald's gonna be a zone. The moon's gonna be the zone, right? Like, we're gonna go to Garlemald. We're gonna go to the moon in the end, and that's gonna be our big thing. Greatest full scales, maybe a small giveaway. But there's gonna be 2 others. What are the other 2? What are the other 2? Because there's gotta be the moon. That absolutely is gonna be one of them. There's no way it's not. We keep looking at the moon every couple of seconds. The moon's gonna be a zone. Garlemald's gonna be a zone. So unless Garlemald is multiple zones, what are the last 2? What are the other 2 gonna be? Because, like, going into it, I was just like, oh, Bosnia would be one of them, because, like, we haven't been to that. It's, like, a place to liberate for it. And, yeah. But it's, like, any other zone that I could have suspected of just being, like, Mericidia, Dalmasca, Bosnia. Well, Bosnia we've already done. But it's, like, any other zone I can think of is more so just, like, a reason. The only reason we would go there is to liberate it from the Empire. We would go to a zone to help liberate it from the Empire, but at this point, I feel like we're well and truly past that. Most places are liberating themselves, and if we're about to go into Garlemald itself to deal with Garlemald, then we don't need to go to other zones to liberate them after the fact. There's no point. So, I don't know. Yeah, definitely that. We got a Tyrol. We actually started this time. Anyways, I really need to pee. I'm gonna end the stream. I've been yammering on for a long ass time. It's been another 9-hour stream. But that's just what Endwalker's gonna be. Thank you all so much for watching. Next time, onward to Garlemald. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, this is version 2, signing out.